Hey guys. So we are getting to Terry Dicus's testimony today. I'm pretty excited for that. This is going to be day 8 of the 2017 Zachary Adams trial. I think the judge got a haircut this day or the day before. He's got a different hairstyle. Good to see everybody in the building early. We got Classy in the gang. If you guys didn't know, Classy and Amy have started a new channel called Jury of Your Peers, commentary-free trial streams. So that's linked in the description, and if you give me a second, I'll get a link in the chat. Hey to Factual Eye, Slim Life, and Jeevy. Destined to Be's here. Law Nerd Amber's throwing the bush emojis. Love them. You got the Viverito, and then 2 Kathys, and then another Viverito. Love to see it. Hey to Louise. Got to see you over at Jury of Your Peers. Pam, always good to see Pam Entertainment TV. I think I saw you were on a vacation. So I hope you're enjoying that, Pam. Hope you're doing well. And the wonderful Amy E is in the building. So let's get into it, you guys. It seems like there's either a lesson, this judge, Creed McGinley, likes to teach the jury things about the law. So it seems like either there's a lesson or some housekeeping in the beginning. And then we'll get to Terry Dicus, the former FBI agent. I think we're going to watch all of day 8. And then there's full footage of Terry Dicus's testimony from the post-conviction hearings. When we watched From Law and Crime, there was only a portion available. But Trial and Error podcast, shout out to them, has like 2 hours and change of Terry Dicus on the stand in 2025. So either we'll round out this stream and do that at the end of this, depending on how long it takes, or maybe first thing tomorrow, we'll watch his post-conviction hearing stuff. So also, huge shout out Classy Beats dropping 10 gifted memberships. So if you guys just turned green, make sure you're saying thank you. Very, very generous. Thank you for all your support, Classy. Got to hang out with you a little bit for Club Classy last night. I'm sure you're also going to do your morning show. So if you want to let us know what topics you are going to discuss today, I'm sure Brian Walsh is going to be one. But besides that, I'll pin it up and people can know what you're going to talk about today. So guys, I'm going to drop Classy's link as well. Make sure you show some love. And let's see what Judge Creed McGinley has for us to start off this day 8.
We probably need to get him a gavel and let him strike once. I will give you, this isn't really law school, this is just informational. But by and large, the number of strikes when they open court indicates the number of judges on the bench. If they strike, then they open, it will be a 3-judge appellate panel. If they strike 5 times, Tennessee Supreme Court. The exception is, I think, and I haven't checked on it, but I've had the pleasure to be in the audience at United States Supreme Court. Matter of fact, I've been there twice. Once I was introduced as a member of the bar. I don't think they strike 9 times, but generally the number of strikes has to do with the number of judges. Okay? A little more information. We now know broadly about hearsay, 404B, discovery, and now the number of strikes and opening the court. So, all right, we're ready to continue. Defense ready to proceed? Yes, state ready to proceed? Yes. All right, call your next.
Terry Dicus.
You know that. Mr. Dicus, raise your right hand. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Be seated, state your name, first and last, and spell it for the court reporter.
Terry Dicus, Terry Dicus.
And Mr. Dicus, how are you currently employed?
I'm an attorney in Savannah, Tennessee.
And on April the 13th, 2011, how were you employed at that time?
I was a criminal investigator assigned to the 24th Judicial District. I was assigned to Hardin, Decatur, and Benton counties.
And an investigator with which entity?
Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. And just to be clear, you were the case agent on this case?
Yes, ma'am. I was the original case agent.
Okay. And how many years were you the case agent?
From April 13th, 2011 until sometime in June of 2013, so a little over 2 years.
Okay. And when you left, what did you go to
Did
do?
you say June 2015?
No, Your Honor, I said June 2013, a little over 2 years, 2011 to 2013.
Now, in investigating this case, I'd like to direct your attention first to the investigation of Mr. Adams, since we're here today in his case. Did you, in fact, investigate Mr. Adams as part of your investigation of the disappearance of Holly Bobo?
I did.
Okay, and what were the facts that you investigated? What were the leads that you followed? Will you please just tell the jury?
Zach Adams, his name came up very early in the investigation. The first time that I remember...
Can you speak a little more into the microphone?
Yes.
Move the microphone closer to you, if you will.
Well, the first time that I remember Mr. Adams' name coming up was about the first week of the investigation. So I sent 4 FBI agents, 2 TBI agents, and a dog team from the Shelby County Sheriff's Department to go out to a friend of his, Shayne Austin. He went out to Shayne Austin's house. We had information on all these. They're a little clique. The Adams, Autry, and Austin. They were supposedly together that day. So I believe that's the first thing that came up with Shayne Austin. So they went out there and they interviewed him. They ran dogs through his trailer to see if these were cadaver dogs that supposedly can tell the scent of human decomposition. So they go out to this house. They go out to Austin's house, check him out. I didn't actually meet any of them at the time. I was in the command post.
Okay, so when they went to the house, what did they discover there?
Well, it was a trailer. It was a mobile home on Yellow Springs Road. And by the time they went there, we'd already found, or we didn't find it, but a citizen in Decatur County had already found some items that we know were Holly's on this road, Yellow Springs Road in northern Decatur County. So that piqued our interest even more in Mr. Austin and this whole crew.
Okay, so when the group, which investigators actually went to talk to Mr. Austin?
I can't tell you the name of the FBI guys because I'm not sure. I don't know it.
Okay.
I believe it was Joe Walker and Brent Booth that went to Austin's house originally, and Ricky M. and the Decatur County investigator. So there was 8 total investigators that went to Austin's house there initially.
And what did they do at his house?
Well, they interviewed him.
And none of them find the stuff laying... None of them see, like, the pink panties in the road? 8 people?
They got his story. They checked out his...
They should have brought Relly. Because Relly would have found everything.
Checked out his mobile home.
When you say checked out, what do you mean by that?
Well, they searched it. He gave them consent search, so they went all the way through his trailer. They noted that he had a rifle right there close to him, and he told them that he was a gun nut. So they talked to him, got his story, find out where he was at around the time of the kidnapping.
And did they have a dog search team there also?
Yes, ma'am. That cadaver dog team that searched, they alerted to something, and it may have been not a cadaver dog, but a biological material dog, because it allegedly alerted to a sock that was somewhere in Austin's bedroom.
And what did they determine about that sock?
Well, they believe the sock was used as a rag, for lack of a better term. A
gross.
rag to clean up biological material.
And what biological material did they reach a conclusion about what that sock had been used to clean up?
Semen. Use it to clean up semen.
And they then asked Mr.
I need that Fonnie Willis clip that Justice Serve TV uses. It goes, typical man.
But they reached a different conclusion also about the semen.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This calls for speculation. It's some sort of scientific conclusion.
It's not.
Ask the question.
Okay, but there's something about that semen that then they didn't, and they weren't concerned about it being a rape, so what was it that they decided about that semen? Do you remember?
Okay.
The
They
captions.
determined that he was masturbating into a sock. And he
It's
was
too
using
early.
it as a cum rag. Apologize for saying it. I don't know how to say it any different. But
Okay, just to be clear on what
Good
the
morning.
whole issue with the sock was. Okay, and then he gave an alibi that day, or he gave a statement of what he was doing. Did you check into that?
I didn't personally at that time. I was ordered to stay in the command post at all times. So that stayed for several months that I was in the command center.
Not
as
the
everybody
sock
was coming
emoji.
in. You got to understand, Autry Adams. You know, we had many Autry and Adamses coming in at the time. People were calling in and say, "You better check out my ex-boyfriend. He's mean. He could have done it." Okay, well that would be a lead that we'd have to follow and rule him out somehow. So there was a whole lot of information that was coming in, and I was compartmentalizing and prioritizing the information that was coming in to see what we do next.
Okay, so, but at some point, did the TBI check out his alibi?
Yes.
Okay, and then what else did you do about Mr. Adams to investigate Mr. Adams?
Mr. Adams, there was a trooper that Warren Rainey went and talked to Mr. Adams. I believe he was the first or one of the first to actually talk to Mr. Adams and check him out, see what he was doing. He came back and told some things that he noticed that were very strange, and saying y'all need to look a little further into it. So I believe it's the same group, and I don't know that I told them or they did it on their own. I believe they probably did it on their own. They went out and checked out Zach Adams. They interviewed him. They went through his house the same way. Did everything they
Okay.
needed to do.
And didn't the FBI go out to talk to Mr. Adams also?
I believe, yes.
Okay.
Well, they did with me one time for sure, but I know they did around the time of the kidnapping as well.
Okay, and
Okay.
when was the,
That seems a bit important because it's not just like Terry Dicus on his own would have been clearing these individuals if all of these other people are there as well. So at Shayne Austin's house, where we find nothing apparently except a sock that was only used by Shayne himself, with 8 people looking around, they find out he has guns because he tells them, and he has a sock, and nothing else is going on. And remember, the state's theory is Dylan was supposedly driving around and scattering these items that day. So it makes no sense that they wouldn't have been the ones that found all this stuff sitting in the road that somebody else ends up finding. I just have, something's really sus about the inclusion of these pink panties in this case. And then also the discarded like drug paper note with Holly's name on it that they find after Brent Booth shows up after the guy calls in the pink panties. Like, there's just something that's not sitting right with me, personally. But then I wish Jennifer Thompson honed in on that. Her only question about the alibi was, and then you decided that Shayne's alibi checked out, right? He says, yeah. And then what did you do for Zach Adams? Well, maybe you should have honed in on that a little bit more. Maybe you should have laid that out for the jury. Because do you think it's compelling for the jury to sit there and just hear one guy on the stand say, yeah, he was alibied? But at least now we're getting into Brent Booth was also there for Zach Adams. This theory that the state's pushing post-conviction that Terry Dicus was some rogue TBI agent that was out there just saying somebody was alibied and nobody else knew what that included. But now we're hearing there were 8 other agents with him for Shayne's house. And then likewise, Brent Booth was present for these early stages of talking to Zach Adams and investigating Zach Adams. You would think that everybody's on the same page at that point. So I'm also not buying the prosecution's post-conviction theory. So shout out to Derek for the super sticker. Much love to Derek. Some W's in the chat for Derek. Thank you, Derek, and good morning. Yeah, maybe we should move this frame. Not really a great frame after the the sock thing. And then J Money gifting 5 gifted. Let me update my banner. Big thank you. If you just got a membership, you know the drill. Say thank you. Check out those channel emojis. Use them to your heart's content. I don't do that much members only content. My members only content is sometimes a sneak peek earlier before it gets to the timeline for everybody else. But I try not to gatekeep anything. Like, I don't want to keep information hidden behind the wall, but you will get earlier access to certain videos. So welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. And big thank you again to Derek and J Money.
I don't know. I can't tell you the date.
Okay, Ricky Inman, excuse me, Ricky Inman actually interviewed Mr. Adams at some point, didn't he?
Correct.
And what was the result of that interview?
I believe that Mr. Adams told him essentially the same story that he had told before, that he was at home and with his brother and his girlfriend at the time, Rebecca Earp, and they woke up, they left, and picked up Shayne Austin that morning. Okay. Shayne Austin, one of his buddies, who didn't have a vehicle, and Zach's truck was supposedly tore up, so they went in Dylan's Chevrolet. They went in Dylan's Chevrolet, left where they lived. They lived on Adams Lane, which is northern Decatur County. They left sometime between 9 and 10 that morning. They pick up Shayne Austin. When they pick up Shayne Austin, then they go up to the interstate to where there's a gas station up there. They get gas, but gas is always high there. I agree with him. Gas is unbelievably high there. So they just put, like I believe around $5 gas in the vehicle to go back to into Decatur County, into Decaturville, Parsons, where gas is much cheaper. So they're just putting it in right there to get them to another spot.
That's real. I've done that before, especially back in my younger years. You just put like a little bit in the area where the gas pumps are a little bit more expensive just to get you to the place where you know gas is going to be cheaper.
And Adams said that at that time, Adams, Austin,
you did miss
and
that
Dylan
moment.
Adams all said that they noticed a wave of police cars coming
We'll
down
put
the
some
interstate.
socks in the chat for
A
K-Riggs.
wave of black SUVs that were flying down the interstate. Zachary Adams.
Can I stop you right there? During this investigation, were you all able to obtain video surveillance from different businesses?
Yes.
Okay. And at one point, did you obtain some video surveillance from AmPharm
I did.
business? Now, I'd like to pass you some pictures.
Okay.
Now, did you spend a lot of time looking at the AmPharm video?
Days.
Personally?
Days and weeks. Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize these pictures right here?
Yes. These are pictures taken from the AmPharm the camera closest to the door. It's a perfect angle of the parking lot, but it also in the background catches all traffic going south and north on 641. That's what these pictures are.
Okay. And was there a time and date stamp on the AmPharm videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And those pictures right there, what time and date stamp do they have?
The first one with the one black SUV is 1104, date 4/13/2011. Sorry. The second one 1105/01, same date 4/13/2011, the day of the kidnapping.
Okay. And Your Honor, I would like to have those two marked as exhibits at this point.
No,
215 and 216. Am I correct?
Yes.
We still all right on tablets? Everybody good? Let me know, okay?
So can we put the first timeline one, it's first in time, that's the second in time, I believe. So, okay, and the first in time, and let's see, we have a pointer here.
Oh,
Okay, and would you please point out the vehicle in there? What is that vehicle for the record? What does it appear to be?
that is a black SUV. I'm not sure exactly what kind. It's
Give me
a,
the location of this photo again.
it is an AmPharm. It's a pharmaceutical company in
Okay,
Decatur County.
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And
Right there on, this is Highway 641, Highway 69.
and is it closer to Parsons or closer to the interstate AmPharm?
It's much closer to Parsons. It's actually, you're coming into Parsons right now as that vehicle. It's coming into the city limits of Parsons.
Okay. So in this picture, and I see a little tree in this picture, where is the truck in relation to that tree? The little tree in the landscaping?
The SUV,
Yes.
it's right here. This is the vehicle that you're asking me about.
Right, so is it before or after the tree?
It's after the tree.
Okay, so then if we move to the next picture. So in this picture, what do you see here?
Well, it's the same type, and it's tough to make out the kind of vehicles these are, but this is another SUV type vehicle that's right around a little, almost even with the tree, a little bit south of even.
Okay, so it's not past the tree yet.
That's correct.
And then what about the second vehicle there?
The second one is maybe 7 car lengths behind the tree.
And so you can kind of tell the distance that they're going perhaps by the timing between the two pictures. And how many parking spaces would you say are between those two cars?
I would say perhaps 5 or 6.
Okay. And did you know something about the TBI that day? And what was going on in the Jackson TBI office?
Yes, a special agent with the Medicaid fraud unit was having a retirement party in Jackson.
Okay, and so what did that mean about people, about the SUVs? How did that relate to the SUVs?
Well, this guy, he had worked there forever with all kinds of different agencies, so a large portion of the responding officers, whether it be TBI, Secret Service, FBI, they were coming from Jackson to get to the scene of the kidnapping, 681 Swan Shots.
So to you then, would it fit with what you knew about the TBI, that there would be these 3 SUVs in a row?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to go ahead and just put those into, they're already in evidence.
Yes.
Move on. We can-
215 and 216.
Okay, and then did you also have information about the kind of car that Mr. Adams was in that morning? What car did he tell you he was in that day?
It was a extended cab Chevy Silverado, black in color, I believe.
Was it black?
I don't remember. I don't remember the color.
Okay. Dark. Would you say
Dark,
it's
might have been dark blue, dark
And
green.
I'd like to pass another picture up to you.
It had Georgia license plates,
Okay.
if that helps you.
Well, were you able to see any license plates when you looked at the AmPharm video?
No, ma'am,
Okay.
it's much too far away and it's not the right angle.
And what does that appear to be a picture of?
That is a extended cab probably either GMC or Chevrolet pickup truck.
Okay, and what time is that picture made?
11:07 and 24 seconds.
Okay. And I'd like to have this marked as my next exhibit, Your Honor.
217.
Do you recognize where that picture came from?
Yes, ma'am. It's the AmPharm video from the one closest to the front door.
Okay, and can you, for the jury, point out where that pickup truck is?
Right here's the pickup truck you're referring to.
Okay. Okay. And then I think for a few minutes, we're done with the overhead projector. Okay. Are there other things that you did to check out well, first of all, in your investigation, we've heard some about telephone records. What did you do to check out the telephone records?
The telephone records of...
Whose telephone records did you get copies of?
Okay. The first thing we did with the telephone records is we got a tower dump for every cell phone in close to Decatur County. What a tower dump does is it tells you every bit of activity, whether somebody's receiving a call, making a call, or they're having a SMS message, anything. It tells you every bit of information for everybody in this area, which was larger than Decatur County. So that's the first thing I did. I got a search warrant for AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile. I believe that's it. So we got all these search warrants. So we have all this data of if you were in Decatur County that day, we know where you were, where your cell phone was, if you used it at all.
Okay. And at some point, did you get records on Natalie Bobo's cellular telephone?
Yes, ma'am. We got a search warrant for AT&T for her and everybody in her family for geolocate, which tells you where her phone is at a particular point in time.
Now, does it tell you exactly where a phone is?
It could. If this was a 3G network where they can triangulate, they'll tell you if you're using your phone, they can give you you're at 2800 Smith Road in Savannah. Decatur County at the time, and they have since upgraded, I believe, but at the time there were a 2G network, which basically all they could tell you, a cell phone, a cellular tower has either 3 or 4 quadrants, and you know a quadrant has 120 degrees. So if they're telling you where the cell phone is, basically they're telling you the center point to that cellular quadrant. And they'll give you a confidence, you know, how confident they are that this is accurate, of however many meters, 4,000 to 7,000. So it doesn't tell you exactly where it is, but you can piece it together with looking at where her cell phone has been to make a good educated guess as to where her cell phone is at a certain time.
Okay. And did you all actually go to AT&T to get additional information about the cellular telephone network?
Actually, we had an engineer with AT&T come out to Decatur County, and he rode every road in Decatur County that had something, you know, that was important to us. So when he's riding the roads, he's got a device where he can measure which tower at the point.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Your Honor, I object to this point. I think even by Mr. Dicus' own admission, he's not a cell phone expert like Mr. Frizzell is. I think he'll even acknowledge that Mr. Frizzell is a cell phone expert. So to the extent that his testimony goes into anything about cell phone,
How it operates or anything, he can set up that somebody's driven around and things like
Right.
that.
That's what I'm trying to just set up, is that, so not.
Not for nothing, but I also think Frizzell was using a different type of mapping. Like they were looking at something different than what Terry Dicus might be trying to hint at with what Marshall Walker looked at.
To say exactly what the information was showing, but he was able to determine which tower the phone was hitting off of at different places in the road. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did he come up with a map that, that reflected that?
And here, Judge, I think we need to hear from, like, Mr. Frizzell, a cell phone expert, to explain to us what this map is.
Well, right now, Your Honor, I'm trying just to lay the groundwork for my cell phone expert that's going to
Okay,
come in,
all right.
so. And did you come up with a map that
Showed at what point this phone was pinging off of what tower?
Yeah, but that's a little misleading.
Okay.
That map shows which tower at a certain point is utilizing that cell phone. His device was telling him which tower, you know, all the towers around Decatur County, the 4 or 5, which tower, if you're on this road right here, if you're on Cypress Hill Road, which tower are you going to be using? So that map shows which tower you're going to be using at this road. Now you drive 100 feet down the road, you may be on a different tower. But that's what that map did. That's the importance of that. We can tell each point on the route, each point on the potential route of where her cell phone would have been if it was here, which tower would it have been hitting off of.
And also, you got from AT&T a map that showed kind of the different cell phone towers and where the coverage of those cell phone towers was expected to be.
Correct.
It's a multicolored map with that showed kind of where cell tower signals faded in and out.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So then again, you were still talking about the cell phone records and with Holly's phone and how you'd gotten the geolocates.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
interrupted you, so can you continue from there?
I don't, we got all our cell phone, so we get all this data. We also had some pings where the Decatur County Sheriff's Department, before I got there, they had already initiated a ping, which a ping is where the cellular provider is sending out a where are you signal to the cellular provider. So we had pings starting at 8:56 that morning. Well, 8:56 they actually had no location for, but we had several pings, maybe 4 or 5 pings that day that told us where her cell phone was within that cellular quadrant. Keep in mind, it tells you the center point. It doesn't tell you anything else. But that's what we had.
Okay. And I'd like to have these two maps just passed up and marked for identification purposes.
The 218, 219 for ID only.
Okay, I want to just pass those to you and see if,
Do you recognize those as being the maps that were generated by AT&T?
Yes, ma'am, they are very familiar to me.
Okay, and the first one, the one that's actually when you were driving different routes, that's the one we'll have marked with the lower number.
Parsons Area 7.
okay, is that what it says at the top?
Parsons Area 7/7/2011.
Okay,
We'll pass that one first, and then the second
218.
one, what is that one?
This one is a map indicating the coverage of all these towers.
We're not going to show it to
Oh.
the jury just yet, but
Sorry. This is a map showing the overlay of the coverage of the cell towers in Decatur County.
okay, very good. Okay, and at some point, did you all get the cellular telephone records of Mr. Adams?
I believe so.
And in determining whether or not he had an alibi for any of that time, did you make any determination about that?
Well, there was one indication on his cell record that, well, within the tower dumps that showed at 8:28 a.m. he was hitting off the tower that's in the northeastern portion of Decatur County, which would cover northeastern part where his residence is.
And what time was that?
I believe it was 8:28.
Okay. And then what else did you determine? Did you compare that with something else in order to try to make a determination about his alibi?
Right. His cell phone at 8:28 is hitting off a tower that's several miles from the tower that Holly's cell phone was hitting off at 8:26 a.m. So 2-minute drive time, there is no way that Zach's cell phone could have been working.
Again, I think we're getting into finding
It's outside the area of expertise.
But did you use that information then?
To make determinations in
Yes.
your investigation?
Right.
Okay, and what determination did you make at that time?
I think it's just a backdoor way of trying to get cell phone exposed.
It's not a cell phone expert.
It's not.
Right, but about Mr. Adams' alibi, what determination did you make about his alibi?
The determination I made is that he could not have been involved in the kidnapping.
Okay, and what about Rebecca Earp? Did you mention Rebecca Earp earlier, his girlfriend?
Yes,
Okay, and did you speak with her?
I did.
When did you speak with her?
Give me a second, it's a big file. I believe it was, the first time I spoke to her was probably sometime after July the 4th of 2011, because I talked to A-Train on July the 5th, 2011. So as part of
Nope, you say A-Train. Who are you referring to when you say A-Train?
Jason Autry,
Okay.
I spoke to him on the July the 5th. These guys kept on coming up with, for stupid reasons, saying, I'm going to put you end up like Holly, you do this, and okay, good, let's get back on them. So we checked them out several times. Around July, I said, I'm going to check them out for good, and ended it. So I talked to Jason Autry first with, I believe it was with my buddy Brent Booth and Joey Hudgens. We spoke to him at his mother's trailer. We left there. We spoke to Zach Adams and his brother Dylan at their house on Adams Lane. And then at the end, I called Rebecca Earp, and I said, Miss Earp, you have given information to other people. I haven't talked to you yet. My name's Terry Dicus. I'm the case agent on this. I want you to think about this very carefully. I'm going to ask you a question, and if you lie to me, I'll make your life miserable. If you tell me the truth, I'm going to help you. And at that point, she said,
Rejected the hearsay.
Okay, so after you talked with her, what determination did you make?
that I was wasting my time.
Wasting your time doing what?
Investigating these idiots.
Okay.
I'm sorry, no offense.
Not, these idiots, can you be more specific about these idiots?
Well, these idiots that keep on saying, I'm going to put her in the well. And
Right, but who's, give names for the jury, please.
Jason Autry, Zach Adams, and Shayne Austin, and Dylan Adams.
Did you have any special affinity for those four men?
No, I never met them before this case.
Okay. And so let's talk about some of the other people that you investigated regarding this case, some of the other suspects that you had. Will you tell the jury, please, about John Dodd and what evidence you had that he might be a suspect in this case?
John Dodd, he's a troublemaker, is the information we had. Now, I found him like a fairly likable young man, but he's a troublemaker. He'd done several things that I would classify as extremely mean and devious. He had actually tried to commit a theft at the Bobo house. And there were...
So he would have been familiar with the Bobo house?
Correct.
Okay.
And he also was seen in the area between 8:30 and 12, somewhere in there. There's several different witnesses that see him driving a four-wheeler, up on two wheels, the way they explained it, just going crazy, getting around the corner.
And what day is this?
On April 13th, 2011.
Okay. And so what other evidence did you have that pointed towards him? Did you use dogs in the situation?
We had dogs come down, and I love my dog, but You know, I don't know how beneficial they are in law enforcement activities, but
What? Poor
we had a dog that came out
Catching strays.
that alerted that the scent of Holly Bobo went towards his grandfather, Grafton Dodd's house on, I can't think of the name of the road, but anyway, Grafton Dodd had a cabin north of the Bobos, probably 3 or 4 miles north of the Bobos, and these dogs supposedly alerted and said,
Excuse me, but I assume Mr. Dicus was there. I mean, it sounds like
I was there.
you were there.
I did go there, yep.
Okay. They alerted.
They alerted and I'm sorry. They told me that the scent is kind of weak, as if somebody had walked through here a couple of weeks or a week before this happened.
And in relation to when Holly Bobo had disappeared, how much later after she disappeared were the dogs doing their scent search?
It's hard to believe, but it was about a week or 2 weeks after that, you know.
Okay. And so that gave you reason, what did you do then with that information?
I interrogated Dodd. I went through his life, everything about him.
What kind of car did he have?
He had a white Ford Ranger, I believe.
Okay, a pickup truck.
Correct.
Okay. And
Yeah, we went through his truck too, and
And
at
did
the
you?
t-
Oh,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
at the time that I was interrogating him, we had an FBI team of 8 to 10 people sifting through his truck, doing everything with his truck. So
What about his phone records and his Facebook account?
we obtained both of those.
Okay. And did you make a determination about where he was living? You said his grandfather had a cabin over there. Did you decide where John Dodd was living at the time?
He had been staying with his grandfather.
Okay. Okay, let's move
But-
on. Oh,
You probably don't want me to ask that, but I was saying, but at the time of the kidnapping, he was supposedly staying with a friend of his, and he had an alibi.
but you had some people that had seen him that morning near the Bobo home.
Correct.
Okay. Let me ask you then about a man named Keith White.
Keith White. Keith White hired James Barnes to build a deck. Build a deck at his house. So, I mean, he was there at the time Barnes got there.
Okay. What about Larry Hamm?
Larry Hamm, interesting enough, his wife
Like
called
Bonnie
and
Hamm?
said, "Y'all need to
Bonnie.
look at my husband. He's
What?
he's good for this." So that was all we had, and sure enough, he was turkey hunting that morning. He kind of fits the physical description. He's close that our witnesses provided, somewhat anyway. That's all I remember.
And
He had
what had he been wearing that morning?
camouflage. He'd been turkey hunting.
Okay. And did he have an alibi for the time? Did he have anybody else that could verify an alibi?
No, nobody could verify it. I believe his phone records may have provided the U.S. Marshal Service. They're the best with the phone, besides Mr. Frizzell. I'm sorry, Mr. Frizzell. But they are very good at working phone records because they do that all the time to chase down fugitives. They'll look at phone records and figure out where they're at. So I sent 2 marshals to go check him out, and they went through everything. And at the end, I mean, I wouldn't tell you 100% that he couldn't have done it, but he didn't fit a lot of other stuff that we knew that we're getting in, so.
Okay, what about Richard Townsend?
We checked him out, yes.
Why did you suspect him?
I'm kind of uncomfortable disclosing this because my boss said that we wouldn't, so I would really prefer if I...
Okay, I'll withdraw my question then.
Thank you.
How about James Barnes?
James Barnes?
Yes.
You know,
Barnes.
me personally, at no point did I ever suspect James Barnes of doing anything wrong whatsoever. And I know that wasn't necessarily a consensus opinion, but that was my opinion because at 7:47, he's the one that's alerting everybody to, hey, this is happening. It's idiotic to think he was involved with it.
Right.
You know.
But did you direct an investigation towards him?
I did not me personally.
Did the TBI direct an investigation towards him?
Well, we checked him out very thoroughly.
Okay, so what did you check out about him?
His phone records were Keith Wyatt. We talked to him. We went to, I was part of this, we went to either Perry County or Wayne County to one of his friend's house and checked out that area. We searched a huge area. We talked to Mr. Keith Clark, who was his good buddy, and this is a guy who was supposedly with him at the time. They saw Holly and Natalie Bobo, Holly's cousin, walking, and they were supposedly staring at him. So we looked at him every way we could, including his mom, who he lived right beside, Miss Kathy Wise.
Okay. And what about the dogs? Did the dogs alert on anything regarding the Barnes house?
Yes.
What did the dogs alert to?
Well, not to his house. There was a pond beside it, and I believe the dogs alerted to the pond. You know, dogs came in from everywhere, and we didn't have certifications. We didn't know if they were great. You know, you're not going to turn them around. You're looking for somebody that's missing, and they want to go search. They want to go search the woods. Go ahead. They want to go search a pond. Go ahead. But I don't know how these dogs. Some of them absolutely had to be wrong, 100%. So,
okay.
And in this case, Mr. Barnes, 100%, those dogs had to be, I don't know, looking for a chicken leg or something.
Okay. What about Kathy Wise, James Barnes' mother? Did you all investigate her?
Yes.
What did you do to investigate her?
Same type of thing. We did everything with everybody.
Okay, and was there a reason to be suspicious of her regarding a kidnap victim?
To me, no. There were some people that were suspicious of that allegation.
Okay, what's the allegation?
Judge, I don't object to the relevance of this.
It's a reason that they investigated her, Your Honor. They got her phone records and thoroughly investigated her, and it's an allegation that came up.
I believe there was a girl, an underage girl, who may have been a Mennonite or something like that, and she, I wouldn't say kidnapping, she said, hey, you can stay with me, because there might have been allegations of abuse or something along that line, or neglect, and she told this girl, you can stay with me. So the girl stayed with her. It didn't result in any criminal charges. It might have been something that half of us would do, and the other half would say, I'm not going to get involved in it.
So she had harbored a runaway?
Correct.
Okay. What about, you mentioned Keith Clark. Can we go into Keith Clark?
Sure.
Who was Keith Clark?
Keith Clark was James Barnes' best friend.
Okay, and you started to say something about he had seen Holly and Natalie. Can you explain that a little more in depth?
Yes, I believe it was Natalie Bobo gave us information that Holly and her would go walking. They'd walked several times already that year up and down Swan Johnson. James Barnes lived close to them, and on at least one occasion they'd walked by, and Keith Clark and James Barnes had stared at them. They're fairly good-looking ladies, though.
Okay, and so what all did you do? What records or other items did you obtain to investigate Keith Clark?
Same thing. We did everything. We got everything we could possibly get on everybody that anybody came up with this guy needs to be looked at. We got him.
What does that include? Phone records?
Phone records, interviewing them, checking out their alibi, doing everything we can to rule them in or rule them out.
Okay. What about Blake Barnett?
Blake Barnett was an ex-boyfriend of Holly's. I believe he was actually not the most current ex-boyfriend, but the ex-boyfriend before that. Mr. Barnett worked with Holly's boyfriend's dad, Boo Scott, and he worked at Food Giant in Parsons, and he was at work at 9:01 that morning.
Okay, so he was at work at 9:01, but not at the time that she actually disappeared from her home.
I mean, here's the way I when I got my bearings about me. She was kidnapped at 7:45. Her phone is moving at 8 o'clock. Her phone's, that we can tell, is disassembled between 9:25 and 9:40. So I'm looking for someone that cannot give a good excuse of where they're at from 7:45 to 9:40. That's all I care about, because if you're not where Holly's phone is, I don't care where you were at, what you were doing. That's what I'm looking at. So Blake Barnett could not have, in my opinion, been the one that kidnapped her. So that's how I ruled him out.
Okay. So just because of the 9 o'clock and he checked in at 9 o'clock, that was he clocked in to work, you said?
That's correct. And, we talked to people that worked there as well, ask how he was doing. What was his demeanor? How was he acting? It'd be hard to imagine that someone could have done this and went on about their business and not shown a reaction whatsoever. So that was an important part of it.
What about Joseph Regusa?
Very, very entertaining man. Tony the Tiger.
Why do you call him Tony the Tiger?
That was his nickname. This guy lived in the woods on somebody else's property. So when you go up to see him, you hear dogs barking. He had like 15, 20 dogs, all strays, people had dumped off. Well, this man, he didn't have money to eat himself, but he had plenty of dog food. He fed every one of these dogs, took care of them, and on every tree close to where he was staying is a snake. He's killing snakes and eating them. So God bless him for that. That's why I say he's a very good man. He wore him out.
Okay.
And he had no vehicle. He didn't fit the physical description. His voice didn't sound like what we're looking for. So, and he was at work that day. So anybody you name, I probably can give you 4 or 5 reasons why I know that person did not kidnap Holly.
What about John Rossum?
John Rossum, he,
What led you to him to begin with?
I don't remember. It may have been simply where he was living at the time.
The problem I have with making the point that you didn't just have tunnel vision, it seems like the jury isn't aware of the rift within TBI. So they're not taking this in with the context that Terry Dicus needs to make the case for himself, that he didn't just clear the 4 guys for no reason. But now we're getting all of these line item details, person after person. We're getting more reasons why they were alibied and how they were investigated than Jennifer Thompson laid out with Shayne and with Zach. So if she had been this detailed, to me this seems more like something you'd do on redirect. You would wait for the state to try to poke holes and say, well, you had tunnel vision. You thought it was Terry Britt the whole time. So of course you weren't going to think it was the 4 other guys. You went for the easy person that looks creepy, and you thought it'd be easy to pin it on him. Why not suspect that guy? And then on redirect, you come up and you say, well, no, you did look at all these other people, right? And you didn't just look at them and hear that they had an alibi. You went out to their houses with the dog teams. You dug up their septic tank. You did whatever specific things. You do that as a redirect to rebuff the state's counter argument. But the way that this is being done, it seems like more was done to clear these individuals, and we just breeze over what was done to Alibi the 4 guys. And again, I think that's because Thompson is leaning on Marshal John Walker being able to present his cell phone analysis, but we know that he's not going to be qualified as an expert, and that's not actually going to happen. So,
Or someone may have called in. I don't remember. It was very weak information that we had.
Okay.
He was on probation. So when I went out there, people that are on probation, they don't have a right to deny you to go in their house. So we carried everybody and went through all his house. He had all kinds of camo, but I ruled him out because he's bald-headed. We had several people confirm that he's bald-headed. He showed me his foot, and it looked very, very bad. I don't know what the medical term is, but I believe it's had something to do with diabetes. And he had trouble walking. He only had access to a motorcycle. He didn't have a car.
So he did have some transportation.
He had a motorcycle, yes.
Okay. And did he have an alibi for the time that she disappeared?
No, I don't believe he did. He applied for a job that morning, probably around 9 o'clock at the North 40 truck stop. I don't believe it was at the truck stop, but it's somewhere right around the truck stop. It may have been the auto body shop, or well, anyway, that was what he was doing that day. So,
Were you able to clearly rule him out, or did he remain a partial suspect?
he didn't do it. I mean, yeah, I ruled him out. I mean, he didn't fit on anything, and everybody you named, you said, well, what about this person as a suspect? I'm trying to put together a puzzle, and if I find 5 pieces that don't fit, I'm done. Or 2 pieces that don't fit, I'm done. It's not this person. And everything you may disagree with me that wasn't enough, but all you really have to have is one fact that says this person couldn't have kidnapped her, and you need to go do something else. So I had several facts that said he didn't do it, so I moved on.
Okay, what about Michael Alexander?
Michael Alexander was at work that morning. He was working on a machine that he'd been working on for 2 years that was going to Australia. He worked for a company in Parsons named American Coding and Machine, something like that. It's right there on 641. But he was at work that morning, and he was confirmed by every one of his co-workers, and his boss. We had time sheets, every which way you can imagine. He was not there. He couldn't have done it.
Okay, what about Jason Nickel?
Okay, we looked at him early on, very early on, probably within it. We'd already had the mobile command post, but we didn't get it that first day. I would say probably by the 15th or 16th, we were on Jason Nickel.
15th or 16th?
Of April.
Okay.
Yes,
Now,
very early.
his phone actually had some common pings with her phone that morning, did it not?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so. And with him, at 9:30, he was at a doctor's office. This is what I remember. He was at a doctor's office in Benton County with kidney stones.
What were the reasons you suspected Jason Nickel to begin with?
I think if he says at this point we can rule him out, so I don't see the relevance.
It is relevant.
He can say why he was looking at it.
He stalked a girl in Jackson. Officer Hedden with the Jackson Police Department got a warrant on him for that. He fit the description of an attempted abduction or stalking. from a week to 2 weeks before in Dixon.
Okay, tell us about that attempted abduction in Dixon.
That's relevant.
Well, but this man, are you aware
He's
of,
already testified he ruled him out. What happened in Dixon a week prior to this is irrelevant.
Well, there was a kidnapping 6 days before this one, an attempted kidnapping in Dixon, Tennessee, where a person pulled up in a car and tried to pull a woman who was similar in appearance.
It's irrelevant. He said he ruled this person out. This is your witness.
So when you ruled him out, it was only because of the doctor's appointment that morning. Is that right?
That's not the only way we ruled him out.
okay,
All right, so we did other things that are not admissible in court, but
okay,
that's not the only thing we did. No, I'm under oath. I can't tell you that's the only thing we did.
okay. What about Jerry Evans?
Jerry Evans, he lived really close to the Bobos, and actually, where he lived, I believe he probably would have seen the vehicle going by at the time of the kidnapping, if he had been looking. The route of the kidnapper indicates that more than likely, it went right in front of his house. Now, it's a pretty good ways off the road, but, so Evans that morning saw a flatbed truck, a green flatbed truck, and he came to one of the roadblocks and tried to give some information about it. And they, I don't know, they didn't take that information, but I followed up on that at a later time, and you got to understand, I mean, while he's trying to give the information, Holly's cell phone is going all through the county. So, again, he's not the kidnapper according to just that. And Holly's cell phone went past his house. And it turns out the vehicle that he saw was used in cattle. They were feeding cattle. A Hispanic man drove it that morning for one of the cattle farmers.
Okay, and what about Clint Bobo? Was he a suspect at one time?
He was a suspect for probably 12 hours in my mind.
Okay, what about other people in the department? Did they think he was a suspect?
Yes.
Okay, and so what evidence kind of pointed towards him?
Are we talking about Mr. Dicus is excluded as a suspect after 12 hours? So are we talking about other investigators?
Are you talking about his investigation?
Your investigation, what evidence did you initially think pointed towards him being the suspect?
Well, look, I'm not immune to the same type of things that other people were saying. Other people were thinking, how could he have done this? He did this, he didn't do this.
Well, what do you mean by he did this, he didn't do this?
Well, there's a lot of people that gave him grief. A lot of Captain Americans that said, well, if I'd been there, I'd done this. Yeah, you might have died right there in the carport. But a lot of people thought that was strange, that what he saw, it took him a few minutes. Literally, it's just a few minutes. It took him a few minutes to react to it and to figure out what was going on. So I think that was the main part of it, that people like, oh, why didn't he do something? He didn't know what was going on. And when I say I ruled him out, in my mind, when I found out for sure Holly's cell phone is gone, it's moving, when I found out for sure there's no body in or around the house anywhere, he didn't kidnap her, so I forgot about it. Forgot about him as a suspect.
Okay, and then what about Terry and Janet Britt? Did you investigate them?
I did.
Okay, and what were the reasons that you thought they would be involved, or Terry Britt would be involved?
Have a seat. It'll be a while. So, Terry Britt is a registered sex offender, a violent sex offender. He lives northern Decatur County. He has black hair. He weighs 200 pounds and he's 6 foot tall. So I got on to him because, number one, he is the exact size of what our witness said the abductor looked like. Okay? His history tells me he's capable of kidnapping her. So you put that together, and his alibi for that morning was kind of weak. His main alibi was his wife, which ordinarily that's not a bad alibi. That's what most people have. You know, the wife is with you. That's it. But this wife had been with him on more than one occasion where he had picked up a woman and got accused of trying to sexually assault her or rape her. So that brought him as a suspect after Miss Karen put me on him. She called me one day and said, you got to find out about this guy Natalie calls Chester the molester. That's what she knows him by. That Natalie and Holly were in Dollar General store a couple of weeks before the kidnapping, and this guy was staring at him. So at the same time she calls, I believe it was the same day, I was dealing with a frantic girl that's saying, this guy has been stalking me and he won't stop. He won't stop stalking me. The first time he stalked her,
Who is this?
Shelley King.
Okay.
No, Kristen Smith, I'm sorry.
Kristen Smith. Okay.
I believe it's Kristen Smith. Okay, but Your Honor, if we can we say initials on these girls? I don't want him to get out and do something.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So this girl reported to me, this guy's stalking. So I meet her at the sheriff's department. I walk in, me and Ricky Emmon. First thing I notice about her, she's got blonde hair, blue eyes. She looked a lot like Holly. And she actually said that she had been pulled over by officers that thought she was Holly. And at first I kind of thought, you know, they might be punking me and messing with me because she looked similar. She looked very similar to her. She was not her first cousin. I believe her second cousin or third cousin. But anyway, she tells me about this guy on 3 separate occasions that has been following her, followed her home one time, and she followed through on it. She got a tag number. One of her friends had pulled up some information on the sex offender registry. She came and told me his name is Terry Britt. This is the guy that is stalking me. And she said, this is not, I've known this guy for years because I used to work at Joe's Video with Janet Britt. And at that point, I'm going crazy, but I got Miss Karen telling me, you better check out Chester the molester. Well, at the same time, I go talk to Natalie, and Natalie tells me Chester the molester is Terry Britt. So I got Terry Britt seeing Holly shortly before the abduction, and he's stalking somebody that could pass as her sister the weekend after the abduction. I got a little curious.
Okay, so what did you do next, just in terms of the stalking victim?
In terms of the stalking?
Well, just stalking victims.
Okay. We kept getting more information about all these girls in Decatur County that he had been stalking around the time of the kidnapping. And, of course, this is what I'm looking for. Somebody that I don't believe that somebody accidentally got in the woods that morning. Thank God Miss Karen's gone to work, Dana's gone to work, and Clint's vehicle's parked somewhere else. I don't believe that. I believe they had to look into it. They had to put a little bit of effort into kidnapping her, a little bit of thought into it. They thought about where they were going to park the vehicle. They thought about where they were going to take her to. I don't believe this was a random type thing where, hey, let's, I'm checking the water meter, and then, well, let's commit a Class A felony. So a total of 8 different women has told us different things, and some of them are a little dated a few years back, but all the information is kind of similar. He would pull up, he got caught stopped in a road staring at these girls. Another lady said she caught him staring, and her husband worked as a deputy sheriff. So, I mean, you think about how brazen someone had to be to stalk a deputy sheriff's wife, right? Just about as brazen as you have to be to go and kidnap somebody off their carport. So, that deputy sheriff went and talked to him at the time that happened, said, "You ain't gonna do it. You know, you're not gonna do it." And that's the
objective sort of hearsay, and we're getting a lot of Mr. Dicus' opinions about things, which I don't believe is the purpose of this testimony. I believe Your Honor actually already ruled on that.
But it's to show why his investigation moved in a certain direction.
I'm given great latitude to show everyone that he's checked out and excluded. Let's
Okay.
get this up a little.
So you had 8 women that you were able to determine had been stalked. Was there a type that these women looked like?
most of them were blonde-headed and blue-eyed. The majority of them were very good-looking women.
So then, what did you do to check out Mr. Britt, Terry Britt?
The first thing I did was check prior reports on what had we done to exclude him or get him off, be off his trail. So that's the first thing I did. I went back and read everything else, and I checked what his alibi was. His alibi was he got up that morning. Well, first of all, he delivered newspapers with his wife on Tuesday nights. So they delivered newspapers until 3:10 a.m. on the morning of the kidnapping. But allegedly, they got up that morning for a bathtub that had been leaking for several weeks, and they decided they were going to go get a bathtub that morning. And she laid out of work. She didn't go to work that day. At a newspaper, in Decatur County the day Holly was kidnapped. So.
And what was the significance of that to you?
Well, there's normally 4 or 5 people that work at this newspaper, but on Wednesdays they only have Jan and another guy. So when she laid out of work that day, she left one guy who told me himself he was a low-functioning alcoholic as being in charge of the newspaper on the biggest news day in the history of the state of Tennessee. So I thought that was significant. So I went back over.
Was it a scheduled day off that she took?
No, she didn't tell anybody. She just laid out. That's what we'd heard. I found out later that she didn't lay out. She went to work, and he called her and made her leave work.
Okay. So go ahead. What else about their alibi?
So their alibi, they got up that morning, went and got a bathtub. There's several different parts of that I checked out, but the first thing I wanted to know is, was there any type of discrepancy? Because since he's on the sex offender registry, a good buddy of mine, a brilliant idea, at the very beginning, he gave orders to some of the Decatur County investigators or sheriff's deputies, said, go out and find every sexual offender in this county, find out where they're at and where they've been. That was brilliant. That worked great. But when they went out, they came back and told us, and I think when they were checking on these sex offenders, they didn't really keep up with their time that much. So they said,
Is this an opinion? He said, I think.
Well, if he knows,
Speculation.
If he knows.
do you know?
yeah, I'm just trying to say that I don't blame them for being wrong. Okay? So, but they were wrong. They were off on what time they went out. So they go out there, and around 1:45, 2 deputies go out looking for Terry Britt. And at the time they go out, there's at least 3 vehicles missing from the house.
And is Mr. Dicus there for this?
It's in the report. It's in the report.
Mr. Dicus isn't here for this. So, we objected continuously on something.
He's testifying someone else observed 3 vehicles were missing.
Yes, but it's part of his investigation, Your Honor.
It's still hearsay.
Okay, we'll skip that portion for now.
Okay. So, the Britts were not home at 1:45, okay? And they were, so they were gone somewhere at that time. They go back, the deputies go back later on that day, 3 to 3:30, and they see the Britts unloading.
And again, we're getting into, I know we've heard testimony about this, but this is not his
Okay.
observations.
Hearsay.
We heard testimony about this. You can skip
Okay.
that part too.
All right, well, I mean,
Okay,
I checked his alibi and found out it was garbage.
okay. So what about what else about the alibi was garbage? Why did you think the alibi was garbage?
We pulled his phone, we pulled Jan's phone records. Britt had always said, I don't have a phone at all. He told that to the okay. He had told that repeatedly. And when we checked out her phones, well, actually, Danny Haynes told me that.
And who was Danny?
That's bad. Okay.
It gets tricky, but who is Danny Haynes?
Danny Haynes is Jan's boss.
And did you interview him during your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. So after talking to Danny Haynes, what then were you looking for in the telephone records?
Well, from what Danny Haynes
No,
told.
from what he said,
Okay.
but what were you looking for in the telephone records when you get the telephone records?
I'm looking to see if Jan and Terry talked to each other at all that day.
Were you looking for a specific time?
Yes, any time that day, because their stories, they're together all day.
Okay, but how did you figure out what his telephone number was if he said he didn't have a cell phone?
We didn't know his cell phone for sure until we got up on a wiretap.
Well,
And
but before that, you knew you had already tapped a telephone that you thought belonged to him. So by looking at Janet Britt's telephone records, what was it that clued you into what might be Terry Britt's telephone number?
It was the only number that called. It was the only number it called, and if he's calling every day at lunchtime, then there should be a record of that, and if he's making a phone call from the parking lot, then he's probably got a cell phone.
Okay. So based on that, you now have a telephone number that you think is Terry Britt's cell phone number. What do you do with that?
I got geolocate information. In other words, the same as I did with Holly's phone, find out where it was that entire day.
Okay. And I think their alibi was that they were together the entire day. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so knowing that that was their alibi, by looking at the phone records, what were you able to determine?
That their alibi was a lie.
Why?
Because 12/17, Britt calls.
Well, first of all, what kind of activity was on Mr. Britt's phone that morning?
I think we're getting into sort of some like cell phone expertise, and I think it's demonstrated.
Same calls or texts. We're not getting into technical.
Right, no technical, but what kind of telephone calls were you able to?
Well, I think it's easily illustrated by what he just said. He said Britt called as if he can testify as to who has a telephone in their hand.
You can say from the telephone records.
From the telephone records, what were you able to determine?
The first call that
What records were that morning? First of all, what did the records show?
there was no incoming, outgoing calls that morning.
Okay.
So
When is the first call then?
12/17.
Okay, and what happens at that time?
Britt's cell phone communicates with an ex-wife, and Britt's story is that that's the first time he found out about the abduction of Holly Bobo.
Okay, and then what did you determine next regarding his alibi that he was with his wife all day long, Janet Britt?
His cell phone called Janet's cell phone and talked to it for 2 minutes and 56 seconds.
Okay, and so why did you suspect that? I mean, why did you find that significant?
Well, it's obvious that it's not true. So
What's not true?
his alibi is not true. It's fabricated.
Okay.
So, what else did you do to investigate his alibi from that day? Did Janet, Britt, did they present you with any kind of physical documentation?
Janet Britt did not. At one point, one of our TBI agents and an FBI agent went out and spoke to Britt, and they attempted to. Britt contacted his wife, who came to the scene, and
Where were they at the time?
Janet was at work, and Terry Britt was at his house at 3138 Jeanette Holiday Road.
Okay.
So he's talking to him, and Britt says, "Hold on, let me call and get the receipt here." And they're like, but he calls, and she comes up there, shows him the receipt for a bathtub, which is what they supposedly bought that day.
And where was the receipt from?
It was from All Goods Salvage. It's a place in Benton County, just north of Decatur County.
Okay. And did you personally do anything then to try to check out that alibi at All Good Salvage?
Yes, I went and spoke to every employee from All Goods that was working that day. None of them could really remember Terry Britt.
Okay, were you able to find anybody that could verify that he'd been in the store that day?
No, they had no surveillance video. They had no receipt that matched the receipt that they had showed.
Now explain that about no receipt that matched. What does that mean?
So they have these old-timey receipts, got a stack of them sitting on the desk.
Where does the stack sit?
They sit right on the desk by the cash register up front.
Okay.
Because they have these stack of receipts, and whenever they make a sale, they'll pull off one of these receipts and write it up as what they've purchased. They'll undo it, give the customer one copy, and then they'll retain a copy, a carbon copy.
Okay. And so what did you ask All Goods Salvage to do for you?
I asked the accountant for All Goods. They had already turned in the receipt to the accountant, and I asked them to pull the receipts and find out if there was a purchase of a bathtub on April 13, 2011, or any time that week. So they pulled up the whole week, and there's no receipt to it.
So the carbon copy of the receipt that Terry Britt showed you, that was his alibi for where he had been that day, it was missing from the store's copies.
That's correct.
Okay. And did he present you with any other receipts from that day?
No, well, let me correct you a little bit there. He didn't present me with any receipts.
Okay.
We got his receipts out of his safe when I did a search warrant in January of 2012. So he didn't actually give me the receipts. I took them.
Did they have a lot of receipts in the safe or just a few?
There were several receipts.
But were they from different days or just that day?
He had receipts from different days. There wasn't a whole lot of receipts, but there were a few in there.
Okay. And he had other receipts from that day also, didn't he?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember what those other receipts were?
Yes, he had and this is another part of his alibi that's fabricated. His story is they got up, they went to All Good Salvage, they looked for bathtubs. They were worried about the price, so they decided to go to Buck's Building Supply in Parsons and check them out there. So they go to Parsons, they check out the bathtubs there.
Now, was it Parsons Building Supply or Decaturville?
Decaturville Building Supply, that's right. So they check them out there, then they go back to All Goods and purchase a bathtub. So they went to Camden twice that day. That's it. This other receipt was from an All Good, a discount bin, All Good discount bargain bin or something like that, where on that day, on April 13th, they had purchased some vinyl remnants. So that would have put it at 3 times of going to Benton County. So that was, when I interviewed Britt, that was something he just stared like, you got me. He had no answer for this. Because I said, was that possible? Did you go up there 3 times? Have you been lying all this time? No. well, maybe you had the vinyl ribbon in there with a bathtub. No, there's no way it would have fit. It's like, okay, thank you.
So he denied going to All Goods bargain, All Goods discount on the 13th of April.
That's correct.
Although he had a receipt that showed he was at All Goods discount that day.
That's correct. And he's in Benton County that afternoon around 2:30 or so, buying gas at a gas station in Benton County.
So say that again, please.
He was in, well, we have a receipt from a credit card or debit card where he was in Benton County around 2:30. His cell phone shows that it was up there later on that afternoon on the day of the 13th.
Okay. Okay, so at that point, what did you do next?
At that point, let's see, I've already interviewed Jan's boss. I've already interviewed the person that had supposedly seen them that day on that Wednesday when they came in. The guy that was working there that they left there. At that point, I began drafting a wiretap application to wiretap the home and the cars, the cell phones of the Britts. And I also drafted a search warrant application.
And before we get into that, what about the voice? Because I heard you say something earlier about he had a voice that matched. What did you do to try to identify his voice?
Okay, well that's in January. Okay, so we did the search warrant. We did we installed all the wiretap devices January 17th of 2012. Part of a wiretap, what you do is you monitor conversations, and then you need to stimulate it. You need to do something that gets them talking about what you want them to talk about. So part of that stimulation, January 25th or so, I asked to interview Britt. So I went through, at that point, recorded his voice, and went through the whole story with him that day. He had at an attorney's office. He'd hired an attorney, so we were there. And then after that, I let Clint listen to some audio recordings that had his voice in it.
Okay. And did Clint identify anybody when he listened to audio recordings?
Yeah, Clint had trouble distinguishing between Alan Snelling. If anybody knows him, he's got a deep voice. Our Alan Snelling.
And who is Alan Snelling?
He's a sergeant with the Savannah Police Department.
And was there any way he was a possible suspect in the disappearance of Holly Bobo?
No, he was at work that day, and he's about 5'8", 150, 60 pounds.
Okay.
So, and real short hair, so. So, I let Clint listen to him, and he asked, is that the same voice, 2 and 5? And 5 was Britt, 2 was Alan Snelling. And I said, no, I can't answer that. I just want you to tell me if you recognize the voice from that morning. And he says, well, they sound very similar. I can't distinguish them, but it's the same tone and the same pitch as what I heard that morning. In both voices. And at that point, the first time I let Clint listen to it, he kind of leaned more heavily on Alan Snelling than he did Britt. Well, I came back after I let him listen to this, because I recorded Britt saying, "You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be," was basically the Miranda warnings. And then I went around to several police officers here in Savannah and said, "Read this for me. I need to have a voice identification." So that's what I did. Well, the second time I went there, I recorded a much longer story. So I had Alan Snelling basically repeat 10 or 11 minutes of the story that Terry Britt told.
This is a very long story for him to tell the story about how Clint Bobo couldn't identify anybody.
Can we shorten this up a little?
Okay, so the second time you did an extended voice
And test.
Correct.
Right. What was the result of the second test?
Okay. Before the second test, I let him listen to the original recording again, and he leaned, he was fairly certain that it was Britt, the voice he heard. He listened to the entire thing, and he says, yes, I'm not absolutely certain, but I believe that's the voice I heard.
And did he give you a percentage of certainty?
I believe he said it was 80%. He was 80% sure, not absolutely certain, but
Okay. So then, in order to get the wiretap, and now the wiretap was signed by the court, is that right?
correct.
Okay. And in order to get the wiretap, you put down multiple reasons why you had probable cause to believe that Terry Britt was involved in the disappearance of Holly Bobo.
I reject the hearsay, Judge. Talk about reasons in a wiretap application.
There was an affidavit that was prepared, wasn't there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the standard to get a wiretap is probable cause, isn't it?
Probable cause on steroids is what we say.
Because to get a wiretap, you actually have to you have to show that other efforts were exhausted.
That's correct.
Okay.
Or either exhausted or would be unfruitful.
Okay. So you filled out, or you did the affidavit and the application. What was the result of the wiretap?
The result of the wiretap is I found out that Janet Britt was not involved in the kidnapping of Holly Bobo.
Okay. When you did the wiretap, was there something that occurred on the wiretap that made you believe that the Terry Britt suspected you might be listening to him?
Yes, he mentioned in the wiretap at the very beginning, watch what you say. I bet they bugged the house or bugged the area. And if I can explain that a little further,
Yes.
is it okay?
He testified to what he heard Mr. Britt say in the wiretap, and that's no non-objectionable and perfectly fine. But as far as getting into opinion testimony again, this is what Your Honor already addressed.
Well, I would simply explain how, I was going to explain how he knew that, but that's all.
Judge rule?
Said we're not going into any technical aspects or opinion.
Okay. Okay. With the AmPharm video, were you able to do anything with the AmPharm video that you matched up pictures that you thought were indicative of Mr. Britt's activities on the day that Holly Bobo disappeared?
Yes.
What was that?
So Britt calls his ex-wife at 12:17. He called his wife at 12:20 or 12:21. So I looked at the AmPharm video to see if he's coming down south on 641 going towards where she works. And I found a champagne-colored F-150 extended cab coming down AmPharm video right about the time, and I drove this several times, right about the drive time it would have taken to go from his house down to where that video is, or where the camera is.
Okay.
Spell it out. Make it make sense.
Did you have a reason to believe that Terry Britt had changed his appearance after it came out that there was a witness to Holly Bobo's disappearance?
Yes.
What was that?
So I pulled all of Britt's photos from 34 years going back, and he's always had
What do
them
you
all.
mean his photos?
His photographs, every time when you're in prison, they take photographs of you, intake and outtake, and I think they must take them some other times, but you know, we have a photograph of him with long hair, shoulder-length hair, through all these times. Around the time of the kidnapping, according to several, 3 different people, he changed his appearance by cutting his hair off short. I don't know if it was before the kidnapping or after the kidnapping, but it was around that time.
Okay, and so also, where is Mr. Britt's residence located in relationship to where some of the evidence in this case was discarded?
It's basically at the geographic center of it. Northeast of Holly's house, probably 5 to 8 miles northeast of Holly's house.
Okay. And also, did you have reason to believe, or what did your investigation tell you about Mr. Britt's knowledge of the area where the items had been thrown out, where Holly's items had been thrown out along the road?
So the Yellow Springs Road, where the first item was thrown out, there used to be a trailer there. It was a friend of Britt's. They would go there quite frequently. So right in front of this trailer is where Holly's first receipt was thrown out.
Okay, and what about Mr. Britt being familiar with County Corner Road and the area of the cellular tower where her body was found?
Yeah, so Britt used to put $20 in gas in the car and drive around and drink all day, and that is one of the areas where they would go to quite frequently. There's no cops there. You never see a car there. We'd go, we would monitor the traffic, and we'd see 1 or 2 cars for an hour, and that was it.
Okay, and did you check in with Mr. Britt's cohorts?
I did.
Okay, and after you did that, what kind of information did you learn from checking with them?
Object to hearsay.
Hearsay.
It's not,
He can say what he did in response to it.
What did you do in response to the information that you
learned from checking with his companions.
Are you referring to Skip and
Sure.
Hosteller? I don't know. We just kept trying to gather more information. I did conduct a specific search at New Prospect Cemetery, which is right up there on the route of where her cell phone traveled.
Okay. And okay, at some point, did you confront Terry Britt about stalking these women?
I did.
And what was the result after you confronted him with that?
That was a huge mistake, because he threatened 2 of the women that he had been stalking after I confronted him with all the information that I had that he was stalking other women. I didn't tell him any names or where they worked or anything, but unfortunately he knew he
So, yeah, I would say, how do you know which 2 it was? How do you know which 2 it was that was giving information?
had been stalking. So he followed one of them home, stopped in the middle of the road and stared at her. The other one, we got surveillance video that she worked at the Radio Shack right beside an Ace Hardware. They were connected, owned by the same people, had the same door. So he's in Ace Hardware staring at her. He goes and buys something for 60 cents, then goes back, stares at her again. Yeah, that was a huge mistake. I should have never said that.
Okay, at some point then, did you get a search warrant to search his home?
I did. That was actually before I confronted him. We did the search warrant before we ever confronted him.
Okay, and so what did you find when you searched his home?
Well, all kinds of stuff. I mean, we found videos on his computers. We found.
So let's talk about the videos on his computer. Okay, what kind of videos did you find on his computers?
There's one thing, I don't believe Mr. Dicus is the agent who extracted any sort of videos from Mr. Computer.
Then he won't be giving testimony.
Well, but Your Honor, it was all part of the case file, and he reviewed
Doesn't make any
these.
difference. If it's hearsay, it's still hearsay.
It's coming from Mr., it's not hearsay, it's coming from Mr. Britt's computer.
It's what someone told him was in the computer.
Okay. I'd like to pass these images up and have you just identify them as images that you recognize as having come from Mr. Britt's computer.
And again, he's going to be relying on information he got from somebody else.
Well, I want him to identify this.
He can be asked if he recovered these.
Okay.
If someone else recovered, then it's not competent testimony.
Did you, what? Did you review a report that was made after the extraction?
I think you directed her exactly what the question should be, and she didn't ask it. Did you recover these?
Did you recover these?
Did you recover-
If he didn't, then it's not competent.
Well, I can't pass him the images yet.
He knows whether or not he recovered any images, Your Honor. He didn't.
Did you recover any images off of the computer?
Did I?
Yes.
No.
Was there a search done of his computer at the same time you searched his house?
Yes,
Where this computer was seized?
correct.
Okay.
Several computers were seized.
And then they were sent to the lab, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And after that came back, did you ever discuss that material with Terry Britt?
I did.
Okay. And did he deny that any of that belonged to him, or did he acknowledge it?
He couldn't stop looking at it.
He what?
He could not stop looking at it,
Okay.
but he did not
Gross.
deny it.
Okay. So anyway, you said you found videos on his computer. What else did you find at his house?
We recovered probably 100 items altogether. We found, we had more dogs there. These dogs were human decomposition dogs. We recovered a shovel, a couple of hammers, and an axe that had been out in one of his storage sheds, and the dogs alerted to him as being around the scent of human decomposition, and 2 of his vehicles alerted to that as well. And we got the receipts.
So now,
We got cell phones.
okay, I'd like to pass forward to you the photograph. Now, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, ma'am. These are the antique,
Antique?
correct, well, that's antique, yeah.
So,
Antique items at the Brits.
and I'd like to have this been marked as an exhibit.
The exhibit 220.
Now, I'd like to show this to you. Can you please describe?
Oh, you're going to have to uncap it, see.
Will you please describe for the jury what these items are? I'm going to zoom in so you can see some of them a little better. What are these items?
This is a hammer,
Yes?
okay? This is a axe. This is a shovel,
Shovel.
and this is you have to forgive me, I'm not exactly a manly name, but I believe that would be considered a hammer too.
Okay. And why was it that you were referring to these things as being antiques?
Because after we took them, I was constantly requested to get them back to them because they were antiques that had been in the family forever.
did they appear to you to be antiques?
Again, I don't know what an antique shovel looks like. I'm sorry.
Okay. But who was requesting that get it back?
Janet Britt.
And did you ever return it to her?
I don't remember.
And I wanted to ask you also, in the description that you got of the person that possibly took, or the description of the person that walked away with Holly Bobo, was the person compared to anybody else? Do you remember there being a comparison
Yes.
from Clint Bobo?
Yeah, Clint said that the guy was built just like his cousin Richie Pratt. So we carried, and Holly and Miss Karen were the same height, so we carried Miss Karen and Richie Pratt, basically the same area that Clint saw. We tried to measure the height, so Clint's saying the guy's a little bit shorter than Richie Pratt, so we did some surveillance on Terry Britt. We took some pictures of him as he's walking in and out at the newsletter. And we also had Mr. Richie Pratt walk through at the same area, and we took pictures of them to compare side by side.
Okay. And I've just passed you 2 pictures. What do you recognize these 2 pictures as being?
Okay, this is one picture of Terry Britt, one picture of Richie Pratt taken in the back parking lot of the newsletter.
Okay. And will you hand me the picture of Richie Pratt first?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to have this marked as an exhibit.
221,
And then my next exhibit of Terry Britt.
227.
First, I'm going to put up this picture here. Now, who is this a picture of?
That is Mr. Richie Pratt. He is a cousin of the Bobos.
Okay. Now, who is this a picture of?
That is Mr. Terry Lee Britt.
Okay. And just for the record, Terry Britt is the one that has on the shorts in the picture. Is that right?
That's correct.
Was that another factor that you looked at when you were considering that Mr. Britt might be involved in this?
Yes.
Okay, did you recover any Xerox copies, just to kind of speed things along, did you recover any Xerox copies at the Britt's home that you found suspicious or odd?
Not that I
How about
remember.
from a yearbook?
Oh yeah, okay. That one of the lady that I told you that worked at Radio Shack, they had a locked shed in the back, and
Who's they?
Jan and Terry had a locked shed behind their house, and in this shed, in a carpenter's binder, you know, the one they flip up. In that, they had a picture of this girl highlighted, Nicole N.A.
Okay, and so this picture that they had of her, where did it come from?
It came from the newsletter where Jan worked.
And why would her picture have been in the newsletter?
I believe she had gotten a scholarship or graduated from high school, something like that.
Okay. Did you ever come across a reason why Holly's photograph would have been in the newsletter?
Yes, when she graduated, she was in there too. Got a $500 scholarship for something.
And
It made
this
some-
person, this NA that you said her photograph from her yearbook was Xeroxed, is that the same way that it appeared in the newsletter, her yearbook photograph?
I believe so.
Okay. And so, do you remember what school she went to in relationship to Holly?
I think she went to Riverside, the same school. Or it might have been Scotts Hill.
Okay.
It's one of the two.
I've got to say, when we were looking at the highlighted photo, I'm pretty sure I said something to the effect of, hey, I don't know if these highlights were added for, like, us, like, to point out that, hey, we found this clipping and we're adding highlights, that way people know it's Holly. Or these highlights, maybe they were put in there by the Brits. So it seems like now we know the Brits were highlighting the names. And they had this composition binder stored in their locked shed outside. And Janet worked at the Joe's Video and then worked at the news company that these clippings were coming from. Just very, very convenient facts.
Okay,
There's only two, so it might have been Scotts Hill.
okay.
I know the other lady that I was talking to you about, she went to the other school. She went to Riverside, the lady that he followed home.
And the pink underwear that was found kind of near Shayne Austin's trailer, did you have a working theory on why that pink underwear was found outside his trailer?
I'm objecting sort of opinion or theory, Judge.
Questions, all right, Joe.
Did you have a working theory as to why that underwear was found there?
My theory, after we figured out that it wasn't Holly's, was that someone was cleaning out their car, and there was another pair of another woman's underwear in there, and they grabbed them and threw them out, just going down the road. That was my theory.
And was it related at all to the materials that belonged to Holly?
No.
When you said cleaning out their car, that means just a litter bug threw them there?
Yeah, well, so the route that Holly's cell phone probably traveled, as best we can tell, is certainly when you do the drive times and you do the cell pings and all this, the route that she traveled at around 9 o'clock, she's going down Yellow Spring, the abductor is going down Yellow Springs Road, 902, 905. He's going down that time. So at that point, my theory is he's throwing stuff out, getting ready to go back home. Or
What stuff out?
He's throwing out her
And who's her?
okay. The abductor is throwing out Holly's receipts. He's throwing out the panties that just happened to be in the vehicle because they dealt with another girl. He continues on the route till he gets to the creek on Gooch Road, where he throws out the majority of the stuff that he doesn't plan on keeping. He throws out her lunchbox. He throws out her
Notebook, does he throw
notebooks,
out?
her notebooks, her book. Throws out all this stuff. And my working theory is at that time, Holly was dead.
Okay, and so why is it that you thought that by the time the abductor threw out the lunchbox, Holly would have been dead?
Judge's opinion, we spent way too much time talking about theories and opinions.
No. Objection sustained. Anybody in the world can have a theory or speculate.
I know, but he's the lead agent on the case, Your Honor, directing the investigation, and his...
Enough.
Oh. Just put his hand up and said enough.
Okay, about the palm print that was found on the Mustang, did you all test Terry Britt's palm print?
I don't remember that. I thought we did. Maybe we didn't.
He was not excluded, was he?
That's right. He was not excluded but he wasn't. They didn't say it was his, but they said they couldn't say that it might have been.
Also, did you find any connection between Zach Adams and Clint Bobo
No,
in your investigation?
none.
Did you find any evidence at all that led you to believe that Zach Adams and Clint Bobo had been meth buddies?
That's ridiculous. No.
Why would that be ridiculous?
Object to his opinion and his theories, if you don't mind.
What evidence?
Answer.
We talked to everybody that Clint Bobo knows, everybody that Holly Bobo knows, Miss Karen, Dana, everybody. And the information we had on drug use from the Bobos was simply that Clint had smoked marijuana 3 times in his life, the last time in 2008.
I think we're getting far astray.
Okay. So there was no evidence, though, that he had been involved in drugs?
Not one person told us that.
And did you know what his current job was in the spring of 2011?
He worked for a nursing home company that had several different nursing homes, and he was a counselor. So he would go in and work at one nursing home one day and then go to a different one on a different day.
And so do you know whether or not he was drug tested in relation to that job?
I don't.
What about Natalie Bobo and Zach Adams? Did you find any connection between those two in your investigation?
I believe there was a connection between Natalie. I believe there was a connection between Natalie and Zach, or we had information there was.
Okay.
That at one point in time they'd had a relationship.
But when you investigated that, did it lead to anything? Did you ever uncover any evidence that there was, in fact, a relationship?
I don't.
He said yes. He just said yes to that question.
Well, I think he said that he got tips, right?
He didn't say that.
He said,
They had information.
okay, did you check out that information and did it turn out to be accurate?
Well, the only way we can check that out is by looking at their cell phone and see if they talk. Okay, asking them, hey, have you had something to do with him?
And did you find any records on their cell phone that they had been talking with one another?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And a matter of fact, did you investigate Natalie Bobo with regard to the disappearance?
No.
Well, did you do a preliminary investigation of her?
We interviewed her. We checked out, other people that.
So she was ruled out as a suspect.
We have a witness that said it was a man. What do you want me to tell you? I mean, she was ruled out as a suspect, yes.
Okay.
In reality, she was ruled out as a suspect.
Oh, man.
Okay, very good. If I can have a minute, Your Honor. And are you familiar with people that are chronic meth users? You've come into contact with them, haven't you?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay, and people that are chronic meth users, have you ever heard the term meth bugs? What is meth bugs?
So it's actually not bugs. It's a phenomenon. There's a chemical in meth that makes people parts of their body dehydrate. So when they dehydrate, it looks like first it looks kind of like a pimple, but
Like a what?
a pimple is
Okay.
it, and then it feels like it itches. It feels like something's crawling in you. It's my education and information. I've never experienced this, but it feels like a mites. They call it mites. So they scratch it. They scratch that area where they're itching, and it's usually on their face. If y'all ever seen the before and after pictures of meth heads, yeah, that's a lot of what you see on their face is this thing called formication, and it's basically a dehydrating of an area of their body,
Okay.
which causes it to itch.
And people that are on meth, do they tend to pick at their scabs and things?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because their skin feels like it's crawling. It just feels like it's crawling, and there's actually some people that will pick at it and eat the scab because that chemical is in the scab
What
that-
chemical?
I don't know the chemical, but it's one of the, it's whatever gets you high from the meth. So it's there, right there at that sore. They pick it and eat it, and they get a little bit of a high out of it.
So you're saying it's almost like there's a little meth in the scab that they eat and get high from?
Well, I would, not all of them, but there are people that do that. Yeah.
Okay. And I wanted to pass up some photographs to you. You testified that you had pulled,
These are old booking photographs of Terry Britt from the 80s and the 90s. Just like she tried to forward an old booking photo of Jason Autry. They have absolutely no relevance at all.
He specifically said that he pulled old photos from 30 years. I want to pass
Concerning
this.
the change in appearance.
Yes.
Are we getting closer to putting it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So I'd like to pass the, and there's one more.
This is number 4.
I'd like to pass these photographs up to you. See if these are, in fact, the booking photographs that you were talking about, that you reviewed regarding the change in his appearance. Just one more.
I'm sorry,
The last one isn't even, it's a small picture on a booking report.
It's not a booking
Talking
photo.
about something 10 years ago, or 15 years ago.
And I'm going to pass a teeny little picture that I've torn off of the report. Are these the pictures that you reviewed to see that he had had a change in appearance?
Yes, ma'am.
so I understand the question. Change in appearance from the 80s? That's what you were looking at?
That's all right. Collective Exhibit 223, move on.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, let's take a recess. Follow the admonitions that gave you the outset. We'll take 15 minutes.
So can they not talk about the chopped ponytail they found?
Ms. Thompson, you passed the witness, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
So you've been up there for a while, okay?
Yes, sir.
We're going to start before you get started with your testimony, okay?
Okay.
Shayne's trailer. 2 or 3 days after she was taken. Well, that's where you started, right?
Yes, sir. That was where we started, correct.
Shayne's trailer that was about 75 yards from papers of hollies that had been found on Yellow Springs.
Wait just a second. That stays over.
Yes, sir. Is that correct?
I don't know the distance, but I would. That's about right. That's pretty close.
Pretty close.
Yes, sir.
So you did what you should. You sent agents there to talk to them and see what they could see. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that they found drugs and a kit to inject drugs hidden up in the tall area of the house, of the trailer?
I don't remember that per se. Very well could have been.
Were you aware that they found all sorts of holes and stuff that had been dug in the backyard behind the house for hiding places and stuff?
Yes, sir. I remember that.
Were you aware that they saw a burn barrel that they looked at?
I don't recall that. Maybe, perhaps. Again, it's tough to tell you what somebody else saw.
Were you aware that they saw a vehicle?
His S10 pickup, yes, in the back.
West 10 pickup.
Correct.
And you were aware that they found a sock that had some sort of biological material.
Yes, sir.
Sort of.
Yes, sir.
And I took from your testimony that Shayne said he'd been masturbating into the sock. Is that right?
Well, that's what,
Your Honor, I don't hear to hearsay if he doesn't know what Shayne Austin said.
Sustained. This is precisely what we objected to earlier.
I took from your testimony that whatever Shayne Austin said, the agents and you accepted it.
I believe that would be accurate, yes, sir.
And so it wasn't collected.
No, it was, I don't believe it was collected, no, sir.
So you didn't test it.
No, sir.
Instead, you took Shayne Austin's word for it.
Well, and among other things.
Is it smart to take the word of somebody who's living in a trailer with drugs hidden, with hiding holes, about 75 yards from where her property was taken?
It would not be if we didn't have a witness that could describe the abductor, so.
And we'll get there eventually, but right then, don't you think we should have gotten that? Looking back in retrospect.
In retrospect, I can say that the officers that went there are the best in the world, and they did what they thought they needed to do at that time. And I'm not going to look back and say they should have done this or that.
Okay.
They
So
did what they should have done.
It wasn't collected and it wasn't tested, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And every time thereafter, when the officers went to Mr. Austin's trailer, that sock was nowhere to be found. Correct?
Objection if he knows, Your Honor.
It's the case officer back there.
Go ahead.
Well, hopefully he cleaned it. I don't know.
You don't know what he did with it.
Yeah, it wasn't there the one time I went to Shayne Austin's trailer.
It wasn't around to be collected and tested anymore. Correct?
I didn't see it.
Correct.
Is that really supposed to be nefarious? Why wouldn't you wash or get rid of something like that? That seems like the logical explanation for what might have happened with the sock between one point in time and the next point in time. Or, oh my gosh, I have these people walking through my house. How embarrassing. I have a cum rag sitting there. Maybe I should put it in the laundry. Because that's gross and embarrassing. But no, we're just going to say it to the jury and we're going to make it seem like he's hiding biological evidence that... Why would that be there? None of this story makes sense. So these four guys are supposed to abduct somebody. They have a burn barrel on the yard. They don't burn any of her belongings. Instead, they're the ones that drive around and scatter her belongings like Hansel and Gretel crumbs and have to figure out what to do with her body. And they also take a very, according to the testimony, if you believe it, this farm blanket that would be very identifiable. They use that to wrap the body. And then also, even though everybody is busy doing the R-ing, and according to Dylan Adams, everybody had their turn, you use a sock? This is all happening, this is all supposed to be happening the same day in like 45 minutes. It just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't compute. And maybe it's just there was no burn barrel that day, and somebody was scattering belongings. But I don't get why the state is consistently trying to argue both. It's like they're trying to say burn barrel, they're trying to get rid of evidence, but then none of the evidence is gotten rid of. I don't know.
From Shayne Austin's trailer, we then began talking about a litany of names. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I heard numerous names. I heard James Barnes. I heard Keith Clark. I heard Jason Miller. I heard Jonathan Dodd. I heard Jerry Evans. I heard name after name after name. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And you looked into those people. Correct?
Yes, sir. I did.
And time again, they were excluded, 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 excluded.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir. To the best we could at any particular time.
But yet, for some reason, we talked about them today,
Correct.
but there was nothing there.
Correct.
And then we jumped to Mr. Adams, to Mr. Austin, to Mr. Dylan Adams, and to Mr. Jason Autry, correct?
Yes, sir.
Names that had come up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Early on.
That's right.
Names that had kept on coming up in the investigation.
Yes, sir.
And if I understood you right, you went to these people to try to establish their whereabouts that day, correct?
That's correct. I went back and doubled up on what everybody else had done and told me that starting around July, the first time I met them.
Because that's important.
Yes, sir.
These guys whose names keep coming up. One of them who lives right next to her property that's been found. In that suspicious trailer with all that stuff. We need to establish where these people were that day, correct?
We need to establish where they were from 7:45 to 9:40 a.m.
In your minds, 7:45, the time she was abducted,
Yes, sir.
to the time that you think the phone was discarded?
The phone was disconnected. It wasn't discarded until later on that day.
Okay, so until the time the phone stops.
Correct. Till the battery was taken out.
Time she's taken that follows the cell phone pings,
Correct.
till the time that's over.
Yes, sir.
And their whereabouts that day, they said they were with each other, except for Jason Autry, right?
Yes, sir.
So your three of your suspects, whose names kept on coming up, said they were all with each other,
Yes, sir.
right?
Correct.
You opined about somebody else's alibi before. You said it was like garbage.
Yes, sir.
You have three suspects whose names keep on coming up and they're trying to alibi each other. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Except Mr. Autry, right?
Right. He got up with them later on that day, I believe.
Mr. Autry tells you he gets with them later, correct?
Yes.
But at the critical time, he gives you another alibi, right?
Yes, that's correct.
About working on a farm,
Correct.
correct?
Yes, sir.
With a coworker there too, correct?
Yes, I believe he said he was working with a Douglas guy.
Did you check that out?
Wait, he was working with what? Somebody coughed.
OJ or Mike Douglas, or one of those.
Okay.
Some Douglas man, I believe.
In fact, it was Mr. Douglas's farm and working with another man.
Right.
We're talking about the same people, right?
Correct.
And when you checked that the first time, did that check out?
Yes.
But it didn't stop there, did it?
What do you mean?
I mean, you got information after that, didn't you?
Yes.
And the information after that was that, no, I was wrong. He wasn't at my farm this morning. You need to look at him. Correct?
Yes.
So you have three people, Shayne, Dylan, and Zach, alibying each other
Yes, sir.
that day. And then you have Jason Autry, alibi not checking out at all. Correct?
I wouldn't say that. Jason Autry, at one point, he's north of the interstate calling Lisa Autry or Angela Scott, one of his ex-girlfriends. So his phone record showed that he was a different part other than where Holly was. And on top of that,
Well,
Jason
let's take
Autry's
one at a time.
huge.
You remember what you're about to say?
Okay, all right.
Let's take this, I want to help
Can
you.
you just finish the answer first?
I mean, I want him to come back to it, but if
Okay.
I could take it in pieces, I think it'd be easier. Even though these farmers had told you, no, he wasn't with us, you said that you have his cell phone north of the interstate, that morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Talking to, as you remember it, either his wife or his girlfriend, Angela Scott.
Right.
Correct?
Yes, sir. That's right.
And you're right about that. At 6:50 in the morning. Okay? He is up in Camden, north of the interstate,
Okay.
leaving his girlfriend's house. Okay?
Okay.
So think about this.
Okay. I'm with you.
Think about this.
All right.
Are crimes always committed by one person?
Sexual crimes are invariably committed by one person. Sexual predators work alone.
So that was an assumption that you were making back then, correct?
Yes.
That this was a sexual abduction, whatever you want to call it, right?
Well, when you rule out all the other motives for a kidnapping, you're left with an abduction for sexual purposes. Sexual predators invariably work alone.
Yes, I think I understand what you said.
Okay?
I think the answer to that is yes. It was an assumption that you were making.
It was assumption that the behavior analysis
You charged this as a rape case, though, prosecutor. What? Anyway.
unit told us to make,
This
based on
assumption-
research of all the crimes that they've looked at over and over again, these sexual crimes, they tell us, rule out, don't even consider looking at two people. Don't even look at it. Look at one person. It happened for one person.
And is that assumption back then what led you to ignore these alibis between Dylan and Zach and Shayne about being with each other, about Jason's alibi not checking out? I mean, is that what happened? Is that why you ignored that?
I didn't ignore it, sir. I didn't ignore it at all. But I've got eyes, and I look at Jason Autry. Okay, if Clint Bobo is lying about what the abductor looked like, then I don't know who did it. Okay, we'll never know. But if he's telling the truth, it was not Jason Autry. You can go through that as much as you want to, but it always comes back to that.
It's the same assumption that one man did it. What it always comes back to, what you just talked about, the person that took her into the woods, doesn't fit the description of Jason Autry.
It doesn't.
Doesn't fit the description of Zach Adams.
It doesn't.
But you know what? You know who Clint Bobo said it fit the description of? Shayne Austin.
Okay. If Shayne Austin had a car at the time, that would...
And Shayne Austin had a car at the time, well, he did. But you know what Zach had at the time?
Your Honor, can you please ask questions? He's not asking questions.
No, he just did. Did you know what kind of car Zach had?
Zach had at the time?
Misunderstood. Sorry.
Zach had I believe it was supposed to be tore up, but he had a white Nissan pickup at the time.
Supposed to be tore up.
Right.
He actually had two trucks. So he had a black one and a white one. Do you remember that or not?
Well, there was one lead that came in that Jason Autry and Zach Adams were fishing one day, pulling a boat with a black truck. So I would assume you might be right there.
So two trucks,
Okay.
including the white one, that you said was supposed to be tore up.
Right.
Would it surprise you to learn that Zach Adams told investigators that around that time he was driving that white truck?
Nothing would surprise me at this point.
Exactly. If we sit here in 2017 knowing a lot more about this case, you stopped on this case in 2013,
Correct.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Your testimony has been almost a trip into the past, into the first 2 or 3 years of this investigation. But you can't tell us anything about the 3 and 4 years after that.
You're right. I don't know what y'all have done since then. What the state's done since then.
And he was driving a white truck? That's very interesting, isn't it?
Your Honor, I object to this. The
That
prosecutors...
was the statement, asked the question.
Well, but
Is that
also
the-
the prosecutor's putting into evidence that Zach Adams
admitted at some point he was driving a white truck. I don't think that's accurate, Your Honor. I do not believe it's accurate that he ever said on that day he
The
was driving
jury
a white
can
truck.
go by what the evidence is, okay? Go.
Zach Adams driving a white truck, is that interesting?
Is it interesting? Yeah, it could be.
Were you aware that Mr. John Babb saw a white truck leaving the scene?
This
fast
pen is
that
killing
morning?
me. Just,
Yes, sir.
Were you
it's
aware
just
that
walking
Natalie
with
Bobo
this pen.
had seen Zach's truck driving by her in Hollywood?
No, I wasn't aware of that. Or I don't remember it if I was aware of it at the time. I remember John Babb, though.
Would you assume his truck was tore up? Correct?
The information I had was his truck was tore up, and I had no reason to doubt it. I don't know if it was or not, but I didn't meet him until July.
Let me correct you a little bit. You said you have no reason to doubt it. You mean you had no reason because your involvement stopped in 2000?
Correct. I had no reason then to doubt what I'd heard.
You showed a picture, and there was a picture from that AmPharm video, right?
Yes, sir.
That's one of the Wade Parsons.
It is.
It's from a time that's well after the critical time.
Yeah. Yes,
I
sir.
believe you said about it's 25 or 45, whatever it is, but
Yeah. I believe the one that Ms. Thompson was saying that might have been hers was around 11, or
Exactly.
after 11,
the
somewhere.
critical time period you were talking about, though, ended around 9:30 or 9:45 when the phone was gone, right?
Yes, sir, 9:40.
And this picture is from at least an hour and 15 or an hour and 20, whatever it is.
Right,
Minutes
right.
later, right?
Right.
And it's a dark truck that you can see in the distance, just like you can. Well, you spent hours looking at this AmPharm video.
Yeah, and you can all you can tell is it's a dark truck, you know.
You don't know whose truck it is.
Correct.
Could be my truck, right?
Where were you at that day?
Exactly.
Just kidding.
Could be my truck, correct?
Right.
Could be anybody's truck, correct?
Well, not anybody. It wasn't mine, but just about anybody else, I guess.
Anybody's truck, including Dylan Adams' truck. Were you aware he had a dark pickup truck?
Yes, that's what the information we had was they were in Dylan's truck that day.
Dylan Adams' pickup truck headed south, correct?
Yes.
Dylan Adams' pickup truck headed south. He would have gone by the area where some of that property was found, right?
Yes, where her cell phone was thrown out.
That morning.
It was thrown, I believe it was thrown out that morning. It could have been thrown out up to maybe 10 or 11 days after it because it wasn't found until around the 24th.
They alibied each other.
Yes, sir.
This white truck is interesting. But Zach never told you he went to the river that morning, did he?
Zach? No, he did not.
No. And Jason never told you he went to the river that morning, did he?
As best I can remember, both of them said they met up at Victor Densmore's house. Victor was doing some work for Dottie that owns Dottie's Marine. He was building a garage or something. They met up there. Shayne and Zach got into a fight, but then afterwards they went to a bar and, well, they went and got some drugs, and then they went to a bar and played cards till 10 o'clock that night.
And the day ended, right? At
Right.
that point, you know,
Well,
whatever this day is.
Mr. Austin told me his mom came and got him, so that was the end of his.
So let's go back to, I want to talk about something that you just said.
Okay.
But I think you misheard my question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Either Zach or Jason tell you that they went to the river that morning.
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Right.
But Zach did say the day ended sort of like you described it, correct?
Yes.
Did he not tell you that the police had to come to his house that night?
Who? Which one?
Zach.
Did Zach tell?
Objection, Your Honor. I think Mr.
Mr. Dicus testified that it was Shayne Austin that told him he went to play cards with Mr. Adams. I think it's
You can ask the question.
Zach Adams tell you the police had to come to his house that night?
If he did, I don't recall it.
Did he tell you that he was trying to get guns that night?
No.
Did he tell you that he was all emotional and crazy that night?
objection, Your Honor. That's some type of conclusion that the district attorney is drawing.
Just saying, did Zach tell him that?
No.
No, sir.
It'd be interesting.
Interesting, yes, sir. A couple things you said would be interesting.
But as we said, because we sit here in 2017, you stopped looking at them.
I looked at Zach personally a total of 2 or 3 times. So whenever that was over, whenever the last one was over with, I stopped looking at him.
You stopped looking at them even though that property had been found close to Shayne's.
Correct.
You stopped looking at them even though Warren Rainey had seen what he saw. Zach running around, acting however you want to call it. Correct?
Yes, sir.
You stopped looking at them even though their alibis were with each other. Right?
Yes, sir.
You stopped looking at them even though Jason Autry's alibi was, I think your word earlier for Mr. Britt's, garbage.
Well, if you've got phone records saying he called at 6:50, and what I remember when I had Mr. Kevin Helms with Shelby County Sheriff's Department check out their phone records, what he told me is that they're not, it's not consistent with Holly's phone records. That's what I recall. If that's wrong, then so be it. But that's what I remember about checking out the phones.
And at that time, as you explained to us, you're making an assumption based on things you've been told and experts or whatever. You're making an assumption that one person committed this crime.
Well, I would prefer you call it a logical conclusion.
Very good.
Okay.
You're making a logical conclusion at that point, and you want to have to put a exact date on it, 2011 or 2012, that one person committed this crime.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
So if Jason Autry's phone started off in Camden, well, he must not have done it. Correct?
That's not the only thing, but yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, right. I agree with that.
You didn't account for that time, and this is hindsight. You're not on trial,
No, I understand.
okay? This is hindsight. This is 2017, all right? You didn't account for the fact that more than one person could have been involved.
I wouldn't say that I didn't account for that. That's,
Okay.
I mean,
Well, if you stop looking, if one of the reasons is you stop looking at Jason is that he started out in Camden, well, what if he was abducted by Zach and Shayne and Jason met them later that morning? You see what I'm saying? Like, if more than one person had committed this crime, there'd be different dynamics going on. Correct?
What?
I mean,
I don't know that I agree with that because there's a dynamic of the reward going on, and
now that doesn't have anything to do with, you mentioned Jason's phone records start out in Camden.
right,
So I'm like, well, that doesn't fit,
okay,
okay? And the behavioral scientist or whoever it was gave you information that caused you to make a logical conclusion that one person committed this type of crime. Okay? So based on those phone records and him being in Camden, that told you something, right?
right,
But the problem is, if this crime is committed by more people, if Jason committed this crime but somebody else abducted him, if he came to them later on, then the information you had back then didn't tell you anything.
Was that a
correct?
question, Your Honor?
Didn't tell you, correct?
I don't know how to respond to that without giving you my opinion as to the merits of that, so I don't know what to tell you.
Part of this 2017 versus 2012, I don't know what date you want to put on it.
I don't know everything that y'all have found out about these guys. I will say that.
The name Natalie Bobo came up. I meant to ask you this before when they were talking about other suspects or something.
Right.
And I saw the way you reacted. She's not an other suspect, correct?
Right.
But
Yeah, that weird question from
it
Jennifer.
came up like that. All right. Were you aware that she had been stripping at Teasers, which is less than a mile from Mr. Adams' house?
And yes, I know that. I don't see how it has anything to do with what we're here for today, but yes, I knew that.
Were you aware that previously she had lived, before this crime happened, in a little house with Rebecca Earp?
Yes.
Were you aware that she had met Zach Adams on more than one occasion before this?
I think I was. I know that she knew him somehow.
Were you aware that she'd been trading sex for drugs with this man?
Objection, Your Honor.
He can ask if he's aware of that.
I never witnessed that, no.
You weren't aware of it?
Not aware of it.
So we moved on to Terry Britt. His size was good for the abductor size, right?
His size was exactly what we were looking for.
You said we both got the big ribs, so that's what you're talking about. Okay.
His size was good for the abductor size, correct?
His size perfectly matched what Clint described. Perfectly.
Just like Shayne's.
No, not just like Shayne's.
If Clint Bobo testified same body type and everything as Shayne Austin,
Excuse me?
if Clint Bobo testified the same body shape and everything as Shayne Austin, that surprised you?
Well, Clint's a very honest young man. I would, if he says that, I believe him.
And
But you're forgetting part of it,
go ahead.
because the body type also goes with the hair. And Shayne Austin had reddish, blondish hair. And Clint said he had black hair, shoulder-length black hair.
Reddish brownish hair.
Shayne Austin? Yeah, reddish, blondish, not black hair. He did not have black hair, for sure.
And were you aware that Zach Adams told Karen Bobo that that man that walked her into the woods was, quote, Shayne?
Your Honor, I object to this.
You heard the testimony from Mr. Bobo herself.
That she said, that he said that the man that walked her into the woods was Shayne? I don't remember that testimony on direct from Ms. Bobo.
She testified about speaking with Mr. Adams at the end of her testimony. She said she walked away with two things. The first thing was that he had some sort of spoof card that he could call people from different numbers. And she said the second thing was that Zach said that Shayne was the one that walked her into the woods.
Okay, you can ask.
I did not know that. I did not know that.
He had a change in appearance, correct?
Britt, yes.
And you said that you don't know or don't remember whichever one, and I know this is years,
Sure.
whether or not the change of appearance was weeks before or weeks after. You just can't say, correct?
Well, I can say what the people were telling me, what they said. I remember what they told me, and they can't remember if it was, if it was before or after, right around that time.
Except for Mr. Britt's son, though, right?
Terry Kenneth.
Terry Kenneth. You remember talking to him?
I do.
So many
Like,
Terrys.
IR 420. That's early on in the investigation because now it's up to almost 3,000 or something.
Yeah.
IR 420. Isn't it true? His son told you.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor.
He's talked about information other people provided him about Mr. Britt's change of appearance. This is what this goes
He
to.
can be
Which the state
cross-examined.
objected to.
He can be cross-examined on this.
Isn't it true that you asked Mr. Terry Kenneth Britt, his son, whether or not his father, Mr. Britt, had changed his appearance at all?
I'm sure I would have asked him that. Yep.
And isn't it true that he replied, Dad had a long ponytail after he got out of prison. I'm not sure when he cut it, but it was maybe around 2 years ago. And that IR is written in February of 2012.
He did cut his ponytail. He did cut his ponytail out. When we did the search warrant, we got it. So he did cut the ponytail, but I don't know when. His hair now, or the last time I saw him, is the size of mine, is the length of mine. So what I'm...
So I understand now the idea that he's changed his appearance.
Right.
You admit that you had information that he had changed his appearance, cut his hair, ponytail, some 2 years before.
Right.
But you didn't know if he took other steps weeks before or weeks after with regard to the length of his hair.
There you go. Yes, sir. That's correct.
Talk about his phone and his wife's phone, correct? And when I heard you talk about it, you were talking about times from like noon on that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that there was no activity on his phone or his wife's phone that morning, like 8, 9, 10, 11, all that stuff?
That's correct. There was no activity.
So we know about it if there were.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
We would have got that information.
And would you agree with me, there's absolutely nothing about that that's inconsistent about those phone records? Inconsistent with Mr. Britt and his wife traveling up to Allgood that morning, if they did it before noon, because you would have no idea, right? Do you understand what I'm saying about the phone records?
No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with it.
Oh,
Go ahead.
between 8 and 12, you don't know where the phones are.
Right.
So for all you know, they could be at Allgood Salvage or the Allgood Salvage right down the street, or they could be at wherever or wherever. I mean, you just don't know.
I don't know where their phones are at that time. Correct. But they went to Camden after lunch.
Well, I'm talking about that morning.
Right. But they,
I'm talking about that morning.
right.
You don't know.
I don't know. That's true.
You had Clint listen to voices. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the voices was like a police officer's voice or something. Somebody that you knew didn't commit the crime.
Yes, sir.
And Clint said, well, I think it may be that one, but I can't tell the difference between this other one. And so you went back to him again, and again, I think maybe even 3 times.
Actually, it was 2.
And it's true that he never told you. I'm 100% certain that's the voice I heard in that garage, right?
Well, right now the prosecutor sounds like a defense attorney. It wasn't 100%.
That's correct.
And when you played those voices to him, did you play Shayne Austin's voice?
No.
No. He did a wiretap on his house, right?
Yes.
Wiretapped his phones, right?
Yes.
searched his house?
Yes.
Not a single drop of Holly's blood, right?
Correct.
Not a single Holly Bobo fingerprint, correct?
Correct.
Not anything linked to her DNA in that house, correct?
Nuclear DNA, no.
Not a single one of her personal possessions or anything that she owned that she had with her that morning.
Correct.
Nothing.
Correct.
In 2017. You leave the TBI in 2013.
Yes, sir.
3.5, 4 years later, we're here today. Correct?
Yes, sir.
You aware that Zach Adams' cell phone that morning, when it was utilized at about 8:19 through 9 a.m., was hitting on the same tower that Holly's phone was pinging on?
Objection, Your Honor.
You can ask him if he's aware.
You aware of that?
No, there was one point in time where Zach's phone was on a different tower than Holly's phone was on.
Absolutely there was, while Dylan was getting rid of it. And he and Jason were driving her
Objection,
to
Your
the
Honor.
river.
That's a mischaracterization.
Question, you can ask a question.
Between 8:19 and 9 o'clock, were you aware that Zach Adams' phone and Holly's phone were pinging on the same tower?
Well, if Zach was at home, that would make sense.
If Zach were at home, or if Zach were at Shayne's, or if Zach were at Shayne's grandmama's farm, they're all the same
Your Honor.
place.
He's being asked to testify as to the location. I tried to get him to testify, the state objected when I was going into location on direct. And now they're asking him to testify as back where the phones say on location. If they're going to proceed with this line of questioning, I absolutely want to ask him questions on redirect about the location of those telephones.
We got too far into specifics about the location. I understand the objection. I'll keep it general.
Okay.
Like
All right.
But I don't understand the question because Holly's cell phone moved. 8:17, she's on the home tower. 8:26, she's on the next tower. And then at 8:57, she's on a different cell tower. And then 9:02, 9:06, she's on a different tower. And then 9:25, she's on a different tower. So I don't understand the question because
I'm asking you questions that, would you admit with me, are probably better answered by Mr. Frizzell?
a better answer because if you say the one tower that Holly, that doesn't make sense to me because she was on several.
That stuff with Mr. Frizzell, correct?
It's a very good man to ask.
So if he drew circles of where her pings were, and at the same time he showed us where Zach Adams, what tower his phone was
Objection,
using.
Your Honor. This is again asking him questions and supposition about locations of the cell phone.
No,
Objection overruled.
he would be the person I'd ask about that.
He'd be the person I would ask about
He'd
that.
be the person even you would ask about that.
Correct.
Pick a prettier bitch. It was fun. Were you aware of that?
I don't know
No.
why it jumped like that.
You're aware that Zach Adams said when asked, I can't clear my name because I'm too far involved in it.
No, I never remember that.
Were you aware that Zach Adams said, I let Shayne hit it?
No, no,
Were you aware that Zach Adams confessed his involvement in this crime to two different people?
no, sir.
objection, Your Honor. I'm going to say that's a mischaracterization of the evidence.
It's up to the jury what the evidence shows, okay?
Yes.
But the other thing is, given the date he departed his employment, I'm not sure some of that existed at that time.
I think that's exactly right.
Okay.
Those things didn't exist in 2013. We
Correct.
stand here in a different place now, right? Her body was recovered before or after you left?
After.
After you left. Were you aware of where it was found?
I have been made aware since then.
Off the interstate, cell phone tower, back in the woods?
Yes, sir. A little bit farther north than I thought she was taken. Just a little bit farther.
Between two sawmills.
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that Dylan Adams hung out at one of those sawmills?
Yeah, with Corey Tubbs, I believe.
Were you aware that Zach Adams had been seen at that sawmill?
I don't remember that.
Well, since he's breaking in his line of questioning, I mean, it's not unusual for a prosecutor to try to bullet point, or even a defense attorney to try to bullet point, well, you didn't know this when you were proceeding with your investigation. You didn't know this, did you? You didn't know this, did you? On cross-examination. But with the judge to add that commentary in, that something didn't exist at the time, as part of his ruling in response to a mischaracterization of the evidence objection, to me that's inappropriate because it's, you know, you have the judge sitting up there who jurors would expectedly think is more credible. And even though the judge isn't the person that's supposed to make factual determinations in this case, by him saying, well, it didn't exist when you were there, him saying it exists now, the implication being that it exists now, is that it exists in the way that the prosecution's representing it through his questioning. So, to me, not appropriate commentary there.
I've heard you say, I think you admit it, sometimes I think, or my opinion, or my logical conclusion. You said that, right?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me, though, that we got to base what we do on evidence and on proof?
Yes, sir.
That's what.
All right, so redirect.
Now, during your investigation,
Okay, I don't know. So Law and Crime doesn't have, they usually have like a local clock on these feeds that we've been watching. It just jumped here, and I don't have a clock to indicate how much or how little was jumped.
now during your investigation of Terry Britt, you actually got a lot of his financial records.
Yes,
Can you-
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, some of those records came from stores like Walmart.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then you were able to review a lot of the past purchases he had made there, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And when I say I got them, an FBI agent obtained some of them, and Brent Booth obtained some of them.
And you got them from places like Radio Shack. Can you remember some of the places you got his records from?
Yeah, Radio Shack was one. Ace Hardware.
Ace Hardware. We said Walmart. What about his banking records? Did you get banking records?
We did.
Okay.
Lay it out. She needs to lay it out. She needs to lay this all out. I don't have faith because we know the outcome, but his bank statements, it shows that he was in fact at a Dollar General. He made a purchase at a Dollar General, the same Dollar General that, you know, Natalie Bobo spoke of before Holly's abduction, where he was following her and Holly around. With the Walmart, receipts for a purchase of like a cell phone, like a track phone, when he's not supposed to have cell phones. He was telling you guys that he didn't have a cell phone. Like, lay all of this stuff out. Let's see if she does it.
While they're reviewing those, I want to ask you, you knew about the John Babb white truck connection, didn't you?
They came out very early. We heard that day.
Okay, and so why was it that you were not concerned about the white truck that John Babb saw? Explain to the jury.
First of all, it would have been going, according to what he told us, around 7:30. It was well before the kidnapping, and he was so far away from it. He just knew it had a loud sound. It was a white full-size pickup truck. Not a whole lot of extra information to go on, and we've got Ed Barnes going from his house.
So first of all, which direction was the white pickup truck going?
He said it was going southbound.
Okay. And
So-
what did you know about Holly's phone?
Holly's phone was traveling northbound, right at about 7:45 to 8.
This is where I think we're getting into phone technicalities, Judge, where this witness is not familiar with this technology.
They offered
He
this,
can say things generally,
okay,
okay? He
Yeah.
is not a cell phone tower,
Right.
cell phone expert.
but you knew in general Holly's phone was traveling northbound.
Yeah, we drove the route
Okay, so, but
20 times, so we knew it had to go north to be able to get to the tower, to the next tower.
So, in order to, and you said you also, Ed James Barnes, how did you put John Babb's information together with what James Barnes had said?
Okay, so James Barnes is outside getting oil for his truck, getting ready to go work, and at 7:47, he's calling his mom and saying that he heard the screams. Well, the whole time, he's pretty confident that there was nothing else, no other vehicles coming down the road. On top of that, there was another neighbor that lived at the end of the road who was outside from like 7:25 to 7:45.
I don't know if we're getting into hearsay, that's what it sounds like.
It's on hearsay, this has all already been testified to. He took this information from John Babb and Ed Barnes is already into the record, and this is how he analyzed it to,
If it's something that's already testified, that's fine, but I think he was talking about somebody else.
We'll just stick with James Barnes and
Okay, James Barnes and another
Babb.
neighbor was outside, and neither one of them reported that they saw another vehicle.
Okay.
So what that probably says is sometime after 7:47, when Barnes is gone, the vehicle comes into play to remove Holly from the scene, which fits with her cell phone moving the area around 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, it starts moving from the house.
So you made the determination that the truck that John Babb saw was too early in time to be related to Holly's kidnapping?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to pass forward some receipts. Pass this one first. These two receipts. Now, do you recognize these two receipts?
These are two receipts that we got from the Britts. I'm not sure which one, but
Okay. Now, this is when you did the Walmart record pull, is that right?
that's correct. And they purchased a cell phone on March the 11th, 2011, and then purchased another one on March the 12th, 2011.
Okay. And did they also, is there anything else you see that they purchased along with the cellular telephone?
Looks like they got 1,000 minutes on it, 1,000 minutes.
On one or both phones?
I don't see it on both of them.
So, like, really lay this out. the stalking that Natalie reported was this February time period with the Dollar General. Then in March, 2 phones are being purchased. And the importance of it being 2 phones would be maybe the second phone is for you to communicate with somebody else. So maybe Terry has one phone, maybe Janet has the other phone. And then the abduction takes place 30 days later. So we've already had on direct examination Terry Dicus going to, hey, you know, the circumstances for which this went down, it would be consistent with someone that would do some planning ahead of time. Because you can't just get that lucky and show up when everybody except Holly's gone, or you think everybody but Holly's gone, because of where Clint Bobo has his truck parked out of sight. So, but I don't know if that picture is being laid out.
It's not the top line.
ST 684.
Okay, anyway.
I don't see it.
And what are the
one of them.
dates on those two?
March 11th, 2011.
Okay, will you
March
pass me that one? I'll have that one marked first, the 11th.
Copy 225.
Okay. And then the one on the 12th.
The 225.
And then I'm going to pass you up another receipt. Okay, and what is that a receipt for?
This is a receipt from Walmart again, where 1,000 minutes were purchased. 2 different lots of 1,000 minutes were purchased on April the 11th, 2011.
And these again came from Mr. Britt's home.
Correct.
Or not from Mr. These were
From
Mr.
Mr.
Britt's receipts that you got from Walmart, is that right?
That's correct.
I'd like to have this receipt marked. And then I'm going to pass you one more.
That'd be 226 letter marking.
Okay, and then this is a final Walmart receipt. What do you see that's interesting or significant on this receipt?
Well, he bought a, looks like he bought a chainsaw and some motor oil, different things for a chainsaw.
Okay, I didn't like this one. And what's the date on that?
227.
April the 29th, 2011.
April
29th.
29th.
Now, just to be clear, one of the ways that you ruled Zach Adams out.
I'd like to object to the leading.
I don't know if she's leading or not.
Okay.
Finish the question.
You testified on your
Hey,
cost
Dolly
examination regarding some of the locations, and I don't want you to get into details and technical issues, but you used the cell phone records of Holly and Zach Adams to make a determination regarding whether or not it would have been possible for him to be involved.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And using those records, you were referring to something at 8:26. What specifically were you referring to?
826, Holly's cell phone is transitioned from her home tower up to the northwest tower. So she's on the northwest portion of Decatur County.
And what about
around the exact same time, where was Zach Adams' telephone?
I believe he was on the Cox Road Tower, which is the northeast corner of Decatur County. That tower is right on the interstate, so towers on the interstate, they have less range than other towers because they have to take all the calls that
Okay.
come through on the interstate.
So how far apart physically are those two towers from one another?
I'm not sure, but I would say probably 10 to 15 miles.
Okay. And so that was, and did that happen again at another time also? That morning, was there another time when when the two towers the phones were utilizing were miles apart from each other?
It might have been. I was just looking for one time, so it might have been more than one.
Okay. And Zach Adams, what did he tell you he had done that morning?
He woke up, Rebecca went to work, his girlfriend at the time. Dylan gets up, he talks to Shayne Austin. They decide they're going to go get messed up that day. So Dylan and Zach go to Shayne's house, they pick him up.
Did they say what car they were in?
They were in Dylan's truck.
Okay. They go to Shayne's house. What happens next?
They pick up Shayne, they go to the interstate, get gas, get $5 worth of gas. They see the SUVs coming southbound. They go from there to another convenience store. And I asked both of them how they were acting that day. How was the other one acting? Did they act strange or unusual? So at the second gas station there in Parsons, they got more gas and then went and bought Xanax. Shayne supposedly had money, so they bought $200 worth of Xanax and got messed up. And that was their day.
Okay.
Besides going to the house that Victor Densmore was working on and seeing Jason Autry at that point.
Now, driving Shayne home, is that a place that you would pass? Would you pass Dottie Cooley's house if you were driving Shayne home from Parsons?
Can you give me the address of it? I don't remember.
If she's on Pugh Road, if her house...
She's on Pugh Road. Depending on which way you go, you should have passed it. It's right there, close to Shayne's.
Now, would it surprise you if that 911 call that came in on the night of April the 13th at Zach Adams' house, if it were said 3 times on that call that Zach Adams was looking for a vehicle to drive, that he had no vehicle?
No, that would be consistent with what I knew at the time.
Okay. And would it surprise you if on that 911 call it was said that Zach Adams did not have a gun?
No, it wouldn't surprise me. He's a convicted felon, I believe.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
The physical description of Zach, what did Zach Adams' appearance, what was his physical appearance in April of 2011?
He
Does
was...
he look like what he looks now?
No, he is fattened up nicely. He was 135 pounds is what I documented when I talked to him. 6'2", 6'3", really tall. His hair was much shorter, but his face looked totally different. It was sunken in. He looked sort of like the Joker back then.
The
really,
Joker?
Yeah, really skinny. Whatever.
From the Batman TV show or from
The
movies?
comics. The comics.
The comics, okay.
Right.
And what about Jason Autry's physical appearance in April of 2011?
It was impressive. He is huge. He was a lot taller than Brent Booth, and Brent Booth is probably 6'3", 6'4", so I would say Autry is every bit of 6'6", if not maybe taller.
Okay. And Shayne Austin's physical description. What was his physical description back in 2011?
Shayne was right about my height, maybe. I saw
How tall are you?
about 5'10", if I stretch it out really good. So we were about even.
What about his weight?
His weight, well, I would say, would it be around, I'm not good at that, but I would say probably between 180 and 220, 225, somewhere in there. So his weight could have been within the frame of what we're looking at.
What about his hair color and hair length?
He had real short, reddish hair.
Would you consider it black?
No, absolutely not.
And what about Dylan's physical appearance, Dylan Adams?
He's rather tall himself. Not exactly as tall as Zach, but probably 6'1". He was slender, but not as thin as Zach. So I'd say he probably weighed 165. 6'1", 165 is the best I can give you.
And how is his hair styled?
He had short hair at the time I saw him. He had dark hair.
Okay. So Terry Britt's alibi, to be clear about the alibi that Terry Britt gave you, where did he say that he started that day? Where did he go?
He said that he got up, got coffee that morning, and I asked him what time he got up, and he says, well, my feet can't hit the floor without my wife knowing it. You know, he made a false statement that he was trying to deflect, but at that point, you know, he says, well, I don't know exactly what time. He said, I usually get up between 6 and 7, sometimes earlier. Probably institutionalized, you know, breakfast is at 7 o'clock in the morning, you better be up to eat it. So, but he got up really early. Jan got up sometime later on. Jan gets up with the dogs barking. He had chihuahuas in the house. She gets up with the dogs barking. So Jan couldn't tell me what time she woke up that morning, but she thought it was around between 9 and 10. Well, if it had been 10, you know, with the dogs barking, that was interesting.
Okay, so where did he say they went first?
The first place they went is to All Good Salvage to check out the bathtubs. They saw them, but they called Bucks because...
They said they called Bucks?
No, they went to Bucks.
Okay.
I'm sorry, they went to Bucks
Okay.
after going to All Goods, and Bucks only had a 2-piece or only had a 3-piece. They couldn't, it wasn't exactly fit. Now Bucks does not carry bathtubs in their store, but he says he sees them and it wasn't what he had, so he went back to All Goods, bought the bathtub. He's coming back that morning and the officers come to him, and they were together the rest of the day.
And he did not say they went back to Camden anytime in the afternoon?
No.
Okay.
No, he said the officers got there by lunch, okay, and then that was it. They were together the rest of the day.
Okay.
But the officers got there 3:30.
Now, when you were searching Terry Britt's house, did you find some hairs that were consistent with Holly Bobo's hair?
We asked him for scientific testimony with regard to the comparison of hairs from his agent.
I'm not asking for microscopical, but
Are you aware of hairs that were found there that were consistent with being Holly Bobo's hair, and if so, where?
So there were hairs that were found that were microscopically and macroscopically identical to Holly's, found in the vans that we took to the crime lab.
And which van was that?
It was the caravan. It was in some rope debris in the back.
In rope?
A rope, yes, a rope.
Okay. Now,
But we tested that with DNA, and it did not match Holly's.
okay, did you do regular DNA testing?
I don't think he did any DNA testing. He says the FBI at this point we're getting the hearsay, it wasn't hers.
He's already said DNA excluded, okay?
Were you aware that Zach Adams had said some very crude things about Holly Bobo when you were doing your investigation?
I mentioned that to him quite forcefully.
Okay, you were
I think Jennifer right there should have asked a question slightly different to redirect and make the clarification that there was DNA testing done on the rope, but not on the hair. No nucleic testing on the strand of hair.
asked about were you aware of any specific statements, but do you remember generally what you were aware of?
I know he told one female that you're going to end up in a hole just like Holly, or you're going to end up in a well just like Holly. He told someone, or allegedly told, I wasn't there, he allegedly told another guy something very bad about Holly.
Okay, and during your investigation, did you...
And even that I'd want to clarify, because the way he answered this, it seems like he thinks that one person relayed information that they heard from Zach, and that Terry Dicus just isn't sure of the wording. But it was two different jailhouse snitches, one saying, I'll bury you, like Holly Bobo, and then someone else came in and testified that he was present for that conversation and heard Zach say, I'm going to plant you. And then there was a totally different jailhouse snitch that said that when everything was all said and done, that Holly Bobo was put in a well. And it was not in the context of, I'm going to put you in a well like I did Holly Bobo. It was in the context of, they told me line by line what they did and how they carried this out. And the ending detail was that Holly Bobo was stuffed into a well, which is not what happened. So not having clarification for this is not good, because the benefit of, someone's saying all of these things, but these things either contradict with each other or they contradict with the evidence and what we actually know about the case, helps cut the legs off the weight that these hearsay statements are supposed to bear. So,
Do you find that other people had also said or made crude statements about Holly Bobo?
I'm not objecting to the general question, but we're going to start getting into hearsay statements.
You can answer.
This case was different than any other case I've ever heard of in my life, because people like Zach Adams talking, running their mouth, there was many people that would do that. And, I just say thank you. Good. We don't have anything else to do. Let's go interview this idiot who's saying her head's in a freezer,
So was there actually someone who said that Holly's head was in the freezer?
Yeah, head's in the freezer. She's in my basement. We had all kind of garbage, all kinds of.
We're going to be here for weeks if we go into every lead that came in. So
I'm not doing that, but Your Honor, the state has made a big deal about what Mr. Adams has said, and I would like to go a little bit into the fact that there were multiple other people who were making crude comments and taking, quote, credit.
That, and I think he might have varied from your question.
Okay. Were there people who were taking credit for Holly Bobo's disappearance?
There were several people that were making statements to that effect, yes.
And did you check those people out? Did it turn out that they were in fact responsible?
Right, we checked them out and they were not responsible.
Okay. And how many times do you think you got in reports where people had made statements or claimed responsibility or...
I would estimate more than 10, but less than 20.
Okay. And so when you were investigating Mr. Adams, you were aware of some of these statements that had been made?
Yes, I was.
By him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And let me ask you this. In all your years of investigation, when somebody is in jail and comes forward with information in jail...
I would object to any sort of opinion testimony. Is that what this is?
It's not opinion testimony.
You're not going to approach?
I would like to get this witness finished. Okay?
Right. So I'm just asking him if, in his years of experience, when people come forward in jail and are jailhouse snitches and say, somebody has said something to me in jail, is that something he takes seriously, or is that something that he investigates pretty thoroughly because that is a frequent occurrence?
All right, answer.
I've had plenty of jailhouse snitches that ended up giving really good information.
Okay.
I've had others that just blowing smoke. They didn't really know. But yeah, it's helped in a number of investigations.
Okay. So it
Not
can
sure
go
that
either
was a
way.
good
Is that what you're
question.
That's
saying?
correct.
Jennifer.
Okay. No further questions.
Further cross, very quick. You
Oh, boy.
mentioned, a second ago, or some minutes ago, about her cell phone again and how it traveled.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that answers to those questions, where her cell phone was at a particular time, where it wasn't, where Zach Adams' phone was at a particular time and where it wasn't, or anybody's phone that we want to know about where it was and where it wasn't, would you agree with me that Mike Frizzell is a better person to answer that question than you?
It's hard too, but I would agree too.
And you were asked what Zach told you with regard to his whereabouts that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the three of them, quote, alibied each other,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And finally, were you aware that Mr. Austin admitted to going to the coon?
Yes, sir. He admitted that to me, actually.
That's all.
One final follow-up question, Your Honor. Now, you said that these three people alibied each other, but actually, they didn't alibi each other for the time period when Holly's phone was actually moving, did they?
Right. Right. That's accurate. They weren't all together at the same time. Zach's over here and Shayne's over here.
It was
So
actually later in the day when they said they got together.
that's correct.
So all three of them, for the time period that Holly's phone was moving and the actual time she was taken from her house, they didn't have an alibi for that time, did they?
Well, they had an alibi, whether you believe it or not, I don't know. But
I'm sorry, I phrased that wrong. They didn't have another person that they were necessarily with during that time. Shayne
who?
Austin didn't.
Shayne Austin was by himself. Correct.
No further questions.
All right, we're going to take a lunch recess, take 1 hour for lunch, follow the admonitions that I gave you at the outset. Good lunch.
Well, I think that was a very important witness, and honestly, my characterization of that, my reaction to that is it was just a jumble. It was just a jumble. I feel like there's so much that comes from Terry Dicus's investigation and, what he looked at with different witnesses that I've learned outside of this trial that just makes sense. And I just didn't see any of that presented here. We saw it hinted at. Again, I think the DNA testing on the rope is a great example. Why didn't we probe further about DNA testing on the hair and how DNA testing wasn't done on the strand of hair? There was a microscopic analysis that shows the hair was a match to Holly Bobo, but it's not like when you hear the statistics of like DNA, the probability is like 1 in something quintillion. This microscopic hair analysis is not as conclusive. It doesn't constrain down to the available size of the population that this could also be a match for. Why didn't we get into why further testing wasn't done? Because Terry Dicus could have spoken to that. He had knowledge of why the state TBI says, oh, put that on halt. Don't do that. I think that would have been critical for the jury to hear. And all of these other little things similar to that same issue, all of the key issues that we've heard about in these post-conviction relief hearings that I think are extremely compelling issues that go to exonerate Zachary Adams and the other three. We just don't have anything laid out in a way that's digestible and cohesive. So, I don't know. This is the second part of day 8. I think, is this Grandpa taking the stand? I think we have Grandpa on the stand. We'll see.
Yes. All right. Given the context, they're taking pretty good care of you, aren't they? Very well. All right. I know that the sheriff and his staff have gone out of their way. They realize that this is a hardship, but they're doing what they can to make it as pleasant as possible. So, I commend he and his staff. Let's call our next witness.
Art Viveros.
Oh, Art Viveros.
Well, you're going to have to set something down, then raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Be seated, state first and last name and spell it for the benefit of the court reporter.
Arthur, A-R-T-H-U-R, then initial G for Gregory, last name Viveros, V as in Victor, I, V as in Victor, E-R-O-S.
Proceed.
And how are you employed back in April of 2011?
I was a special agent with the FBI.
Okay, and were you involved in the disappearance of Natalie Bobo?
Yes, I was.
And what role did you take in that case?
I was the case agent for the FBI,
Okay.
the lead agent
Lead agent?
for the FBI.
Okay. And did you participate in the investigation of Terry Britt?
Yes,
Okay. And did you participate in the search of his house?
yes.
Okay. And what significant items did you take note of in the search of Mr. Britt's house?
Well, there were numerous things. I don't have any documents. It's totally off the top of my head.
Sure.
Great start. Great start.
They vacuumed the vehicles. Our forensic people, team, ERT people, evidence response team went out there, vacuumed the vehicles for hairs and fibers. We entered all the buildings. The TBI, my speaking for the TBI, because they took the evidence, we did certain things, but they took other things, and like I said, that's my memory.
Just what was significant to you?
Because it was their search warrant, that we helped them.
Right, but like let's talk about the tools. I think earlier you mentioned something about tools when we were talking. So what do you remember?
Again, it's by memory, we had a cadaver dog team go out there from the academy, from Quantico, and they did hit on some tools, some shovels, and they also hit on some of the one of the vans,
Okay.
and there was a blonde hair found in one of the vans,
Okay.
and they seized even a ponytail that belonged to Terry Britt. He used to have a ponytail,
Okay.
long hair. I think TBI sees also a receipt from the safe that Janet Britt opened for us, a receipt when they purchased a bathtub enclosure. They took, of course, pictures. Well, I mean, they photographed and videotaped, I believe, if I remember correctly. That's standard practice.
Right. Okay. And did you participate any in the wiretap and the recordings of the home and the telephones?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you were listening to that, was there anything significant that came that you heard while you were listening? Especially about him knowing whether or not he was being recorded.
Of course, I don't know the date. I just remember his sister called him on his landline, and of course I can't remember her name, but they talked about, she warned him, I think she warned him not to speak on the phone because the police might be tapping the line. He said something to the effect, yeah, I know.
This is what he said.
I'm listening to them speak to each other
Right.
on the landline.
Right.
And he says, yes, I know, and these, excuse my language, he said, these whores, law enforcement, are going to try to pin this Natalie Bobo case on me. And so we're going to have to watch it. And then the sister said something about, yeah, you remember when Mom and I burglarized those homes way back, whatever, the police did something to them to get them charged, and they were kind of arguing back and forth. And
What?
and that's all I can really remember about it. I think it was like a 10-minute call.
What about him knowing that they were recording him?
Well, he said, yeah, I agree with you. Yes, I agree with you that there probably are these, like I said, he said, these whores, law enforcement are going to try to pin this thing on me, and they'll probably do something like that. But they kept on talking.
Okay.
Like they didn't care, even though they spoke about it.
Okay. And were you involved at all in the investigation of other suspects in this case?
What do you mean by others?
Well, I
There were
mean-
numerous people throughout in the very beginning.
Okay, will you just explain a little bit about that to the jury?
You mean name names?
No, but just how extensive the investigation was and what kind of evidence you had in the beginning to go over.
Well, we didn't seize any evidence. We ended up helping the TBI.
Right.
The judge.
So they seized all the evidence at the house. So whatever evidence there is, they have. I ended up doing some interviews with Brent Booth of Clint, day one, and of Drew Scott, the boyfriend, day one there outside the house. Then James Barnes, the neighbor, Kathy Wise, his mother, lived next door. There were numerous early suspects, and then we kind of moved on to others. And Brent Booth and I went and interviewed Terry Britt like a week after the event, because we're trying to catch up with all the sex offenders and get a interview of them, an official interview.
And at some point, did you determine that he had lied about his alibi?
Lied about his alibi?
Yes. The timing and everything about his
Well,
alibi?
I would have to look at my FD302, that interview, but I want to say that, I'm just at the top of my head, he gave us a different time, and I'm just trying to remember that I don't have that 302 in front of me. But I heard something on that.
What, 302?
FD 302, sir.
FD.
A federal document 302, what we call an interview.
But she's taking down what we say. Sometimes not just you, but we get into acronyms or
Yes, sir.
document numbers and things.
So all interviews are done on an FD 302, all interviews, no matter what it is.
The jury what the 302 would be.
It's a interview report, federal document, FD 302. All interviews are done on that document.
You mean a report?
A report, interview report, period.
And that's just the number?
That's always been that way for decades. FD 302, we call it.
But you did a 302 on your meeting with Brent Booth, and Terry Britt.
Terry Britt. And again, I don't have that document, but I can't remember the exact times, but I just remember when we talked to him, Terry Britt insisted that he contact his wife, Janet, who was working at the newspaper, and she came out quickly. And she came to the house right away, went to the safe and got that receipt. And they talked about how they went to get the tub that morning. And then later on, after that phone call, that same day we're talking about that phone call, I heard also that same time, after he hung up, I heard on the microphone that was installed inside the trailer. I heard Terry Britt say to Janet Britt, I recognize the voices. And he said that, again, they're going to hang this whores, law enforcement, are going to hang this case, Natalie Bobo case on me.
Okay.
He says, I didn't even know who, excuse my language, the bitch was, Holly, who the bitch was. And he says, I can't remember what we did that day. And then Janet spoke up and says, we left the house about 10:30. We went to Camden. We bought that tub. And he says, oh yeah, I remember that old man sold us a $300 tub for $150. Then we went to Decaturville, came back to the house by 1, and that, that's son of a bitch, cop came by and talked to me, asked me what I was doing that day.
Okay, so they were clearly repeating an alibi over in the house.
Yes, I heard it on the microphone.
And this is after they had acknowledged that they thought they were being recorded.
Yes, after they hung up. But the problem with that recording, that it was not recorded electronically, because apparently the phone call I think was, but the microphone was not recorded because I think there was a technical glitch where the microphone wasn't plugged in correctly.
So we heard about this. This was the first time they did this type of install, that the state did this type of physical install of like the ambient audio listening. So they're wiretapping the phone lines, but then they also have like these eavesdropping audio microphones that apparently are not installed properly. So that's why we have some and not others.
And there's not a recording, but there's a note that I made generally about what they said, but not in great detail, because I didn't want it to go against the recording, so I only heard it one time. Right. So I didn't want it to conflict.
So, but what you're saying is you could hear it, but it wasn't preserved.
Right. But I believe I did, and once I heard it wasn't preserved electronically, I'm pretty sure I did an FT 302 about what I could remember with what I heard on the microphone. So I'm pretty sure there's one in the 5, pretty sure.
Okay. And further questions?
Carl?
Were you aware that the blonde hair that was found and sent to the FBI went to the laboratory?
Yes, sir.
Prepared DNA, and it was not
Your Honor,
holiday.
I'm going to object to this.
He can ask you if he's aware of that. We went through this earlier.
But I think that's misleading as to what the report was, because they didn't test the DNA, they tested the mitochondrial DNA, and it came back.
Your Honor,
He can ask the question.
are you aware?
Yes, sir. It was not a DNA match. It was a micro.
She should have fought on this. I don't care what it would have looked like in court. Because I don't know if the jury picked up on what Jennifer Thompson, what she was saying in her speaking objection. And the judge shuts it down.
Microscopic match. She compared.
Let me rewind it.
Found and sent to the FBI, went to the laboratory.
Yes, sir.
Prepared DNA, and it was not
Your
holiday.
Honor, I'm going to object to this.
He can ask you if he's aware of that. We went through this earlier.
But I think that's misleading as to what the report was, because they didn't test the DNA, they tested the mitochondrial DNA, and it came back.
Your Honor,
He can ask the question.
are you aware?
Yes, sir. It was not a DNA match. It was a microscopic match. She compared her hair, her known hair, from her brush, and the hair there, and she said it was, but it wasn't a DNA match.
Exactly.
Yes.
Looked at it, saw whether or not it had similar characteristics like
Yes.
color and stuff like that.
Yes.
But then they actually did a DNA analysis and not hers.
Yeah, see. Okay.
You talked about this little conversation that you heard that was first on the phone. And it was over the phone that either the sister or whoever said something about phones may be recorded or something like that.
Yes.
Is that correct? And it was after that phone call was hung up that you heard Mr. Britt and Miss Britt talk.
Yes, Janet Britt.
Did Mr. Britt or Janet Britt ever say anything like, I wonder if our house is bugged?
No, there's never any kind of mention of that. I think they had no idea whatsoever.
Just about phones, no idea. Just one final thing. Did you have occasion in this investigation to speak with Dylan Adams?
Yes, I did in December.
Okay,
Yes, December 2011.
All right, and I'm not asking you what Dylan Adams said, but did anything unusual happen while you were talking to Dylan Adams?
I was sitting in my car at their house, and was just wrapping up the interview of Dylan, and Zach drives up, and he sees me there and assumes I'm law enforcement. He gets out of the car and starts yelling at me, get the fuck out of here, and identify myself. And he said, yeah, you get the, I left my car, and so I said, I'm leaving my car here, I just spoke to your brother. And he said, yeah, well, get the F out of here. So I just left.
This is an FBI case agent.
No further questions.
I want to pass you the document. To be clear, when Terry Britt is talking to his sister on the phone, they do talk about the fact that the house is potentially bugged.
I can't remember if they said that phone's tapped.
Okay.
I think they referred to the phone. I don't remember.
If I have a document, is there a document that might help refresh your memory?
Yes, yes.
Let me pass forward this document to you. See if you recognize me reading glasses. I do.
And it's all in the highlighted section?
Yes, if you just
review that, see if it refreshes your memory.
It sounds familiar, but there aren't any initials, and I can't remember the date, so I can't say if it's mine or not, to tell you the truth.
Does that refresh your memory, though, as to whether or not they thought that the house might also be bugged?
I don't remember the house being bugged, but definitely the phones. And like I said, I remember filling out a document for the TBI
Right.
to summarize the call, but there aren't any initials, so I can't positively identify it as being mine or not.
I'm just asking if it helps you remember them talking about the house being bugged.
Thank you, Mr. Madam Judge.
I think he has stated a couple of times. Ask one more.
But I do remember the conversation, but I don't know if it's this some conversation or not.
Okay. Okay, and what is the date that's documented there?
We're talking about the document that he doesn't recognize and doesn't know anything about.
He's not authenticated this out.
I would have to study the document for a little bit,
Okay.
because it says January 18th, 2012, and I do remember the wire was going on then. That sounds about right.
Yes.
But I just can't remember the shift I was on, that kind of thing.
I mean, you're, clearly you want to be crystal clear.
Yes, I can't speak about it if I haven't got my initials on it, if I don't recognize it exactly. But I do remember they talked about the phone being bugged or not, but they kept on speaking about it.
Okay.
But I can't say this is the right document or not.
Very good. No further questions.
All right, you can step down, you're free to go, sir.
All right, sir, thank you.
Thank you. Call you next.
Hey, Barela.
Nope, we have a Jerry witness.
Testimony. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Be seated, state your name, first and last, and spell it for the court reporter.
David Barela, that's Barela.
Ms. Barela, how are you employed presently?
I'm a private investigator.
Did you have law enforcement experience in your past?
Yes, sir, I'm a former special agent with the United States Army Criminal Investigation Command.
Did you have occasion to measure different calibers of bullets and do a photo lineup type thing?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you some documents, see if you you remember them.
Yes, sir, I do.
Are these a fair and accurate representation of the documents you created or printed out?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to move these into the next two numbered exhibits?
All right, there's three of them,
Yes, sir.
28, 29, and 30.
Mr. Gonzalez, can you just tell me that everyone is looking on the match?
32 is 8. The 380 is 229. 230. Permission to publish, Ron?
Yes.
If you look over your left shoulder there, is this the document you just reviewed?
Yes, sir.
What is this?
That's a 32 caliber.
Why don't you identify your exhibit? Is that 228?
228, yes,
All
sir.
right.
Go ahead.
This is a 32 caliber bullet round.
Did you see the bullet diameter listed on here?
Yes, sir, it's .125 inches.
Can you look at it again?
I'm sorry, .3125 inches.
And looking at 229, what is this?
That's a 380.
And what's the diameter of the 380?
The diameter of that is .355 inches.
Exhibit 230. And what is this?
This is a lineup of photographs that I submitted.
Did you do this lineup?
Yes, sir, I did.
And those annotations at the bottom of each bullet, did you do those?
Yes, sir, I did.
And where did you get the diameters that are measured there?
I used a digital caliper that I measured each round, and then I documented that information onto the photograph.
And where did you measure on the round?
They were right above the casing, as close as I could to the top of the casing.
So like right here where the actual bullet meets the casing,
Yes, sir.
and you measured it with the caliper?
Yes, sir.
Now,
You have both millimeters and inches on there, it looks like?
Yes, sir.
How did you go from one to the other?
The calipers I was using was digital, and all I did was hit a button, and it went from what I was reading in millimeters to inches. And I recorded that information on there.
And as to the 32, did you measure more than just one bullet?
Yes, sir.
And did it vary at all?
Yes, sir.
By how much would you say?
Minuscule amount, but they still vary just a little bit.
That's all I have.
Get up your name.
So I think that's just to get it into evidence so they can argue in closing that, you know, if you have this 380 shell casing, the actual bullet that would be inside the casing could be .355, which could explain the 0.36 millimeter diameter hole in the skull that they recovered.
No, ma'am.
Just to be clear, you're not an expert in ballistics, is that right?
That is correct.
And if I,
I think she will find it back up.
They're right there at the corner of the table.
Am I correct?
you are correct.
Not my first trial, actually.
And I'm putting back on the screen exhibit 230, the lineup. If I heard you correctly, Mr. Barela, you said that you measured the diameter as close as you could to the top of the casing, is that correct?
Right at the top of the casing, measuring the bullet itself.
And these other two documents that have been put into evidence through you, these are more, I guess, what the manufacturer
Yes, ma'am.
would say that the diameter is of the various ranks, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So let me grab my glasses. So for instance, on the 32, which is third from the left, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If we go to one of the two previous exhibits, according to the manufacturer, it's supposed to be a .3125, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you say you measured?
I
In
measured
inches?
a .005 on that particular round.
And that's because, and this, I read your box at the bottom, this is ammunition you had on hand, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's because you measured it at the top.
Right at the edge of the casing, where the casing meets the actual bullet.
And if I told you that an expert in forensics and ballistics said that to get an accurate measurement, if you look over your left shoulder, you have to remove the projectile from the casing and measure at the bottom, would that surprise you?
No, ma'am, it would not.
Objection, what he's surprised at is not relevant.
It's just protection of the road.
So it wouldn't surprise you. Would you also agree with me that when a person fires a weapon and the projectile goes forward, and in a revolver, the casing doesn't, correct?
Correct.
Calling for opinion testimony.
He can state that.
And so, really, what hits the object, if it hits something, would be a different, and if it goes through something, that would be a different measurement than when you actually measure something inside of that casing, correct?
I'm assuming it would be because of the rifling in the barrel would change things a little bit.
The rifling would change it, and the fact that to fit inside something, it's got to be smaller. That's why it's called a casing. So what's inside would be slightly smaller than what's holding it. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not an engineer, ma'am.
Right. So that might account for perhaps the variance in what the manufacturer said the diameter of the caliber is and what you measured when you measured at the top of the casing, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Are you an expert in how a bullet acts when it leaves the barrel?
No, sir.
Do you know about the effect that the length of a barrel has on how the bullet is stabilized once it leaves the barrel?
I'm not an expert at that, sir.
Are you an expert in the gyroscopic technique of twisting the bullet or rifling to stabilize it as it leaves the barrel?
No, sir. I'm not an expert at that.
Are you familiar with ballistics or engineering on how a bullet acts as it goes through the air per a given distance?
Not as an expert, no, sir.
Okay, so when she's asking you about what that bullet does after it leaves the gun, it was just speculation on your part, wasn't it?
From a layman's term, correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything else? All right. Step down, you're free to go. Thank you, sir. Carl, you're next.
Yeah, I mean, Nichols was proud of that one. And I mean, rightfully so, because I personally disagree, but I think the jury in this case, especially at this point, we're already in the defense case in chief, they find the state more credible than they find the defense team. So even if they're not fully picking up what's being put down by either party here, I feel like they're just going to put more trust into the arguments being made through the questions, the form of questions that Nichols is asking. So not sure that was great for the defense, but they do need to get it on the record that this 380 shell casing, what would be inside that casing would be smaller than 380, and thus what was fired from that 380 can't be excluded as being what caused the 0.36 millimeter diameter entrance to Holly's skull. Yeah, get someone in the chat up there. Get Sheriff Chuck up there.
Raise your right hand, please. I swear testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Be seated. State your first and last name. Spell for the court reporter.
No, I don't.
Travis Dunavant, Travis Dunavant.
Mr. Donovan, how are you currently employed?
Through Decatur County Sheriff's Office.
And how were you employed on April the 13th, 2011?
Through Decatur County Corrections, through the jail.
Okay. And that's still with the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir.
Right?
Ma'am,
No problem.
sorry.
Okay, and on April the 13th, you were called into duty regarding the disappearance of Holly Bobo, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you made a report on that day? Or you
Yes,
made a
ma'am.
report regarding that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was it that you were asked to do on that day?
I'm not sure. I'm going to have to review the report.
Would reviewing the report help you
Yes, ma'am.
remember? It's been a long time, hasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Since that day.
Yes, ma'am.
So were you asked to check on sex offenders on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you in fact go to Jeanette Holiday Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so who did you check on Jeanette Holiday Road?
Jeanette Holiday Road would be Mr. Britt's.
Okay, and was anyone home? What address does it say that Mr. Britt's residence is?
3138 Jeanette Holiday Road.
Okay, and say whether or not anybody was home at that time?
There was nobody at home.
Okay, and what does it say about cars that were there?
A red broken down van.
Okay, were there other cars noted there?
No, ma'am.
And was that part of what you were asked to do, was go around and note what cars were at each residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and does it say what time it was that you were there?
No, Mr. Britt's.
Okay, so you visited somebody else on that same road? didn't
Yes,
you?
ma'am. Mr. Christensen,
So Mr. Christensen, what time were you at his house?
1340, 140
So 1:40?
p.m.
Okay, and what's his address? Is it 2800
Holiday Road.
Jeanette Holiday Road?
Holiday Road. 2800 Holiday Road. There's a difference between Holiday Road and Jeanette Holiday Road.
Okay, so that happens to say Holiday Road.
Yes, ma'am.
So you can extrapolate then, can you, what time you think you would have been to the next location?
Probably 15 minutes delay.
Okay, very good. I'll just take that back. Yeah. Okay, and when you got to 3138 Jeanette Holiday Road, did you knock on the door?
Sergeant Riker did.
Okay, and you were present with Sergeant Riker?
Yes, ma'am.
And did anybody answer the door?
No, ma'am.
Did you hear anybody moving around inside?
No, ma'am.
Okay. No further questions.
All right, keep it down here before you go. Call your next.
I'd like to call Dick Adams.
So that's getting onto the record that they see an inoperable red van at Terry Britt's property, and that they're assuming this visit to his home was somewhere either just before or just after this 1:40 p.m. time frame where they visit a neighbor that lives on the same street, and the Britts are not home at this time.
She got here 2 minutes early.
Raise your right hand, sir. Solemnly swear to testify you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Be seated, state your first and last name, spell it for the benefit of the court reporter.
John D. Adams.
And will you spell your name, please? Spell your name, please.
This is Grandpa.
Johndadams.
And do people call you Dick? Do you go by Dick?
That's right.
And Mr. Adams, how are you related to Zach Adams?
It's my grandson.
Where do you live?
Next door to me.
Now, where do you live?
Oh, I live at 260 Adams Lane,
Okay, and where did Zachary Adams live?
235 Adams Lane.
Okay. And does your house have a basement?
No,
And what about that Mr. Adams' house? Does it
No.
have a basement?
no.
And on April the 13th, 2011, the day Holly Bobo disappeared, who lived with you at your house?
Dylan Adams.
Okay, and who is Dylan Adams related? How is he related to you?
He's my grandson.
Okay, and how is he related to Zachary Adams?
He's his brother.
Okay. Let me ask you about guns. At any time around April 2011, did you know of Zach Adams to own a .32 revolver?
No,
Okay, and at that time, around April 2011, did you own a .32 revolver?
no,
Have you owned one since that time?
no.
Now, let me ask you about a well on your property. At one time, did 260 and 235 Adams Lane have a well?
Have a what?
A well, a water well?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and when was that?
In 88. We discontinued in 88.
So, and what did you do with the well? Why did you discontinue it?
We got seeded water.
Okay, and what did you do with the well once you discontinued it?
I filled it in.
Okay, so it's not a well that's a hole anymore?
No.
Okay. And in April of 2011, who was it that was living with Zachary Adams? Was anybody living with him?
Rebecca Earp lived with him at sometime in there. I don't exactly know when.
Okay, and how was she related to Zachary Adams?
Girlfriend.
Okay. Since Mr. Adams is your son, or grandson, do you happen to know what size shoe he wears?
13.
A 13. Okay, and do you have, at some time, did you come into possession of Croc shoes that belong to Mr. Adams?
Do I?
Croc shoes. What is it? Let me pass these shoes up to you. At any time, did you pick up some shoes from the Williamson County Jail for Mr. Adams?
I did.
And are those the shoes that you picked up from the Williamson County Jail?
Looks like.
Okay. And what size are those shoes? If you turn them over, what size do they say they are?
It says 13.
13. Your Honor, we'd like to put those into evidence.
They will be admitted into evidence as 231, but later a photo will be substituted.
Yes, Your Honor.
I mean, it's kind of like the big boards. once we finish this case, photos will be substituted for all these faulty items.
Yes.
Okay?
And can you tell me what your cellular telephone number was in April of 2011?
Do what?
What was your cell phone number in April of 2011?
My telephone number,
Yes,
home or cell?
cell.
549-5002,
Okay, and what about your home number back then?
847-6566.
Okay. And did you provide a cellular telephone to your grandson, Zach Adams?
Yeah, I did.
And do you remember back in April of 2011, was it a flip phone?
I don't know what kind of phone it was.
Okay. Do you remember at some point turning over Dylan's flip phone to Brent Booth with the TBI?
I think he picked it up at the office. I'm not sure. And they also picked some up at my house, I think. I'm not sure.
Okay, but do you remember turning some telephones over to them?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about your grandson Dylan now. Now, Dylan, was he in special education when he was in school?
He was.
Okay, and why was he in special education?
He had a learning problem.
Okay, and does he have a high or a low IQ?
It's below average.
Okay, and are there certain things that Dylan cannot do in day-to-day life?
Yes.
What are those things?
Well, if he had a watch, he had to have a digital watch. He couldn't tell time.
Okay, can't tell time. What else?
He was bad to tell you a story, too.
Okay, so does that mean he's not clear sometimes on facts? And
Right.
what about money? Who handles his money?
Do what?
Who handles Dylan Adams' money?
I guess I did.
Okay. Is there a reason that Dylan lived with you?
He lived with me.
Why? Why was he living with you? Why didn't he have his own place?
Well, he lived with his mama till he was 18, then he moved in the house with me.
Right. Why didn't he go out and get his own apartment?
I don't know.
Well, was it related to the fact that he had a learning disability?
Yeah, and he wouldn't hold a job.
Okay. Let me ask you about Dennis Benjamin. Are you familiar with a man named Dennis Benjamin?
I just knew of him. He was a customer of ours on our water.
So when you say customer, you mean he's a water customer?
Yes.
Okay. And is he a close friend of the family?
No.
Is he a person that Dylan would have known or been close to?
I wouldn't think so.
I wouldn't think
I want to
so.
ask you also about your wife, Becky Adams. Can you please tell the jury when she died?
Why didn't she, like, ask some type of question that's going to trigger and contextualize, like, some type of recall and where to place this information? We threw out the name Dennis Benjamin. We're sitting here, we've talked a lot about Dennis Benjamin, but I really don't think the jury has had that name as a sticking point of context here. Does the jury know who Dennis Benjamin is? Does the jury know much about Dylan Adams and why it's so important to mention he has cognitive disabilities? We have that context, but I don't think the jury does. So it's almost like she's asking questions that are poking holes at the investigation and the way it proceeded, but it doesn't tie in any way to what the jury is aware of.
What?
When she died, when did Becky Adams die?
The last day of March. The last day of March. On Friday night. Was buried the 2nd.
She was buried on what day?
2nd of April.
April 2nd. And what year is that?
2010.
Okay, and then your grandson Zach, he was arrested shortly thereafter. Do you remember when he was arrested?
2000. Was on the 4th, wasn't it? 4th or 5th?
So April 4th, 2000, what year? Same year?
2010, yes.
11. If your wife died in 11, he was arrested in
He
2011.
actually testified in 2010.
Okay. I'm sorry, what year did your wife die?
2010?
Are you certain she died in 2010?
2010 or 2011? I don't know.
Do you know, in relation to when Holly Bobo disappeared,
That was 2010, wasn't it?
Well, if Holly Bobo disappeared in 2011, did your
Okay,
wife...
11.
So your wife died close in
2011.
time to the time Holly Bobo disappeared?
Just a few days before.
Okay, very good. Okay, so when Zach Adams was arrested, do you remember if he's arrested on April 4th, do you remember where he was arrested?
The way I understood, in Natchez Trace Park.
Okay, and the car that he was driving, do you remember what car he happened to be driving when he was arrested on the 4th?
He was driving my pickup,
And what kind of pickup was that?
a Nissan,
What color was it?
white,
And what year was it?
98.
Okay, 98 white Nissan. Let me just see if I can pass you forward. I'd like to pass you forward. This is a copy, not the original, of a certificate of title. Do you recognize what that's the title to?
I do.
What is that the title to?
Do I?
What is it a title to?
Me?
To what? No. What car does it belong to?
Oh, that belongs to the 98 Nissan.
Okay. I'd like to put that in as an exhibit. Your Honor.
232.
I don't wish to publish it to the jury. They've seen it. So after he was arrested in your pickup truck, what did you do with that truck?
I went and picked it up at a towing service, brought it back to Betty Bell's house and put it in the shed.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to pass this forward to you. Do you recognize what that is?
That's where I picked it up.
Okay, so that's a tow receipt.
Yeah.
From where you, and did you pay to get the car?
Yes,
You, the one that paid the money?
yes.
Okay. And now, how long was it there at the, is it Don's Towing?
Don's body shop.
And how long was it there for?
I really don't know. Somebody called me, and I believe it said if I picked it up within 3 days, it wouldn't be in a late charge.
Okay, no objection. So within 3 days, it wouldn't be a what?
A late fee.
Okay, and so is there a late fee that's documented
No,
on that?
no.
Okay, so, Your Honor, this time I'd like to put this receipt.
Exhibit 233.
So you picked it up within 2 to 3 days of the time that it was towed in from the arrest, is that right?
Yes,
And had it, and you said you took it to Billy Bell's mother's house?
Billy Bell's mother, yes.
Okay, now who is Billy Bell?
Who is Billy Bell?
Yes. Explain to the jury, please, who Billy Bell is.
Well, he's a friend of mine, and he works with me.
Okay. And who is his mother? What's her name?
Betty.
And why did you take it to his mother's house?
She's the one carried me up there to get it.
Okay.
She was a friend of the family.
Okay. So she drove you over to, where was it originally towed to? What city?
Lexington.
Okay. So she drove you over there, and why would you not just bring it back home?
Well, I didn't want to have it there where I'd have to, he'd want to drive it again. He wasn't supposed to be driving it.
Why was he not supposed to be driving?
He didn't have a driver license.
So you didn't want him to drive it, and so who had the keys to this car?
He did at that time, and when he went anywhere in it, his girlfriend or somebody drove him.
Okay, no, but let's go back to the white truck. When you picked up the truck from the tow lot, where were the keys to the truck?
They were in it.
Okay, and whose keys were those? Were those your keys or were those
There wasn't
Zachary's
but one
keys?
set.
Okay, one set of keys.
Right.
They were in the truck. And you picked up the truck, you drove it to Billy Bell's mother's house. What did you do with the keys then?
I carried them home with me.
How do you know that Zachary Adams didn't go into your house and get those keys at some point?
I don't know. I know he did. I had them,
Yes?
so he'd had to take them away from me.
Okay, so you kept them on you so that he couldn't get the truck?
Right.
And you know that he didn't at any point take those keys away from your person?
Right.
Okay. And so how long did the truck stay there?
I'd say nearly 2 weeks.
And so during that time, did he know where the truck was?
Who?
Did Zachary Adams know where the truck
No.
was? What did you tell him about the truck?
I don't remember him asking me.
Okay. Now, on April the 13th, 2011, were there other cars at your house for Zachary Adams to drive?
Other cars,
Yes. What cars did you personally own?
I owned a van,
A van?
Yes.
And who drove that van?
I did.
Okay. What else did you own?
That was all I owned.
And what about Zach? Did he own any other cars?
He had two trucks sitting there.
Okay.
Both of them one of them was tore up, the other one was wrecked.
Okay, so which one was wrecked?
An 03 Chevrolet.
Okay, and when did it get wrecked?
I'm not sure.
Was it before or
It
after?
was before, yes.
Okay. And who wrecked it?
Zachary.
Okay. And was it wrecked just days before, or was it wrecked significant time before?
No, it was wrecked weeks before.
Okay. And then what was the other car that was there?
It was a 2094 Nissan.
2094?
I mean, a 94 Nissan.
Okay.
Four-wheel drive truck. Had a radiator busted or something on it.
How did the radiator get busted?
I think he running in a treetop.
What do you mean, a treetop?
Huh?
What does that mean? He ran it into a treetop?
Well, it punctured the radiator.
With a tree branch, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And what about Dylan? What kind of truck did Dylan have?
Dylan had a 2006 Silverado pickup, extended cab.
Okay, and who had the keys to that truck?
Dylan,
So if Zachary would have wanted to have driven that truck, who would he have had to have gotten the keys from?
if he'd what?
If he were going to drive Dylan's truck, who would he have needed to get the keys from to
From
drive
Dylan?
it? Okay. And did Dylan make it a regular habit to loan Zach his truck?
He wasn't in the habit of it, no.
Okay. And on April the 13th, the day that Holly Bobo disappeared, do you remember what time you left for work that day?
It was Robert 7 to 7:30.
Okay. And where was Dylan that morning when you left for work?
He was in the bed.
Okay, and the bed at your house?
Right.
Okay. And that morning, did you happen to see Zach, Dylan, and Shayne on April the 13th, 2011, the day
I did.
Holly disappeared?
I did.
Where did you see them?
It was on 641 highway. They'd come across the interstate, headed south.
Okay, and where were you at that time?
I was there, I don't remember where I was coming out from the Shell station, or I was there at the Shell station. I might have been turning in or coming out.
Okay, but how do you specifically remember it so many years later? Did you have anything that helped you with your memory?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
Shayne, his name had already been thrown out
Okay, but I'm saying that day, how did you remember where you were and what you were doing that day?
because, like I said, his name had already been thrown out. I'd heard a lot about her disappearance. His name had been thrown out, and I seen him in the truck with them.
Okay, and so the way you remembered it is just stuck in your head, is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay. Did you also keep a log at that time?
I did.
Okay, do you still keep a log?
Do.
Do you still keep a log
I
of
do.
what you do? And it's kind of a daily diary,
That's it.
and what do you record in your log?
Usually what we do that day.
And by what you do, you mean work-wise?
What we do, if we fix a leak, check meters, whatever we do that day.
While she's looking at that, let me ask you, what color was that 94 Nissan truck that you had?
There was two there that was black.
So-
One was regular cab and one was extended cab.
Okay, but one of them was white, the 98 was white,
What's white?
and it was a Nissan,
Yes,
and then the 94 was black.
black.
It was-
That belonged to Zach.
Okay, and it was a Nissan.
The other Nissan was a regular cab. I bought it for Dylan, it never did run.
Okay. can I have my one page back on the phone? And I'd like to pass forward to you a page out of your diary that you have. Now that diary page doesn't specifically mention anything about seeing Zach Adams that day, does it?
What?
That diary page doesn't specifically mention that you saw Zach Adams on the highway that day.
No.
Okay. And can you read it to us? What does it say?
The rest of it?
Yeah, what does the diary say?
Well, it said we met Doug and Siegler at Siegler's house and fixed the blow-off where the county had hit it with a bush hog. Turned water on for Smith property, meter covered up. Just business is what I kept on the log.
Okay, but it's through that it jogged your memory where you were that day when you saw Zach Adams. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you were actually going from one job to another?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to have that marked as an exhibit.
234.
And over the years, you allowed various people to come in and search your property for Holly, didn't you?
Sure.
And you don't have any facts that that you know of that would point to Zach Adams being involved in this kidnapping, do you?
No.
If you had known facts that led to Zach Adams being involved, would you have told?
I believe I would.
Okay. No further questions? Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Adams. Can you hear me?
Barely.
All right. Now let's get a little closer.
Okay.
How's this?
That's better.
Is that a lot better?
That's a lot better.
All right, I understand. I have trouble hearing myself. The day that Ms. Thompson has asked you about, April the 13th, 2011.
Okay.
That's the day that Holly was missing.
Right.
You and Billy were working that day like you do most days, right?
That's right.
Now, I understand that when you get to work, sometimes you get there a little bit early, sometimes he gets there a little bit early and you hang out some.
Yes.
And then when you get back to the office, sometimes you just hang out there a little while after.
Right.
To make sure there's no more calls that come in.
Whatever comes up.
Yeah. And sometimes, and I understand from Billy that you're the person that keeps the logs on, or the log on where you go.
I'm the one that has to report it.
Right. And so on this particular day, I was reading what you were, I was reading along with you, and you met Jug at the Sieglers, is that right?
Siegler.
Sieglers, to fix a blow off.
Right.
And then you went to the Smith property, right?
Right.
I guess the meter covered up or tried to turn the water off or something?
Right.
Okay. Now, you don't say in here how you got from one of the jobs to the other, though, right?
No.
Okay. It sounds like you don't need to, that you're pretty familiar with the roads and whatnot.
Right.
Okay. Now, do you remember on July the 14th of the same year that, let's see, Ricky Inman and Terry Dicus came to the office to talk to you?
I talked to several.
Oh, I know. This was about 11:15 in the morning. You know Ricky Inman, though, right?
I know Ricky Inman.
Okay. You know Terry Dicus, right?
Who?
Terry Dicus, TBI? Does that ring a bell?
No.
Okay. But you know Inman? You remember
I know Inman.
Okay. You remember Inman coming to talk to you at some point?
I don't remember it, but
If Inman made a report that he came and talked to you, would you have any reason to think that that wasn't true?
no.
Okay. And they came to ask you what you knew about, or if anything, about Holly, right?
I don't remember it.
Not because they thought you were involved in any way, but they came to ask about your grandson and his friends, didn't they?
About the what?
About your grandson and his friends?
I don't remember. I don't remember him coming up.
Did you
I
make-
remember.
Did you make the statement?
Your Honor, if he doesn't remember, then
She's gonna ask him if he made a statement.
if she's going to ask him his opinion as to people's involvement, Your Honor.
So far, the question
I object to her asking his opinion as to who would be involved, because I wasn't allowed to put on Terry Dicus' opinion as to who's involved.
Well, that's,
She wasn't asking that.
okay. And the reason why I'm going to ask this question, in case there's further objection, Your Honor, is because this is after the day where he just talked about the car being tucked away. So, anyway, did you make the statement, I don't know anyone specifically that you should look, but I would look at all of Zach's friends? Did you say that?
I don't remember that.
She can ask him if he said it, okay? He can either say, yes, I did, no, I didn't, I don't remember.
And in fact, I'm required to ask him before I can bring in extrinsic proof. Did you make that statement?
I don't remember it.
You don't remember it for sure? You didn't say it, you did say it, you just don't remember?
I don't remember it.
Okay. And do you remember them coming back to talk to you, like February of 2014, so like 3 years later, where Brent Booth and Chuck Baker came to talk to you again at the office?
I remember Brent Booth and Jeff Jackson.
Okay. Well, I think several people have been to talk to you, haven't they?
Yeah.
Okay. On this day, Brent Booth was there. Do you remember? Now, well, let me go back. So, that's my first one. When they talked to you in 2011, do you remember telling them that you were out in the field that day, which is what you just told us, that you were working that day, right?
I don't remember it, but if they asked me, I told them.
Yeah, because that was where you were,
Yeah.
right? And I hate to bring up something sad, but did you tell them all of that time is a blur for me because my wife passed away on April 1st, 2011 and was buried on April 3rd?
I don't remember telling them that.
Would that have been true though? When bad things
To some
happen?
extent.
Yeah, I mean, things sometimes get blurry. Okay, so they were asking you about what you did and you said you were working because you were, right?
Right.
I mean, we saw that, we read, you wrote the lot. Now, when they came back 3 years later to talk to you about the same stuff, it's always about the same stuff, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you remember telling them that day that you knew about seeing Zach and Dylan and Shayne in Zach's truck, the dark green 2003 Chevy, because they were in front of the Shell station at the 126 exit and were traveling south, and that it was at 10 o'clock in the morning?
I don't remember the 10 o'clock, but I remember telling them I'd seen them.
Okay. So when they came to talk to you right after it happened, you didn't remember, right?
I did remember.
Right when it happened?
I remembered the day it happened. I seen Zane and Zach.
So, but when law enforcement asked you about it, you told them you didn't remember?
No, I didn't.
Okay. But then you later came to remember not only that you saw them, but exactly what road you were on, what exit you were on, what gas station you were at, and which way they were traveling.
I remember that well.
Is there any reason that you didn't tell them about that 3 years before?
I don't remember them asking me that 3 years before.
Okay. So by the time they came back to talk to you, your grandson's name was still out there, wasn't it? Was Shayne's?
Yeah.
Do you remember telling the law enforcement that Shayne was at Zach's house a lot during that time period?
I don't remember.
Do you remember now?
No, I don't.
You don't remember Shayne?
I don't remember. Not a lot.
Not a lot?
I've seen him there.
Yeah. In 2011?
I don't remember what year it was.
But you
I seen him
remember-
there after that.
Yeah. After
A
2011?
time or two. Yeah, I seen him. He come pick Dylan up. Dylan go pick him up.
Remember saying that Zach and Shayne were good friends during that time?
They've always been friends, I reckon.
And that, did you make the statement? If Zach did this to Holly, he's a good candidate for it because of the people he runs with and all the things he is into,
I said he was a good candidate for it.
and that you don't ask him a lot of questions because I don't want him lying to me.
No, that's Dylan.
He needs to tell you what he did, and I will do everything in my power to help him, to make him cooperate. Did you tell, is that what you said?
No,
Did you tell law enforcement that
Do we know what day this is?
that she's still on the same day?
What day is that?
Would you like the same day we started with? Activity date? Same report.
This is the 3 years later.
This is after he's been arrested? Is this after March, or after they searched the
This
house?
is 2/28/14.
Okay.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that Zach and Dylan don't work and they don't have any money except for what I give them?
I could have.
That would be true, correct?
Right.
You talked about Dylan I said earlier that Dylan was slow. He needed a digital watch rather than
Right.
one with the hands. And he was in some special ed classes, right?
Do what?
He was in some special classes at school,
Special ed, through school.
but he was able to drive. He could find his way from one place to the other.
He got his driver's license.
Right? So to get your driver's license, you have to be able to read. You
Right.
have to take the test. So the man can read.
Yeah,
He's able to feed himself.
yeah,
He's able to get his clothes on.
yeah,
You didn't have to pick out his clothes for him.
no,
He can knows his way around the kitchen if he's hungry. I'm not saying he's a chef, but he can fix himself something to eat.
he did.
He could work. He just didn't keep a job, is what you said, right?
Right.
So he was slow, but it didn't affect his ability to make it through the day. In other words, he didn't need a babysitter. He didn't need somebody holding his hand, right?
Right.
Okay. One moment. Now, do you remember Mr. Booth, Brent Booth and I coming to your house to talk to you a few months ago?
Sure.
Okay. And I'd never met you before that.
Right.
And I asked you on that day about a 911 call, actually a couple of 911 calls that you made on, well, the day that Holly was missing, right?
That's what you told me. It was made then.
Right. And at that time, when I asked you, you said that didn't happen.
I don't remember it.
And that when I asked you some more details about it, about what Zach was doing to make you call 911, you didn't remember that either.
I don't remember it.
Do you remember making any 911 call regarding Zach's behavior at your house?
Sure.
More than one?
Yes.
Do you remember a night when you were asleep in bed, Dylan was there asleep, you said, and that Zach came up in there?
I'm going to object if they're going to mention some kind of 404B evidence in this time.
It's the same, it's the call.
Just the call. We've already been through it.
Okay, I just want to make
She can actually be remembered.
Do you remember a night when you were asleep in bed, a Wednesday night, Dylan was in there, and Zachary burst into your house and jumped on you, woke you up trying to get guns out of your house?
I'd object to air quotes.
I don't ever remember him waking me up to get a gun.
Okay. Do you remember him that same night trying to talk you into giving you his car key, your van key? Okay.
I remember him wanting the van keys when he called the sheriff to me.
He called the sheriff on you?
Yeah.
That was your work van, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. That's not a van that you like to give him, is it?
No.
Okay. So that must be a different night. The night I'm talking.
That was in the daytime.
Oh, that was in the daytime. Okay. And do you remember him coming in your house at night and you actually having him getting guns and you having to get them away from him?
I had a gun his daddy bought me for my birthday. He wanted it for some reason, I wouldn't let him have it. And I don't remember it being a particular time.
Right. Was that in the daytime or was that at night?
It was one evening. I hadn't been in the bed either.
Different. All right. Thank you, sir.
That it?
Yes, sir.
Done?
Let's see if we have a good redirect.
around the time that they were searching your house regarding Holly Bobo's disappearance. So I'm talking about February of 2014. Do you remember when all the TBI agents descended on your property to search it? Do you remember that, Mr. Adams?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And at that time, they were telling you that they were going to arrest Zach for the murder of Holly Bobo, weren't they?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they knew he had done it. They were confident, didn't they?
They said they had evidence.
Real evidence that he had done it.
Yes.
Okay. And that's when you talked to them and said you would talk to Zach and tell him he needed to tell police what he knew.
Yeah.
Because at that time you believed what the police were telling you was true, didn't you?
I went to talk to him.
Okay. But you believed what the police were telling you at that time was true, didn't you?
They told me I needed to talk to him.
Okay. I don't want to get too much into hearsay. Hearsay is what they may have told you at another time. But, you were trying to get Zach to do what you thought was the right thing at the time.
Right.
And you've always tried to be honest with law enforcement, haven't you?
I have.
Okay. No further questions.
Done?
Yes, sir.
All right. You can be excused. You can come back in the courtroom if you'd like, okay?
Thank you.
Don't discuss your testimony with anyone.
Thank you.
We're going to take the afternoon recess, call Rose, and get that.
mean, I think the state turned the last two witnesses entirely in their favor because even though there's plenty of witnesses that have memory problems in this case, and this guy is elderly and probably legitimately has memory problems in 2017 when this trial is taking place, I think Jennifer Nichols successfully made this grandfather look like someone who was just trying to protect their grandson and doesn't really remember what he thinks he remembers. So, and I mean that with all love to Grandpa. I'm not trying to insult Grandpa by saying that. But it was a very clear, linear questioning coming from Jennifer Nichols. I also think we saw the same thing with David Barela talking about these ballistics. If the jury wasn't picking up the relevance of why Jerry was even asking certain questions, it's just going to seem like they pulled some random guy in to say something about casings that ended up being hogwash when the prosecution got to ask their questions. So, I don't know.
Call your next witness, please.
Billy Bell, William Bell.
This is the guy with where the truck was parked.
I kind of like Billy. It's catchy, Billy Bell. And then the mother's name, what was that? Betty Bell, maybe?
Betty Bell.
Let's go on my all-American name list. Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated, state your name, first and last, and spell down for the court reporter, please.
It's William Bell. I go by Billy, but William, Williambell.
Okay. And I'd like to
Point your attention to the day that Holly Bobo disappeared, and that's April the 13th, 2011. Okay, and are you familiar with Dick Adams?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you know Dick Adams?
him and his wife and my mom and dad was friends, been friends all my life.
Okay.
And I've known him all my life, yeah.
Okay, and so then do you also work with Mr. Adams?
I do.
Okay, where do you work and what do you do?
Do it, ma'am.
Where do you work and what do you do?
We work at North Utility Water District, and we cover 2 counties, Decatur and Benton County.
Okay, and so many times on a day-to-day basis, do you work directly with Dick Adams?
Yes, it's usually me and him. We'll go out and do whatever we have to do.
Okay, so are you also familiar with Zachary Adams?
I am.
Okay. And let me ask you about a truck, a white Nissan truck that Dick Adams owned in April of 2011. Okay. Are you familiar with that truck?
Yes.
Okay, how is it that you're familiar with it? We just tell the jury.
We used to work in it. It was our work company truck.
Can you speak up just a little?
It was our work truck that we used all the time, our company truck that they paid him mileage for, but we used it on a daily basis.
Okay.
Well, I've rode many miles in it.
Okay, and then at some point Dick was no longer using it for work.
The district bought a new company truck, and Dick was driving in that one at the time.
Okay.
And he stopped using the Nissan.
Okay, and so on April the 13th, do you have personal knowledge about where that truck was?
I think it was at my mom's house.
Okay, you said you think. Do you think
Well,
that or do you know that?
Everybody knows me, knows I'm a coon hunter, and I got dogs at my parents' house. I'm there at night feeding them, and I seen it at night when I pulled up there.
So you definitely saw it. When was the first time you saw it at your mother's house?
Me and my wife, I got married on April 1st. We was actually in Mexico. I flew back. We stayed for a while through our honeymoon. I flew back April the 6th. The Nissan truck was there on the 6th.
Okay. And then what about on the 13th?
I remember seeing it at night every time I was there.
Okay. So you're sure it was there at night on the 13th?
I think it was there for 2 to 3 weeks at night. That I can know at night.
Okay. Now, on the day that Holly disappeared, you were with Dick on that day doing various...
We was. I don't know exactly the time I clocked in. Usually either from 7 to 3, might have been 8 to 4. But that day we would probably stay there maybe to 9. I don't know. Usually we stay there to 9. Our office manager comes in. If she has a cause for us, we go out and...
Okay. And to be clear, on that day, you don't remember seeing Zach Adams driving around in a truck that day?
I do not remember seeing him that day.
Okay. So that's just to be perfectly honest and direct. You don't remember that?
I do not.
Okay. No further questions?
Hi, Mr. Bell.
Hey,
When I got to speak yesterday, I think?
Yes.
I just have a couple of follow-ups, some things that we talked about yesterday. Because of everything that was going on with you, you got married, you went on your honeymoon, you had to come back and live with your parents till your house was ready. You have a pretty good memory of this time frame, is what it seems like to me.
yeah,
Okay. And you told me that you were a coon hunter, very careful to keep your dogs on the same eating schedule, so if you want to hunt at night,
that's right.
you're not going to feed them before you go hunt. Is that right?
That's right.
And so that's how you know that you would be at your mom's house around 10 p.m.
Yeah,
Now, it's my understanding that Dick and your mom, or I guess your mom had given Dick permission to put the white Nissan Frontier, had some like graphics on the side of it.
they did.
Behind the building in the back. I can't remember what you said yesterday.
Yeah, what I knew, because I had got back and it was already there.
Right.
Dick had told me that he went and got it out of impound. He actually drove his van to my mom's, where she carried him to get it out of impound and dropped him. Yeah, that's right. And then when he come back, he had two vehicles there, so he left the Nissan and hit it back there behind. There's two red shop buildings. This is a big property. Left it behind, in between the two shop buildings.
Okay, now the shop building's wider than the width of the truck?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this property sits back off the road?
The house, it sits up on a hill, and then the shops are sitting even behind it.
Behind that.
That's right.
And I believe you told me that though your mom is not in good health now, at the time, you thought her mind was okay in 2011?
It was probably better than it is now.
But not great?
No, absolutely.
Okay. And I believe you also told me that you believed, in fact, you were certain, without a doubt, that Zach Adams or anybody else could have come and gotten that truck out and your mom wouldn't have known it.
That's correct.
And because you are the kind of person you are and noticed the truck between the shops, you believe you would have noticed had it been gone after 10 p.m. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, I can't not think it wasn't there when I pulled up there. I think maybe it would have, if it wasn't there, I would have said, somebody got Dick's truck, but I think every time I pulled up there and fed to my dogs, it was at that property.
Is there, no. And you've used words like, I think I would have noticed, I think I would have said something, but the truth is, there is a possibility that the truck could have been gone for a night, and you might not have noticed it one night.
I mean, it could be, I guess. I mean, I had a lot going on. I was trying to get into her house, and it was actually on down the road and across the highway. We was remodeling it and yes, I had a lot going on.
Now, on another topic, Dick testified today. You told me that he kept a journal or sort of a log of what y'all did.
That's right.
Because you work with him on a daily basis, right?
That's right.
Still work with him.
Yes, it.
And you care about him.
Yeah, okay.
And went back to April the 13th, 2011.
Mm-hmm.
And in his log, he said that he wrote on that date, Billy and I met Jug at Siegler's and fixed blow-off, and something else. I couldn't read the writing. Do you remember that?
I had to hear that, where we was at. I couldn't recall, exactly where we was at, but when he said that, it brought back memories of, I remember kind of how we went that day to get there. And I remember leaving the plant and the way we went. I remember hearing, I got a phone call, I don't know what time it was. I remember exactly where we was at. A friend of mine called me and said they took Dana's Bobo's daughter. And I said, I didn't even know he had a daughter. I knew of Clint, but I didn't know of Holly. And I just remember that exact place, and I remember how we went.
All right. So because you do remember that, and it's not surprising, that was quite a piece of information for you to get. Tell the jury exactly where you were and then the roads that you took to get to your next destination.
We was on Old State Highway 69, and it's rural. It runs. We ran over to I think a road called Frank's Road. Went down Frank's Road to Duck Farm Road and crossed the highway, crossed 641, going towards Yellow Springs or Pew Road, and we would have went around through there, and that would connected back across to to Bible Hill Road. I know we went to down Bible Hill Road because I remember the 2010 flood. It had the bridge down at Holiday out of we couldn't cross, so we had to take the Joe Holiday Road that beared around to Allen's property, and I remember that.
Did you and Dick go by the front of the Shell station at the 126 exit that day?
I can't remember.
Around 10 a.m.
I can't remember that.
When you say that, does that mean that's not the way you went?
If it's logged in where he had it logged in when we went that,
It wasn't logged in. I'm asking, I read you the log.
yeah,
So now I'm asking you, and you just told us the direction you went.
that's the way I remember it.
And you don't remember going past exit 126. And you don't remember seeing...
Wait. He shook his head. You need to answer that. He's taking down what you say. I know you shook your head because I saw you.
No,
So now we want to make sure we get the yeses and nos on the record. Okay, Judge.
So no, you didn't go by the 126. Did you see... Well, first of all, do you know Zach Adams?
No, there you go.
yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Everybody
Not
does
trying
that.
to embarrass you a lot of people do it, but you need to speak out, okay?
I'm sorry.
So she's doing this to see if it's a yes or no. And you said yes, correct?
Yes.
Known him his whole life?
Yes, I'm sorry.
We're going to hit the train about the time we turn you loose, okay?
What about Dylan Adams?
Yes,
What about Shayne Austin?
yes,
Know all three of them?
yes,
Would you have recognized him if you saw him at the Shell station?
yes.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Further direct?
Yes, Mr. Bell, you did cross over 641 that day from Duck Farm Road to Pew Road, didn't you?
Yes,
That's the way you remember going.
that's right.
And when you crossed over 641, that's where 641 comes down from the Shell station towards Parsons, isn't it?
Yeah, we was on the rural, and it's a rural area right there where it's actually Mr. Adams, Dick, they own on all four corners at that location.
Okay.
And we crossed over to P Road and went that way.
Okay, and so it's possible that Zach Adams could have been in an oncoming car as you crossed over and you didn't see him?
It's possible.
Because
I
you weren't paying careful attention that day to, you weren't particularly on the lookout for him at that time, were you?
That'd be correct.
Okay. No, okay.
Done. Follow up, okay.
I don't think that redirect was necessary.
Dick Adams forgets stuff a lot, doesn't he?
Well, he's getting old, yes. Yeah.
I understand, and I mean no disrespect. It's just a fact of life, isn't it?
I'm seeing it through my mom.
And I appreciate
I
that.
statement, somebody's mine.
I said, I'm seeing that she was asking about his mind.
Okay.
My mom's mind's bad.
Okay.
But I mean, it's
It's hard for you.
yeah, that's it.
Yes, John.
All right, sit down, you're free to go, or you can come back to the courtroom if you'd like. Call your next.
John, you called Linda LittleJohn.
I swear the testimony about the evidence, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Be seated, state your name, first and last, and spell it for the benefit of the court reporter.
Linda LittleJohn, LINDALITTLEJOHN.
And how are you employed, Miss Littlejohn?
I am employed at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Crime Laboratory in Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay, and on April the 13th, or around in there, were you involved in an investigation regarding the disappearance of Holly Bobo?
I received some evidence in April of 2011, but I did not go to the crime scene.
Okay, but you were involved in processing some of that evidence?
Yes, I was, that's
And
correct.
some of that evidence that you were involved in processing was a footprint that was found in a carport. Does that sound right?
A shoe print, yes.
Right, not footprint, shoe print. There's a difference.
Yes.
If you're technical about it. Okay. I'd like to see Exhibit 44. If I could. Those are not 44. 44 is a picture of a shoe print, not a footprint. I'd like to pass up to you some.
Your exhibit number again?
Okay, I have here 44, 40, no. I need some glasses for that one. 45, 46, and 47.
All right.
And I'd also like to direct your attention at the same time to a report that you did regarding exhibits 02A, 03A, 05D, and 05E, which is dated 5/25/11. Because what I've noticed in your office is you don't number your reports with a unique number. So you kind of have to go by date issued and then some side information.
Well, the lab number is on every piece of evidence in this case.
Right.
And
So do you see the report to which I am referring?
I do.
If I say those things? Okay. And so did you use this photograph or similar photographs of this shoe print in order to do some comparisons?
I used different photographs than these. On the jail lifts that were used to collect these shoe prints from the crime scene, I took photographs of those, enlarged those to scale, and then I compared those with the shoes.
Okay, so that's actually more technical even than a photograph would be.
It's more technical than these photographs, yes.
Okay, yes. And then, based on that, did you also then do a comparison to shoes that came from Clint Bobo?
I did.
Okay, and if we can have that large bag of materials over there, the biggest of all the bags. And in there's going to be 2 shoes. Up to you a bag of shoes. Okay, if you look in that bag of shoes, are those some of the shoes that you examined? Can you tell what number those?
I can identify this bag with my case number, my exhibit number, and my initials.
And what exhibit number is that? Is that 5E and D? 5E, I guess.
Just 5E.
Okay.
These are the shoes. I can identify, again, my case number and my initials.
And so did
Exhibit number.
you compared those shoes with the gel shoe print that you had lifted off, or that you had been provided?
Yes.
Okay. And are those shoes consistent with making the footprint that was lifted from the floor of the carport?
They are consistent with respect to size, shape, and tread design to the lift from the carport. That means that this shoe, this is the right shoe, could have made that print or another shoe just like that. There were no individual characteristics, so I cannot say for sure that it was this shoe to the exclusion of all others.
Okay, so by individual characteristics, you would mean if like part of the tread were cut, or if there was something that made that tread different from the mold of the tread that would have made the sole of the shoe?
Yes, when shoes are made, class characteristics are put on the shoes by the manufacturer, that size, shape, and tread design. That comes from the mold that they are made out of. As you wear the shoes, it's possible that you'll get cuts, tears, and gouges on the bottom of those shoes that make them unique to that pair of shoes. And in this case, I was not able to find any of those on the shoe or in the print to conclude that this shoe could have made it. So it's just a class characteristic match. It means that a shoe like this or another one with these same type of class characteristics could have made it.
Okay, and I'd like to pass up a report to you, see if that looks like the same report to which you've been referring.
Yes, it is a copy of my official report.
And, Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to put this report into evidence. You can take the shoe back from me if you like.
Thank you.
You can take the photographs back from you if you like. And on these photographs, there's also another shoe print that does not related to the shoes that you, that was a flip-flop print, is that what you decided?
I was not able to match the additional, there were 2 additional shoe prints, and I was not able to match those to any shoes that were submitted.
No further questions?
You didn't actually go to the crime scene, right?
I did not.
Were you aware that there were literally hundreds of people at the crime scene by the time TBI arrived?
I've heard that. I do not know.
To your knowledge, were any other shoes from any of these hundreds of people ever submitted for comparison?
No, they were not.
Just the one pair having to do with Clint?
2 pair from Clint, and then maybe some additional that were found at different places, but not not identified from another person other than Clint Bobo.
Okay, so Shayne Austin shoes were never sent to you for comparison against these?
That's correct.
What's that, Judge?
Done? All right, step down, you're free to go.
Thank you.
It's interesting that he only asked about Shayne because they're going with this theory that Shayne could have been the abductor because his physique would have been, and I don't think it matches what Clint Bobo described, but it's the shortest reach to get there, right? It'd be a much bigger leap to try to say that it was Zach or Dylan, and I guess even Jason. Jason was thinner at the time, that Clint saw in the camo walking into the woods. Again, with the barrel torso, looks like someone that used to work out but stopped working out. They're sticking with this idea that Shayne would have been the abductor just because it's the closest match to that physical description. But you're poking a hole at the defense for not submitting the shoes. Why didn't you? Why didn't you? To me, that just makes it seem like during the investigation, they were satisfied, the investigators and the prosecution office, they were satisfied that this shoe belonged to Clint, and they're not surprised it belonged to Clint because he lives in that residence and would have been walking around trying to figure out what was going on that day. So, and then the second thing is, Gwennet's pointing out, good to know TBI stepped all over the crime scene. It reminded me of that issue on like day 1 or day 2 when they have, who was the responding deputy that gets there first, and there was like this discrepancy. Did you put tape up and close off the crime scene? Or, you know, we heard from Dana Bobo that they put like a pink tie, a pink tape themselves, that the Bobos taped off the area. So which one was it? And was that even being followed at all if we're going to get up there and say everybody was stomping around? So to me, as much as I don't really think presenting this helps, I guess the defense's theory was to show that Clint could be a suspect still, reasonable doubt. But it also, getting up there and crossing, just made the state look like they didn't care to investigate what they had available anyway. And that they didn't preserve the scene. So.
Amber
Street, Your Honor.
Last name? Street? Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, yes, to God.
I do.
Be seated. State your name first and last. Spell it for the benefit of the court.
First name is Amber, A-M-B-E-R. Last name Treat, T-R-E-A-T.
And how are you employed in the street?
I'm a private investigator. I work with AK Investigations.
Okay, and in this case, did you happen to drive some specific routes in Decatur County?
Yes, I drove 3 separate routes.
Okay, and will you just explain to the jury kind of which routes you drove, where you went, and why did you do this?
I drove 3 routes. One was from the Yellow Springs Church, which is at Yellow Springs Road and Pew Road. I drove that to the Tennessee River, under the I-40 bridge via Ward Hill Road. And then I returned to the church at Yellow Springs Road via a different route. And then the third route that I took was the tracking of Holly Bobo's cell phone from April 13th, 2011, based on the opinion of John Walker, who at the time was a senior inspector for the United States Marshal Service.
Important witness.
Yes. 1, 2. And did you make documentation of your routes?
I did. I measured the routes for both time and distance.
I'd like to pass this up to you.
Thank you.
And so let's start with the first route. Each time you got to a different intersection, you made a notation of the time?
Correct. The time was kept on the stopwatch, and I lapped it each time I moved onto a new road. So the route, the time from one road to another is notated, as is the total elapsed time.
Okay. And then if you wanted to know how long it took to get between 2 points in the route, you just have to add up the different times to the different intersections. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And those were, you drove 3 different routes based on the directions that I gave you?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to put those into evidence.
Did she say she did it 3 times?
There's 3 different routes, yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, are all of them on one?
No, there's 3 different
All right, that's
sets.
what I need to know.
And we have the map pre-done, so there's no map drawing. Okay.
Exhibit 236, 237, 238.
Okay, so the one that goes from the Yellow Springs Church to the Tennessee River will be the first one. And that's based on a route that I gave you.
Correct, yes.
Okay, and then the one that goes from the Tennessee River to the Yellow Springs Church, that's based on a second route I gave you.
Yes.
This is the second one. And then the little loop around possible routes of Holly's cell phone is the third route that I gave you.
Yes.
Then, first one. So, if we look at this first report right here.
Why don't you go ahead and get us some photos.
You go from Yellow Springs Church to Duck Farm Road to Duck Road to McElwain Road. Is that right?
Yes, Yellow Springs Church to Duck Farm Road, Duck Farm to Duck Road to McElwain, McElwain to Old Highway 69, Old Highway 69 to Sugar Tree School Road, Sugar Tree School Road to North Morgan Creek, North Morgan Creek Road to Birdsong Road, and then Birdsong Road to Ward Hill Road, and then you access the river via a private route, which you cannot see on the map.
Okay. And then you've pre-marked a map here on your route on how you went. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Then the next one that goes from the Tennessee River back to Yellow Springs Methodist Church. What route did you take there?
For that, I started at the Tennessee River, the same location I ended on the first route, and I took the access road to Ward Hill Road, and instead of turning right, I went straight on Ward Hill, turned onto Nick's Landing Road, Nick's Landing to North Morgan Creek Road, North Morgan Creek to Sugar Tree School Road, Sugar Tree School Road to Old Highway 69, Old Highway 69 to McElwain Road to Duck Road to Duck Farm Road, across to Pew, and then back to the church.
Okay. And how long did that route
Shout
take
out
you?
to Sheriff Chuck.
That took
Let's get some W's in the chat for Sheriff Chuck. We had a little planning going on in the chat about, and I think the ultimate resolution is we're going to start day 8 today before we end the stream. Amber's the last witness on the stand for day, or do I mean day 9? Yeah. Amber is the last witness for day 8. So we're going to start day 9 with Marshal John Walker, whose testimony was only about an hour. So that will take us to 4 p.m. Eastern, nice and clean. And while we were deciding, I think Sheriff Chuck was like, we're going to keep going, chat. So big thank you for the 5 gifted. You guys can thank Sheriff Chuck for keeping the stream going.
approximately 32 minutes.
And the first route you took, technical problems. I think I hit it with my foot. So, okay. And the route going there, how long did that take you?
The route going out there took approximately 26 minutes.
Okay, that one. And then you also drove a route kind of tracking a possible route of Holly's telephone pings that morning, is that right?
That's correct.
And how long did it take you to do that route total?
That route total was approximately 43 minutes.
Okay. Okay, no further questions.
Okay, Cross.
Really quick, Judge, really quick.
Lights up or down?
Doesn't matter, it's down. It will take 2 or 3 minutes. Are you following the traffic laws when you're driving?
As best I could. I did not actually see any speed limit signs on any of the roads that I traveled.
If you weren't, I was going to prosecute you.
I'll give her a few.
Exactly. Is it fair to say that you weren't, as the expression goes, driving like a bat out of hell, trying to escape from something?
I would say I was driving the route to get a time.
Excuse me?
I was just driving the route to get a general time
Is that
from point A to point B.
So were you trying to follow traffic laws? That's all I'm asking. So were you driving as absolutely fast as you could, like a race car driver?
No,
or were
sir.
you driving like a normal person?
I would say I was driving like a normal person.
That's all.
All right.
That's all I was asking.
Okay, I'm sorry, you said that was all that triggered something. You got some more questions? So that is all, okay. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, step down.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, that's our last witness we have today.
All right, we're gonna get you out of here early as we're warming up. We're in good shape time-wise. I hope you can take my word for it. I'm not gonna jinx it by telling you when I think you'll get it to start your deliberations, but we're moving along fairly well. Followed the instructions I gave you the first day. We also listed in your notebook. We'll continue this case in the morning, and I feel certain we'll have the proof completed. I'm hopeful that we can get closing arguments and get further than that, but I feel certain that we'll have the proof concluded. Is that a fair guesstimate tomorrow? They're saying, but don't hold us to it. It's a very important case. I've tried to allow both sides the liberty to try their case with their techniques as they felt they are led. You folks know I'm high-geared, I'm kind of compulsive, sometimes it's hard for me, but I want them to be able to fully explore their cases. So I don't want to jinx it, but we're getting to where we need to be. It's also warmed up considerably in here, although it's been better today so far. So follow those admonitions. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, so again, we're going to jump to day 9 now, not day 8, day 9. And we're going to watch just the first witness, which is going to be U.S. Marshal John Walker. Not to be confused with Joe Walker, who's a TBI agent. John Walker is the expert witness that Jennifer Thompson will not be able to qualify as an expert witness properly, even though his testimony could have been critical information to put in front of a jury. So we've heard a lot about him, and we saw him testify during the post-conviction hearings. Now we're going to finally see his 2017 testimony.
Bobo.
Yes, at that time I was on the...
Oh, I guess it starts in the middle. So we're just starting in the middle here, you guys. Sorry, but that's what we've got.
Bobo.
Yes, at that time I was on the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force, and they sent many people over to assist the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in the location of Natalie Bobo.
Okay, so tell us, just give us some general background information as to what are some of the tasks that you were asked to do regarding the investigation.
We followed numerous leads. We interviewed numerous individuals that were potential suspects on calls that we'd gotten in, and we followed leads of that nature for quite some time, for several weeks.
Did you, in fact, actually find some evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what was that regarding? What evidence was that?
I found Holly's notebook.
Thank you, Derek, for the
And how did you
sticker.
come to find Holly's notebook?
I had looked at some initial cell phone information, and it looked like the termination was near the creek on Gooch Road.
When you say termination, what do you mean by
The
termination?
end of where the phone had traveled, where
Okay.
the phone had traveled. And I was thinking, I said the person might have thrown more items in that area. I learned that her lunchbox was found in the creek. It had the strap of it had hung on a stick that was sticking out of the culvert. It's a big 4-foot culvert, corrugated culvert, and there was a stick sticking out, and the lunchbox strap had caught on that. And I thought there may be more large items, and I asked TBI if I could go look in that creek.
Okay.
Myself and Senior Inspector Tom Bach went down to that area, and within probably 20 minutes, I found her notebook. It was about 75 yards down the creek, around about 2 bends, about 3/4 of the way up. It had, there had been a large rain, and it had washed up into kind of like the brush on the side of the creek. And I noticed it was hers because it was black and in the brush, and it had holly on it. And I called, at that moment, I called TBI, didn't touch it, called TBI, and they came over and collected it.
Okay, and did the TBI, you mentioned that you'd done some preliminary cell phone work.
Yes.
Will you tell the jury, how is it that you came to do preliminary cell phone work?
During the first parts of the investigation, we know...
So she's asking a question right now about how you came to do preliminary cell phone work, but we just had him testify that he finds this personal affect, this item that belonged to Holly. And the reason he was able to find it was because he was using like the phone geolocation data. And so to ask this question in this order washes down the impact of what he just said. It's not like, oh, we were investigating, we found another belonging, and that was another part of the item trail. The relevance, the significance is that he's able to use what he's figuring out from this geolocation records, and it's leading him to something. He thinks something's going to be found because he thinks that the device is going on this route, and then when he tries to follow that same route, he does in fact find something. And I think that point was just lost in the air, lost in the sauce.
From her mother that her phone was with her. Her mother said it was probably in her back pocket. And John Mayer, he was the former supervisor, now retired with TBI, asked us if we could look at her cell records and map her phone.
Okay. And who was it that asked you to do that?
John Mayer.
And what was John Mayer's role in the TBI investigation?
He was the supervisor.
Okay. And supervisor, do you know who supervisor he was specifically?
Over Terry Dicus, over the investigation. I didn't really know Terry Dicus at that time.
Okay. And so, just, will you please give us some background? I know that the Marshal Service has some secrets about how they use cell phone, but give us some background, just as some of your general training with cellular telephones and what your experience is with them.
I've worked with cell phones for a number of years, and I understand how cell phone technology works, especially on like this type of system. I can't really get into the details of that. So.
Okay. And your training, you've had your training all through the Marshal Service, is that right?
Cell phone usage since probably about 99.
Since 99?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's something you use on a very regular basis?
I used to. In the last few years, we do tracking data, but I was.
So, but in 2011.
I'm not authorized to answer that kind of question.
Okay,
So.
right. But in 2011, you were using cellular telephone on a regular basis, cellular telephone technology, is that right?
Most of my experience was from 99 through about 2007.
Okay.
But it's the same kind of information. So.
I'm sorry.
It's the same kind of information.
Okay. And the cellular telephone network that we were talking about, can you tell us what kind of level or generation in 2011 the Decatur Area Cellular Telephone Network was?
It's a 2G network.
It was a what?
2G network.
Okay. So 2G network.
Your Honor, if defense is going to try and use him as an expert cell phones, I think we need to hear that before, and we'd like to board our, if that's her intention.
Okay, yes, I'd like to use him as a cell phone expert, Your Honor.
Board dear.
And what kind of training have you had specifically?
A little training back. We didn't really have an official course back when I started. It was more of like we would have classes from time to time that we'd learn.
That everybody would go to?
No.
Just you would go to?
I did this for the Eastern District of Texas for about 6 years.
Okay, so what training is specifically?
Mostly on-job training.
I'm sorry?
On-job training.
Okay. And when was that?
From 99 to 2006.
99 to?
1999 to 2006.
You had on-the-job training?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, have you ever been tendered as an expert and testified in court
No,
as a
I've
phone
not.
expert?
No.
The Marshal Service does an incredible job of finding people, and that's your right. I mean, if you had to put a big umbrella, I know you do other things, but that's what you do, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sure you're very good at your job, but you don't consider yourself to be an expert in phone analysis, do you?
That is a very complicated subject.
Sure.
It's much more complicated than a 2G subject.
Okay, and so my question is, that would be a yes. I mean, you're not used by the Marshal Service.
No, I'm not.
In phone
No.
Your Honor, based on that,
I'd like a chance to, for Dr. also. So, part of your job that they hired you to do, as part of what the Marshal Service does, is the Marshal Service is tasked with finding fugitives. Isn't that one of the things that the United States Marshal Service does?
Yes.
Okay. And in order to find fugitives, the United States Marshal Service uses numerous resources to hunt down people, don't
Yes,
they?
that is correct.
And these fugitives might be people that have escaped from prisons.
No, I don't see how this goes at all to his expertise.
It-
That's the issue.
Let her go.
People that have escaped from prison, isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Or it might be people that are wanted on warrants to be arrested.
Correct.
And so at one point you were living in Eastern District of Texas, is that right?
Yes.
And there you were assigned to the fugitive unit. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I was the warrant coordinator for the district, and I ran the fugitive task force.
And so on a day-to-day basis, it was part of your job requirement to find people that were trying to hide.
Correct.
And one of the ways that you would do this on a regular basis...
and I object to the leading. She's doing a great job of it. But
I'm
she-
bored tiring, Your
I'm bored
Honor.
tiring, you still ask an open-ended question.
So, is the court going to rule on that?
You can
So, one of the ways that you would do this, you had technical information that you would use to track people's cell phones. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the Marshal Service, how do they feel about letting out their technical secrets to the world as to how it is they track people on their cell phones?
I'm not allowed.
You're not allowed to tell that. But that was still part of what you did on a regular basis.
Correct.
Okay. And so you maintained that job for several years, right? Fugitive?
Yes, I was a warrant coordinator for about 6 years.
And were you good or bad at your job?
I was very good at my job.
Very good.
Yes.
Okay. And so, while you might not be an expert in setting up cellular telephone networks or how networks work, you were an expert in finding people using their phones, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. And you had training in that area. You said on-the-job training. What does it mean to get on-the-job training?
You would work with somebody that's an electronic surveillance person.
Okay. And so what would they do to give you on-the-job training? Like, specifically, are they showing you how to use maps?
Yes, explain systems, how to read systems, how to understand the technology.
And then at some point you transferred to the Western District of Tennessee, is that right?
I actually work for the U.S. Tactical Operations Division. I actually work for headquarters. I don't work for Western Tennessee.
I just can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I actually work for the Tactical Operations Division for the U.S. Marshals. I do not work for the Western District of Tennessee.
Okay, so you don't work for, you work for their Tactical Operations Division?
Yes, I work for headquarters.
Okay, but you live in Western Tennessee?
I live in Western Tennessee.
Okay. And so, what is your job description as Tactical Operations?
I work for the Strategic National Stockpile Program and a liaison to the CDC, and I spent 9 years in the Joint Terrorism Task Force.
Okay.
That's the Center for Disease Control. So.
And so you even gave advice to the TBI agents in this case as to how to use the cellular phone and how to track.
That's correct.
And it's the TBI, and more specifically, John Mayer, you said, that asked you to come in and provide your expertise to help them track this cell phone. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
You didn't volunteer. They said, hey, listen, we want to send you some data and see what you can tell us back.
Correct.
Isn't that right?
Yes.
So.
That they gave us the cell tower dumps, as they call them. That's all the AT&T and Verizon cell information on Excel spreadsheets.
So that tells you, so what, one of the things they gave you when you say cell tower dumps, that means they take all the information, like where a tower is located, how strong the signal is, which direction the three little antennas are pointing, They gave you all that information, is that right?
Correct.
And then they provided you with information about Holly Bobo's cellular telephone.
Are we still relying
Yes.
on expertise, Your Honor? I think we're talking about.
We are, because this is actually a state's witness, Your Honor. The state is the one that chose this person
I
to come
think
in.
you called him.
No, but the state's the one that, in the
It
investigation,
makes no
chose him.
difference, okay?
Witnesses are witnesses, but when she's finished with her report, I have a few more very important, pointed questions about this.
Okay.
And so, based on all of your experience, you were able to come in and look at the cellular telephone information they gave you, weren't you?
I did that, but I also would ask questions to people in my agency, with the FBI also, and with AT&T, if I had any follow-up questions.
Okay.
In other words, Judge, she was asking questions of the experts.
I wanted to verify what I knew.
But are we still?
Your Honor, at this point,
I have some more questions.
Go.
Okay. Actually, the U.S. Marshal Service has a task force for phones, and you're not part of it. Never have been, have you?
I've never been a part of that group. I did that for the Eastern District of Texas during those years because we didn't have an electronic surveillance person.
The answer to my question is yes.
Yes, I'm not a part of the,
Right.
of
And
the
we're not a
TOG.
part of that in 2011.
No, it was not.
In fact, the last on-the-job training that you had would have been in 2006, correct?
Correct.
And you have to agree with me, surely, that between 2006 and 2011, there were vast changes with cell phone technology.
This is a 2G network. There was no changes.
So you would not agree with me.
Oh, there's vast changes, absolutely, but not,
Yeah.
not on these, not in these towers.
And I appreciate you adding, because you want to testify as an expert today, don't you?
No, I just want to explain to you what I know.
Okay. So would you consider, do you call yourself an expert in phones?
No, I do not.
Okay. Judge, even he doesn't, he knows he's not an expert.
first of all,
You're
Your
offering
Honor,
him as an expert.
he doesn't even have to be an expert to testify what he did.
Okay, so he
Your
doesn't,
offer as an expert. He can testify generally as to what he did in this case,
Okay.
such as finding a notebook or whatever. But by his own admission, he is not a cellular phone expert.
he can testify, though, as to what he did in the investigation as far as looking at the phone data. That's something that he did. He's a fact witness. He doesn't have to give an opinion. He can just
He can
say,
explain what he
He
did
did.
in response to what he found.
and what he was asked to do by the TBI.
He will not be allowed to express an opinion.
Okay, no
I found
opinions.
He's not an expert in this area. He's certainly an expert in some areas, but not this area.
You know, it's ironic that the TBI called him in to do cell
Let's not
phones, and
argue
now,
in front of the jury, please. Okay?
yes.
All right, ask your question.
So at some point, did the TBI ask you to look at the cellular data information or phone records of Holly Bobo?
Yes, they did.
And did you look at that information?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then at some point, did you work with Terry Dicus on that?
Yes, I did.
And together with other people, you developed a map, did you not, of Holly's cellular telephone?
Yes.
Judge,
All
this would be
right,
conclusions of
this is
opinions.
outside his area. Let's go.
Well, Your Honor, at this point then, I'd like to make an offer
All
of
right, take the
proof.
jury out, please.
Jennifer Thompson's making her record. Hopefully we get to hear it. If you guys are tuning in right now, Touche, hey Touche, I would watch the last 15 minutes with Jennifer Thompson attempting to get a critical expert witness qualified as an expert and failing. Heck yeah. Ariane, I would love to watch you in a trial.
that we can be clear, anybody can say they followed the map, but he doesn't have the expertise to say that cell towers dictated that the phone was here, 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 or here. Okay?
I'm going to have him testify to that because that's what he did for the TBI. The TBI asked him to come in and
Do your offer.
give her opinion. So what is it what information did you start with when you were working for the TBI regarding
The overlay map that AT&T provided and the cell tower information off of the Excel spreadsheets. It showed terminating phone number, Holly's number, and the location, tower location. These are 4-number towers. The 5th number is the cell section of the 3 sections. These are 3-section towers in this area.
Okay, and so with that information then, what did you do next?
I plotted out on a map where these towers were, the cell sections with the overlay map, and a general idea of where her phone was at specific times in these cell sections. Because you can look on the Excel spreadsheet, it will tell you terminating number, her phone number, and AT&T can tell you which column to look into the location.
Okay.
And you just follow that location and you plot out on a map and you plot out where her phone was at 8 o'clock, 8:11, 8:16, 8:26. And then the ping data overlaps on top of that AT&T did, and you can get a general idea how her phone traveled through the northwestern part of Decatur County.
Okay, and so do you have a map that you did?
Yes, I did this map and it was done in 2012.
Yeah, I'd like to see the map, and I'd like to show it to the state, because I want to put this in as an offer proof also. The state has this map in smaller form. Okay. And I'd like to have this marked as an exhibit.
Exhibit 239 must be passed with jury code offer proof.
I'm going to pass the map back up to you. And there's some handwritten points on this map. Let's see, I think at some point you have recorded where Terry Britt's house is. Can you point that out?
It's right here.
How about I do this?
Hey,
So the prosecutor can see at the same time. If I put it up over here, then the prosecutor.
Y'all can look at it, I know the map, so.
We can what?
I said you can show them the map. I know the map. If you ask me,
Oh, okay.
I don't have to look at it.
I'll point it out to here. Here, I'll see at the same time. So here is Terry Britt's house. That's where you marked his home, isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so when you were doing this route, let's just start down here. This is the Bobo home?
Yes, that's the Bobo home on Swan Johnson Road.
Okay. And so from the Bobo home, then, how did you determine which direction Holly's phone traveled?
You can look in the way the cell towers hit. She hits on the northern side of the Darden Road Tower at 8 o'clock and 8:11. At 8:16, she's on the south side of the Shallow Road Tower.
Now, where's the Shallow Road Tower? Is that up
You
here?
can see the 8:16. The 8:16 hit right there.
So the Shallow Road Tower
Yes.
is right over
Right there.
here.
That's where Shallow Road Tower, but it comes into that cell section at 8:16.
Okay.
So you know that the information's going forward. I also, AT&T also provided information that I worked with them on using Holly's phone. Instead of just an overlay map, we used Holly's phone to kind of get an idea of what towers it would be talking to at any one time.
Okay.
So AT&T provided that information.
Tell me, how did you do that? What do you mean about what towers you'd be talking to at any one time?
It's just like they take Holly's phone and we drove around and kind of mapped which towers it would communicate with.
Okay, let me find for you then a drive map that I had it marked for identification yesterday. No, I'm talking about the one that I have marked for identification for Dicus. That
My bad.
so this is 218. So when you say that you had it, you drove around with the phone, is this what you're talking about?
Yes, that's it.
Now, were you with them when they drove around and did this?
Yes.
So you were actually in the car as this
I was in the
map
back,
being
I was in the back
created?
seat taking notes.
Okay. And you were invited by the TBI to do that?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So, using that map, and then did you also use this?
Yeah, that's the overlay map the AT&T provided.
Okay. So you
That shows cell towers and cell sections in different colors is what that is. Three-sided towers.
Okay. And so using those materials,
Why do we keep
how did you
rotating?
then make your determination as to, so you knew
You
from-
take the Excel spreadsheets provided by AT&T, and you look at the terminating number, her number, the number that was called, and you, in the column, you compare it to the column where the cell tower is, such as the Darden Road Tower. If you were going down the bottom of the map, it goes from Darden Road Tower Section 1 into the south side of Shallow Road Tower Section 2, and then it goes into, up into this area, it goes into the number 1 section of Shallow Road Tower.
So this is the number 1 section of the Shallow Road Tower.
Yes, that's 1,
up
2,
here.
and 3 is over here. That's number
So-
1 section.
At first, she's hitting
And if you
down
look
here,
at, yes,
and then you know if she's hitting up here, she had to have traveled on some road.
well, the phone hits 3 times headed that direction. Ping data is in that area.
Okay.
Ping data is different than a cell phone hit.
Okay, and so explain to us how the ping data is different.
That's when the AT&T sends out a signal to this tower to talk to the phone.
Okay, and the ping data, is it simply a dot with a circle drawn around it, or is it something more than that? Does it relate to a sector?
I don't know if I can answer that. I don't know if I'm authorized to answer that, how that works.
Well, we can ask for author, we can,
Okay?
yes, you're authorized to answer.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, yeah, she just answered, yes, you're authorized.
he gave it a nod. I have an AUSA. I have an AUSA that's monitoring my
Yeah,
conversation.
I just didn't see that he was apparently motioning from behind me. so.
So you have an attorney here today, is that right?
And that's Assistant United States Attorney sitting.
And he's here to guide you on what you're authorized to answer and not
Yes,
answer?
yes.
Okay. So the ping data, it has,
What he's saying is he doesn't want to breach some pledge of confidentiality.
Exactly.
All right.
so this, the ping data, how is it that you interpret the ping data then?
A ping data is a distance off of the tower.
Yes?
It's by signal strength. It can be anywhere. It's not necessarily a circled spot. It's actually a spot that's a distance off of the tower based on signal strength, and AT&T can tell you that. But it's more of an arch around distance off of the tower in that section. It's anywhere in that section, a certain distance off all the way around.
Okay.
And you have to, and it depends on the quality and number of towers and that, to how wide that margin of error is in that kind of a band that runs around.
Okay.
Because it can be narrow and it can be a quarter mile wide, so.
So at some point, there's a ping. Do you know what time the ping was that was, you say there's a ping that was in this?
It's sometime around 8:52, 8:53. I don't know exactly, I'd have to look at my notes to know for sure.
Okay. So there's a ping, and that ping isn't just anywhere with a circle drawn around it. You're saying that ping is coming off of this particular quadrant?
Yes.
Of and this is the Shiloh Tower, is that right?
Shallow Road Tower, Section 1.
Now, that's not the same tower where her body is found over here, is it?
No, that's where her body was found.
Okay. Her body is found, what tower was her body found in?
Shallow Road Tower, Section 1.
No, where was her body found? Not what was it hitting off of?
Oh, no, see that dot where your finger is?
Yes.
It's right in that area right there. There's a Verizon tower see at the bottom of that X?
I mean, I think her finger was blocking it when she was asking. Lady.
The Shiloh Tower, is that
Shallow
right?
Road Tower, Section 1.
Now, that's not the same tower where her body is found over here, is it?
No, that's where her body was found.
Okay, her body's found, what tower was her body found in?
Shallow Road Tower, Section 1.
No, where was her body found?
You
Not
just
what was
asked
it
what
hitting off of.
tower.
Oh, no, see that dot where your finger
Oh my
is?
God.
It's right in that area right there. There's a Verizon tower see at the bottom of that X, the other one X? That's a Verizon tower. She was found just north of that tower.
But that tower wasn't a factor in the
No,
towers
it was
you were-
not, no.
Okay. Okay, so, then how do you then start moving this direction? Why did you decide that her phone moved this direction?
It's because it goes into that area and it stays about 25 minutes.
Which area does it stay 25 minutes?
Into this Shallow Road Cell, Section 1. It goes in there, stays about 25 minutes.
This section 1 right here?
The one, yes, that section right there.
Okay.
It goes into that section, stays about 25 minutes.
Yes.
And then it starts moving east because it starts pinging off of the Cox Road Tower at 902, 906.
Now, the Cox Road Tower,
If you'll go slide
it
over.
is over, it's over right here, isn't
Right.
that right?
Yes,
Okay.
right. It has a couple of pings over there. The 902 is further away than the 906 hit, so it shows that the phone is moving toward the tower.
Okay. Okay, so you have the phone moving towards the tower. And then, how do you get this little trail down here?
There is another hit off of the Cox Road Tower. I think it's the second section, I have to look at for sure, but it's off of another section. You can see that line right there by your finger, that's where the two sections break, and that is on another section of the Cox Road Tower.
So this is where the Cox Road Tower breaks, right here?
Yes, that line right through there, it breaks.
Right along this line?
Right.
Okay.
And there is a margin of error in there, a little distance between, sections are not exactly on the money, there is an overlay a little bit.
So you're saying that you could be hitting on both either Cox Road 2 section or Cox Road 3 and still be right in the middle where it
Right.
bleeds?
Right, exactly.
Okay. And so,
And then there's a Parsons section, I believe it's section 3, there's a ping off of that one, and that's more down toward where I believe it to be at Creek at Gates Road.
and you have that the Parsons Tower is actually off of your map in this direction?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
also a
so-
ping.
What is this right here, this mark?
That's the Creek at Gooch Road.
Okay.
And I have that in there, that little area in there, because when you do the drive time, that's about where you're at. You're in between that, you're right in that area when you do a drive time
Okay.
on this map.
So what you did is you looked at where her pings were, and then you looked at, as you're driving, what towers you're hitting.
Yes, because it was originally thought that her phone had went west, but if you drive west, 816, you're either going to be on the Darden Road or the Yuma Tower. So it's very clear that her phone went straight north.
So,
And if you were to go east at any point, you would be on the Parsons Tower at 816. So it becomes very clear that at 8 o'clock her phone's Darden Road, 811 Darden Road, and 816, it's in the Shallow Road section. And the Shallow Road section, there's a lot of two other towers that kind of cover the east and west, so you know it goes straight north.
so you know it goes straight north, because if it had gone any this direction, then you'd be hitting this Darden Road Tower right here, which is this
And actually,
green
there's
color.
another tower over there that's called the Huma Tower. It's a very powerful tower.
Where's
but you
the
can't-
Yuma Tower? Is it?
It's in the north or west area.
So it's further west
Yeah,
from...
it's on the freeway. It's further northwest. It's a very powerful tower that if you get anywhere near that, it picks you up.
Okay, so you know she's not going west because she doesn't hit the Darden Tower and she doesn't hit the Yuma Tower.
Exactly.
And so
Yeah.
that's how you know she's going mostly north
Yes.
on her phone. And then based on this, did you actually tell did you advise the TBIs where to be looking for her body?
Yes.
And where did you advise the TBI to be looking for her body?
Near the freeway. This
Near
is
the
in
freeway.
late 2011, 2012. I asked numerous times to Agent Dicus, how well did you search north of the freeway?
And
Numerous
you
times.
specifically north of the freeway?
Absolutely.
Because that's where her phone had popped.
Yes.
And then when it turns out, and these red dots here that you have outlined on this map, what are these red dots represent?
Those red dots I put on there because I didn't have a way to kind of overlay it. That's just areas you should search. Those are roads, and I put primary, first, second area in 2012, and I made this map this is where you should search off of these roads.
You made this map before they found her body.
Yes, a couple of years before.
Obviously, but the red marks and everything, I mean, you didn't go back and put down, this was...
I added two things to the map from the original creation. I added Terry Britt's home sometime in 2013, and I added a dot where you pointed her finger where her remains were found. I added that in October of 2014.
Okay, but these red marks and stuff, this advice of where you said to search for her body,
Yes.
all of that...
I put this on a map in 2012, on a map about 3 foot square for
Yes.
Terry Dicus. And it was in the file as far as I knew.
Okay. And said, search along these red dots for her body, that's where her body most likely is going to be. Okay. Your Honor, that's all from mine.
Just a couple. You would agree with me that the drive test that you guys did, or when you jumped in the back seat of the AT&T, that was an incomplete drive test. Y'all didn't drive all the roads.
I had one follow-up, but yes, I drew the roads that matched the cell phone information off of the Excel spreadsheet.
So that's a yes. The drive test was incomplete. You guys didn't
No,
drive
it was
all
not
the-
incomplete.
All right. And then the next thing I have is that...
Did you say no, it was not incomplete?
No,
it was not?
no, I was satisfied with the drive test.
So he does not agree with that the drive test was incomplete.
So it seems like what Jennifer Nichols is getting at is you didn't drive all of the available routes. Like any road that exists, you didn't use all of the roads that existed. Meanwhile, he's qualifying his answer by saying, we drove anything that would have been in the Excel spreadsheet. So, very slick way of trying to constrain the record from Nichols here.
And I know...
I did have one follow-up, but...
I'm going on to the next question because the
Okay.
judge's ruled you're not an expert. I think I know what you were talking about, but it sounded as though you were implying that you drove around with Holly's phone.
No.
Right. When you said we drove around with the phone, that you weren't driving around with Holly's phone. We didn't, correct?
Can I answer that? There was 4 exact copies of Holly's phone based on cell wattage, model, make.
I understand. But you weren't driving around with Holly's phone. That was all I
No.
was trying to clear up.
Not Holly's phone.
That's all I have to. So, well, except for this report that we all have now of your findings regarding the phones, you did not make that report until after Holly's remains were found.
What are you saying?
Okay. We have a report from you, and it says, abduction investigation of Holly
Okay,
Bobo. It's your report. It talks about cell towers. And even though you said, let's see, the following information was provided to TPI during the first 2 years of the abduction investigation, descriptive maps were provided. So that makes it sound like this report was turned over in the first 2
The
years.
map was given a TBI, yes.
So my question was, you didn't do this big report. I know you turned over a map, you
Did she
said.
pass him the report?
He said he's familiar with it.
I'm familiar with it. I reminded TBI that there was a map in that file.
Okay. My question is, you didn't do this report until after Holly was found.
After remains were found, yes. Because I was concerned about that there's a map on the file that shows where her remains should be located. I was
So
concerned about
My
that.
question was, you didn't do this report until after her remains were found.
Right, because I was reminding TBI where her remains were found. There's a map in the file.
And of course, you weren't the only one. You know that Special Agent Frizzell was also telling TBI to look in the same area, correct?
I didn't know that.
Okay. But you relied heavily upon FBI behavioral analyst who said 2 or 3 different things, and y'all were sort of going off with that information.
I didn't really believe that in the beginning, but it matched the phone tracking.
You didn't believe it in the beginning?
No, because the FBI person said that she was killed within the first hour within 5 miles of the house, and I didn't understand that at the time.
Gotcha. Thank you.
When you said, just regarding Holly's phone, there were 4 phones that were the identical model as Holly's phone that you were in the car using to see which tower they hit off as you drove all the back roads.
Yes.
Okay. And then...
I did, AT&T set that up. I just assisted, went with AT&T.
Right. Also, for the record, Your Honor, as we were going through that, I was referring to, was it 218? The 218, the little drive time map, and then the newest map that he provided, that Mr. Walker provided, as I was pointing to different areas.
That's 239.
239, okay.
Okay.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like for the court to reconsider admitting him or authorizing him as an expert witness after he's testified and I've made my offer of proof.
He has, by his own admission, said he is not an expert in cellular phone as far as testifying. He can testify generally what he did as far as his work on this case, but he is not qualified as a cell phone expert, so he will offer evidence along those lines.
So he cannot
He
testify
can't express his opinion on that.
before the jury as to what he's just testified to? Okay.
All right, let's bring the jury back in.
That was Zach's only chance in this trial. Only chance, because we don't have the ATM surveillance footage. We have other witnesses that weren't confronted on inconsistencies. That was Zach's only chance at, hey, all of this other stuff sounds really good, but the cell phone data says it couldn't have been him. Only chance.
Further questions?
Yes. Mr. Walker, at some point were you asked to go interview Terry Britt?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And
Can you tell us when that occurred?
I believe it was in March of 2013.
Okay. And will you tell the jury then who asked you and kind of what happened from there?
In March of 2013, Agent Dicus called me. I had not worked in the case for a few months. He'd called me and said, he asked me if I could do a favor. He asked if I could go and interview Terry Britt in jail. He was in jail over near Fort Pillow, I think it's Western Tennessee Penitentiary. And he said that I could...
Objective hearsay is what Agent Dicus told him.
So,
Okay.
just after that, what did you do next then?
After I was asked?
Yeah.
I went and interviewed him in jail.
Okay, so tell us about that, how that conversation went. What happened then?
We went into an interview room, and I was, just to give context, I was there just to ask if he wanted to talk about where Holly's remains were and kind of maybe some type of deal about where her body was. And they put us in a room, it's probably a 10-foot wide by 20-foot wide room, had a big window on one end with a door going in. I went in, Mr. Britt was already in there, and I said immediately to him, I'm here to talk about, I'm John Walker with U.S. Marshals. He knows who I am, because I've spoken with him before. And told him who I was, and said, I'm here to talk about Holly Bobo. He made the comment, I don't know who that is, and I said, well, you don't know her, but you know her cousin Natalie. And he sat down at the table. There was a table between us, and I sat down on this side. I said, I was sent over here by Agent Dicus to see if you wanted to work out some kind of possibly deal about locating her remains, because the family needs some kind of closure in this case. They need to know what happened to their daughter. He started complaining about that his wife, Jan, that he wasn't able to talk to her, that they had TBI had where he couldn't communicate with his wife. And I said, well, I thought that was unusual, that I would talk to TBI about it. We discussed, I didn't ask him anything about what he's in custody for, other than I said, I know there's some charges on you. One of them can carry a lot of time. We didn't discuss a penitentiary type times. What was discussed is that he was concerned about his wife being charged in one of the cases, because I thought there was pending charges coming on her, and he was concerned about, he wanted to be in a different jail. He did not like the jail over there. He said there was a lot of young black guys that were very loud, and he wanted to be over in near Nashville in an older white jail. He didn't seem to mind being in jail. So I said, well, I want to tell you what we know in the case from beginning to end, what the evidence has kind of shown. And I went to explain that to him. And I said, I know you're a sociopath, and I know you have an issue with women. There's no doubt about it, and I understand why you would find Holly Bobo attractive and want her. He just sat there and kind of nodded. I then went into, I said, I'm going to tell you what we believe happened. I said, we think that you saw Holly at the dollar store with Natalie probably about 3 weeks before you started following her. We know you follow other women. And I think what we think that you started figuring out her timeline and followed her home, started paying attention to the vehicles, that you got there probably around 7:30 that morning, and you know all the back roads very well. We know that. And that you were in the woods.
How did you know that about the back roads?
A friend of his told me that's what all he ever did was drive around. A friend of Terry Britt's.
Well, without too late because she asked for a question calling for hearsay. Could I object to anything a friend or anybody else other than Mr. Britt told him?
Yes.
I wasn't trying to get hearsay. I just said, how did you know about him knowing the back roads? That's all. Go ahead.
Okay. And I said, what you did was you got in the wood around 7:30 that morning. You noticed that her mother's car was gone. You noticed her father's car was gone, and you thought Clint Bobo's car was gone. But it was actually in a garage out back. I said, you know Holly comes out at 7:45. I said, you position yourself to grab her when she came out. She fought with you for about 45 seconds because Mr. Barnes, the next door neighbor, heard you fighting for about 45 seconds. And he heard it. So, and I said, then you squatted down underneath the patio with her. After fighting with her, you probably hit her because there was blood on the patio. You squatted down with her and was waiting on her to recover, I guess, from that, because Clint Bobo at that time looked out the window and saw you seeing with Holly. And I said, you waited, and he called his mother at that time. There's a record where he called his mother at that time, talking to her about who's outside. And I said, you waited till about 8:56 before you're walking away with him, because there's another cell record where Clint Bobo.
What about cell records?
Well, what time calls are made is layperson.
This isn't being offered as expert on one case.
And I said, Clint Bobo told me that he saw you walking into the woods with his sister.
Well, that's something that's in evidence, Your Honor, is that Clint Bobo's on the phone with his mother.
Nevertheless.
Okay.
Okay.
So regardless of what Clint said.
Okay.
Just what you knew.
And I said, and I got a description from,
This is what he told Terry Britt he knew.
Okay. This is what you told Terry Britt you knew.
He's still on the narrative of
Yes.
what he told Terry Britt.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And I said, her brother describes you as being 5'10" to 5'11", 200 pounds, barrel-chested, skinny legs, black hair that went over your
Pull
collar.
out the leg day, missing.
Probably wearing a baseball cap, a camouflage jacket, blue jeans, and some type of work boots. And when I said that to him, he replied to me, that boy don't know what he saw. And I said, you got in your car around 8 o'clock, you drove north using the least traveled roads or with the fewest houses, you got to the freeway around 8:30, you spent about 25 minutes near the freeway, and I said when you left that area, you started throwing things of Holly's out along Yellow Springs Road, such as a receipt, a wadded piece of paper, a dollar bill. And I said you stopped when you got near your house and you headed down and threw the rest of the items, the larger items, into the creek on Gooch Road. That's around 9:25. And I said, you would know that creek on Gooch Road because you drive down that road to go home. And I said, when you came out of that, you got home probably around 9:35, and your wife awoke, Jan awoke, when the dogs were barking. And about before I finished saying that final word, he interrupted me and looked at me very, very straightforward and said, sounds like you have it all figured out. I'll plead to it and you can close the case. I was very surprised by his comment. I didn't expect him to say that.
I can hear it in
Thought for a moment, I said, well, you got to do better than that. You got to give us her body. And he made a comment that I didn't understand at the time. His comment was, I can't give you something I don't have. I said, well, I need TBI here to finish this up. I do not want to take a statement from him. I was not there to get testimonial evidence. I said, TBI needs to be here. I got to leave. I got up from the chair, walked to the door, waited the guard to let me out. He got up and walked up behind me, and he said, if I need to show you something, how long will you take me to get you out of here? Get me out of here. And I said, it'd take me a couple of days. I'd have to get a writ to get him out of jail. And then he made some comment about Terry Dicus getting him out of jail, and that's the last I talked to him.
And did you relate all?
Okay, so that's interesting. I just went through a mini roller coaster. So when he went to me, Terry Britt saying that boy don't know what he saw, that sounds like it could be denial. Like, yeah, that was me, but you're just saying, he doesn't know it was me. Or he doesn't know what he saw because it wasn't me. It could go either way. Then when you say, I can't give you something I don't have, that seems like you're maintaining your innocence. But then, as you're about to be walked out of the room, escorted out of the room, you take your one last opportunity to look back and say, but if I do give you something that I just hinted I don't have, can you really get me out of here? How soon? How quickly? So that was a bit of a roller coaster for me.
All of this information to the TBI?
Yes, I did.
And as far as you know, did they
I put it in our USM report, USM 11, and gave it to TBI.
Okay. And as far as you know, did the TBI go back to follow up with an interview?
Myself and Dicus tried much later, but he was not in the mood then. He wanted to be, they didn't follow up the next few days like I told him that they were probably going to do. That did not happen.
Okay. But you notified them right away, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Right. And so, did you think he was kidding with you when he said he offered to
Object.
Opinion as to what he thought.
Well, he can testify.
I don't argue in front of the jury. If you feel like say Dad something, we can send him back out. I've made a ruling.
Okay.
The witness can't say whether he thought someone was serious or telling the truth or things like that.
You're trained law enforcement officer, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You have your entire career been dealing with criminal defendants and kind of the criminal side of human nature, is that right?
Yes.
And you have lots of experience and training in interviewing suspects. Is
Yes.
that true?
Yes, I do.
And you've been around when people have, you made a report in this matter. I think the U.S. Marshal Service calls it, what do you all call your reports?
The USM 11.
The U.S. 11?
Yes, USM 11.
And that's kind of the equivalent of a FBI 302, is that
Correct.
right? Okay. And you certainly, when you make reports, you put down things that you take seriously and that are important. You put down important facts in your reports, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And these are all facts that you included in your report?
Yes.
And you shared that report with the TBI at that time?
Yes.
No further questions?
I'm also pulling Janet Britt on the screen. Janet Britt.
You're friends with Terry Dicus, that's my understanding.
I got to know Terry Dicus, yes. I've never spent any evenings or weekends with him, but yes, I am friends.
I didn't ask you about spending the night with him. You're friends with him.
Yes.
And you became friends with him during the course of the investigation, or were you friends before?
During the course of the investigation.
Okay. And the friendship continued afterwards, correct?
Yes.
Still friends with him today?
Yes.
So you were aware when Terry Dicus called you and asked for a favor that he had been advised by his supervisor to stand down, leave Terry Britt alone.
I did not know that.
He can ask.
And you didn't find it odd that the case agent had to call you and ask for a favor to
No,
go talk to
he
someone?
explained what he was asking me.
So you go in to talk to Mr. Britt, right?
Yes, yes.
Put you in a room, and you, according to your report, and your report, back up, you testified in great detail today for 10 or 15 minutes about all the things that you told Mr. Britt, about how you know what he did, and this is what I know about the case. None of that's included in your report.
No, the report's very general.
Yeah, so all of that stuff that you say today, that you told him back in 2013, you just left all that out. Yes?
Yes, I just put this, I put the
Let's
main
start at
facts in.
that. Then. Let's assume that you told him all that. So you're talking to a guy that's doing time, correct?
Yes,
He's looking at potential federal gun charges, correct?
I guess so. I don't,
Well, no,
I believe,
you know-
yes,
you
I
know-
I believe he was having an abduction charge and a gun charge.
Did you make the statement to him? I told Mr. Britt that he was possibly also being indicted for federal firearms violations, and one case could carry a 30-year sentence.
Yes,
So that helps you remember what you actually told him.
yes.
Okay, and if that is actually, let me just pass this report up to you. And so if that statement is actually the first full paragraph of your 20-line report, that doesn't mean, does that mean that that's how you started your talk with him? Telling him that he's looking at 30 more years?
No, that doesn't
Okay.
mean it's,
You just put it at the top. Because it actually says, I initially, meaning in the beginning. Right? That's what that word means. In the beginning, I questioned Mr. Britt if he had been federally charged.
yes,
Okay. He said no, but his wife had. And then you told him, buddy, it's coming. Something's going to carry 30 years.
okay,
Not okay. Yes or no?
yes,
Because if you put it in the report, that's what happened.
yes, that's what happened.
And if you didn't put it in the report,
Characterization, Your Honor. He doesn't say that it is coming. He says it is possible that he would be charged. So she's mischaracterizing the report as she questions the witness.
and he didn't. Thank you, Your Honor. Right?
What's your question again?
That's what you told me. Initially, as in the beginning.
We discussed many things when I went in, more about Holly and her family
But
before I actually talked
everything's
about.
not initially. In your report, it says initially.
Yeah, before I got into the story about what we thought.
Okay. So before you got into the story about what you thought, you told him, hey, you may be looking at 30 more years.
Yes,
So the way this report runs, if it's in the report, it happened. But stuff that's not in your report could also have happened.
yes,
Okay. You didn't Mirandize the man.
I was not looking for testimonial evidence.
Excuse me?
I was not looking for testimonial evidence.
So even though you're not looking for testimonial evidence, you started with, tell us what you know about where Holly is, and I can get you a deal.
I didn't do it that way.
Let me finish.
That's not the way it went.
Let me finish. If you made statements to the man about wanting him to come forth with where Holly's remains were, and you're telling us that you don't consider that to be testimonial? Just yes or no, and then you can explain.
I was not there to get testimonial evidence.
Yes or no, and then explain. Let's not
Ask
allow technicalities.
your question again?
Don't allow technicalities. You ask the man, tell us where the dead girl is. That's your question, right?
Judge.
Yes,
And you're saying, you're telling the jury that you don't consider that testimonial evidence?
I was not there to get testimonial evidence.
Is that like some buzzwords?
No, it's just
Told
true. I
that-
was not there to get testimonial evidence.
So
It
in
was
other words-
TBI's responsibility.
In other words, if he had said, she's under my driveway,
I would advise TBI that, and they could go talk to him about it.
because you didn't Mirandize him.
Your Honor, whether or not you Mirandize him, he doesn't necessarily have to Mirandize him.
That's not an objection.
That is an
That's
objection,
a
Your Honor.
statement, okay?
Okay, so my objection is, I
Relevant.
object to the way
The
he's
question
forming the
is, did you Mirandize him? No, I didn't.
No, I did not.
Asked and answered.
So according to your testimony today, even though it's not in your 20-line report, is that you went through your case theory about what had happened to Holly.
It was also TBI's.
I'm
'cause
sorry, if you can just answer the question first, and then if you want to add something, which you tend to want to do or explain, then do it.
It just wasn't mine. It was TBI's.
So that's a yes. You explained him your theory. Nobody else is up here. Correct?
Yes, okay,
Okay.
yeah.
You've told him, according to what you said today, this is what we know, Mr. Britt. And then you went through a litany of facts, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then he responded, sounds like you've got it all figured out.
Correct.
Did you tell him, Mr. Britt, we know that Shayne, Dylan, and Jason alibied one another on the morning it happened? Did you tell him that?
No.
Did you tell him, Mr. Britt, we know that Zachary Adams said, I couldn't have picked a prettier bitch? Did you tell him that?
No.
Did you tell him, Mr. Britt, we know that Zach Adams said, I can't clear my name because I'm too far into it?
No, I did not tell him that.
Did you tell him, Mr. Britt, I'm here asking you to tell me where Holly Bobo's body is, but we know, Zach Adams said, I did it.
No, I didn't tell him that.
Did you tell him, I'm here asking you to tell me where Holly Bobo's body is, but Zach Adams has said on more than one occasion, I let Shayne hit it. Did you tell him that?
No, I did not.
I was thinking that, K-Riggs. I was like, at least some of these statements came after this March 2013 time period when this is happening. So whether or not these claims of these statements are true or not, they still wouldn't have even been in the reports. At least a lot of them wouldn't have been in the reports yet by March of 2013.
Did you tell him, despite the fact that I'm here asking you where Holly is, Mr. Britt, the man that was with Zach Adams when he shot her in the head has confessed to being with him?
No, I didn't tell him that.
Did you tell him, Mr. Britt, I'm here asking about Holly, and for you to tell me where she is, but the man who purchased or traded for dope, the murder weapon,
It would be impossible to tell him these
has
comments.
told us
Because
where it is?
this all happened after I interviewed him.
Is that a no? You didn't tell him?
No, it's not possible.
Did you tell him that that man who told us where that he purchased the murder weapon or traded the murder weapon and told us where it is, we went out there and found it?
No.
You'd agree with him you didn't have all the facts when you went to do a favor for Terry Dicus that day?
I would not agree to that.
You would not?
No, I would not.
You don't. So.
When I talked, that happened after me talking.
Let me ask a question.
No, he's trying to
Wait,
explain, Your Honor.
Wait. Is that an explanation? He can make an explanation. Give it down to you.
Now, you're asking me stuff that happened after I spoke with Terry Britt, so I don't know how I could tell him about something that happened afterwards. I mean,
So my question
yeah,
was,
so.
you didn't know the full facts.
At the time I talked to Terry Britt, I knew the full facts.
If these are the facts, can you not just look at those people and
yeah,
tell
sure.
them, I don't know what happened after 2013. I didn't know all the facts. Can you not agree to that?
I can't comment on that. I'm not allowed.
Wow. There's been plenty of times to object, but this right here, why do we not have an objection? And look at her. This is a monster that goes after wins by any means necessary. I mean, not that that's like a new revelation that I came across today. Where is the objection?
Not allowed by who?
U.S. Attorney's Office.
Is he allowed, Mr. U.S. Attorney? Is that a yes? Sure, let's approach.
I'd rather than client in supervisory capacity. All right.
Ask it again, please.
You would agree with me, would you not, that after 2013, you don't know what happened in this case? You weren't a part.
This is such hog tying. So they fight and successfully keep out something that would not change over time. This mapping, the geolocation information from the device, Holly's device. You can't get that in. But yeah, you're also going to argue he doesn't have other facts that come about from jailhouse snitches and people that have all changed their stories, but we're only going to go with the story that benefits us. We're only going to ask you if you told Terry Britt those things. So they're tying him on both ends here.
Part of the investigation.
I was not a part of the investigation.
Did she just say Mr. Defense Attorney? Or is she talking to the USA, the AUSA?
Know all the facts. Can you not agree to that?
I can't comment on that. I'm not allowed.
We get to see that again. What an emote.
Not allowed by who?
U.S. Attorney's Office.
Is he allowed, Mr. U.S. Attorney?
I think Mr. U.S. Attorney.
Is that a yes? Sure, let's approach.
Yeah.
I'd rather than client in supervisory capacity. All right.
Ask it again, please.
You would agree with me, would you not, that after 2013, you don't know what happened in this case? You weren't a part of the investigation.
I was not a part of the investigation.
And despite the innuendo that maybe perhaps you're wanting to leave with the jury.
What? Argumentative.
Terry Britt was.
Object. What? Why are we quiet?
And despite the innuendo that maybe perhaps you're wanting to leave with the jury. So when Terry Britt was listening to you talk about potential deals that you might be able to get for him.
It wasn't me. I wasn't getting deals.
I'm sorry. Do you need to read your report?
I have no authority to make a deal. That's up to
Right.
TBI and US and the attorney, prosecutor. That's not me.
You weren't acting on behalf of the district attorney's office, were you?
No, it was not.
And you were not acting on behalf of the U.S. Attorney's Office, the
No.
federal prosecutors.
No, it was not.
You were not asked by anyone other than Terry Dicus to go to that location, were you?
Correct.
And nobody in TBI, no one asked you to try and reach a deal with him other than Terry Dicus.
I was not there to get a deal. I was asked if he wanted to talk.
You were not there to get a deal?
No. I was asked to go speak with Terry Britt to see if he wanted to talk about possibly making an arrangement, some type of deal with TBI. I wasn't the person making the deal.
What's different about what I said and what you just did?
Is that you're trying to act like I'm
can't
the
make
one
the
making the deal. I'm not. I'm just a person out there. All I'm out there with is to find out if he wanted to talk to TBI, and he did. That's all I was there for.
That's not what you asked him. You asked him to give you information about Holly Bobo.
I asked him to get TBI information about Holly Bobo.
And if it, I'm gonna pass this, show me where that's how you reported it. Review that for me. That's your report.
I testified to it.
Tell me where it is in your report.
That is a very general report about some things that occurred in that interview.
So it's not in there, is
To
it?
let TBI know that he's wanting to talk, they should go speak with him. That's what the report's about. The report,
It's not in there, is it?
say again what you think is not in there?
You forget my question for adding.
No, I just want to make sure we're
It's not in
clear.
there that TBI was the one making the deal.
You can say, is it in there?
Is what in there, Your Honor?
No, it's not. I don't understand the
Witness
question.
understood it. You don't understand the question? Nowhere in your report did you tell Terry Britt that I am here just as a mouthpiece for Terry Dicus. I can't really offer you a deal, but I want to work one out for you so that I can go back to them and tell them what you're willing to do.
Your Honor, he has not testified that he's a mouthpiece for Terry Dicus. That's a mischaracterization.
It's not.
It is.
She can describe it any way she wants to, okay?
Argumentative.
It's up to the jury.
Mr. Britt seemed very suspicious of your interview, didn't he?
No, he did not. Well,
no.
wait, let me explain. Okay,
Now,
go
let
ahead.
me follow up. Did you literally just say, no, he did not?
No, he said no.
You said suspicious of his interview.
Read along with me and tell me if I read it wrong. Mr. Britt seemed suspicious of the interview. Did I read it wrong?
No, you read it right.
Now you want to explain?
Yes, I'll explain.
How about it?
Okay. He seemed suspicious that I was there talking to him initially, but once I laid out, hey, TBI wants to know where her remains are. If you're willing to talk about it, maybe you can keep your wife from being charged. He was very concerned about that. He kind of changed his tone during the interview. Okay?
I want you to read your report and then tell me where you reported that he changed his tone.
It's not in there. I'm just telling you
Sorry.
what happened.
So you reported that he was suspicious,
Yeah.
and at some point in your 20-line report, he changed his tone, but you didn't put that in here. Right?
No.
So this is just one more example of, if you wrote it down, it happened. But there are a lot of things that happened that you didn't write down.
Can we apply that to
Yes.
the whole case?
Nothing else.
This woman could have convicted any number of people that could have been on trial for this very crime. Like 10 different people could have all been convicted for this crime. If you just let her spin the web.
Regret.
Now, to be clear, a report is not a transcript of what happens, is it?
To the leading judge.
Is a
You can
report a
ask him.
transcript?
Is this a transcript?
Is this a transcript of what happened that
No.
day? Okay. When you write reports, do you usually go back and write word for word everything people said?
No.
Do you usually are they usually generalized when you write a report?
Yes.
Okay. Now, to be clear, before a federal employee is allowed to come testify, what kind of request needs to be made? Like, if any federal employee, before they come to testify in court, what type of request has to be made?
TUI request?
A TUI request?
TUI request, yes.
Of what?
A TUI?
TUI request.
TUI request?
You want to spell that?
I don't know. I don't know how to spell it. It's an
Are we not going to educate the jury on what a TUI request is, Mr. McKinley?
odd name. It's a TUI request.
Anybody know? The only TUI I know is from
TOU.
Blindside. Okay.
And
So the purpose of that is that the United States Attorney knows, well, what is the purpose? You just tell us.
The purpose is that my testimony before I was a federal officer or agent, my testimony has to be approved through the United States Attorney's Office. It's to protect against me talking outside of my scope, not giving up trade secrets, things of that nature.
Now, did the state of Tennessee make a request that you testify about the notebook in this case that you found?
Yes.
Okay. Did the defense make a request that you testify about cellular telephone records in this case?
Yes.
Did the defense make a request that you testify about your interview with Mr. Britt?
Yes.
Now, you performed a lot of other activities in this case, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Interviews,
Yes.
analysis, but those items were not requested that you testify about them.
No, they were not.
So you're not authorized to say what else you knew about the case or what else you did in the case,
That
are
is
you?
correct.
Had that been requested?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance.
It wasn't requested in the last bid conference we covered some things.
I know, but
You don't need to open the door to what we covered in that bench conference with his superior.
right.
but my point, Your Honor, is that's why
Anything he hasn't testified about. How can anything that he was asked to do or did, if it's not being testified to, be relevant?
she just went through such a long fuss with him about what did he know about the investigation, what did he do about the investigation. I can't cross-examine him about all the rest of the investigation because he's not been authorized to testify to it, Your Honor. Okay.
No further questions.
That was a very whiny way to argue in front of the jury that probably already does not like the defense attorney, but she's right. She is right. You went through knowing that I can't introduce the critical reason, the reason that Marshal John Walker is here, routing Holly's cell phone to the location, predicting where her remains could be found, years before they were found. You know I can't present that. And yet you're going to sit up there and question and make it seem like he's got nothing worthy to present to this jury. So, I don't know. I don't think Nichols has any more questioning.
Done. All right. Step down, you're free to go.
And that's it. This was supposed to be where we get what could have been a Hail Mary, a valid Hail Mary, not like a desperate made-up attempt, but like real evidence that in spite of hearing, oh, Zach said all these awful things, why would he say these things if he didn't do something to Holly? This is the type of evidence that if he were allowed to present what he had, could have been the thing that could overcome that type of inflammatory testimony. Yeah, so if if not an issue that the jury didn't get to see this evidence, an ineffective assistance of counsel argument, I think, is really strong on her not successfully getting this evidence in. So, yeah, it is. You're right, K-Riggs, also pointing out here that it's basically, that she basically put the state's endorsement behind Terry Britt's innocence. So, and Terry Britt is a testifying witness in this trial, so you're bolstering his credibility. So, that was a lot. I'm actually glad we watched that now and are not starting tomorrow morning off with that. Because that would have been a very, very rough start to the morning. I think it would have annoyed me for the rest of the day. I'm annoyed right now. And again, I'm sticking to my guns. I really think 10 different people could have been convicted of the same crime. However, which way a prosecutor, especially a prosecutor like Nichols, wanted to present this case, a prosecutor like Hagerman wanted to present this case, I think they could have convicted, they could have had a jury convict 10 different individuals, all with different theories of how things went down. They could have scored numerous convictions. So, and the flip side of that is that right there is, if you have a problem understanding why people take plea deals rather than taking it to trial, the possibility that different people could be convicted for the same crime under totally different and conflicting theories of what actually happened, how the crime actually occurred, is a huge reason why people might take a plea. So, just crazy. And again, I don't know how I would feel looking at this. I would be like, hey, this is messy. Hey, I feel like maybe there's something we're not hearing. Maybe I personally am more inclined in general to feel like there's reasonable doubt than some others might feel. I don't know if I didn't know what I knew now, that I would feel so strongly that Zach wasn't guilty. I think he's fully innocent and exonerated by the alibi evidence that this jury did not get to see. The cell phone mapping, the ATM video, and I don't really put much weight into jailhouse witnesses. I just don't. But I don't know. It's really something to be able to see this with the post-conviction hearings available to us. And again, guys, we've only seen a part of Terry Dicus's post-conviction hearing. I think part of the reason I wanted to move ahead and watch a little bit more today, we happened to start day 9 and watch the first witness, which was Marshal John Walker, is because I think tomorrow we're going to do something similar with what we did with Paul Hagerman, where we're going to do a stream on the post-conviction hearing testimony of Terry Dicus, and then we'll fire up the stream to do the day 9, the rest of day 9 trial. Day 9 is the final day, so we'll probably speed through whatever verdict and sentencing stream. We'll tack that in with our day 9 stream tomorrow. But yeah, I can understand why he got convicted. Like right now, if I didn't know the outcome and you asked me right now, pretty sure I'd say I think the jury's going to find him guilty. And that's scary. That's scary. I'm going to think about this the rest of the night. When I get back on the stream tomorrow, I'm going to be like, just like start with a deep sigh. So, I just don't know. Yeah, it was only 9 days. A 9-day trial. So, I know. And SW, did you watch the YSL trial? It's hard to, I think Karen Reed was like 6 weeks, depending on which season of the trial we're looking at. Long trial. YSL was like 1,000,000 years. We're kind of not used to watching shorter trials over here, are we? But yeah, just a 9-day trial. 9-day trial. With the longest testifying witness being Jason Autry, and Jennifer Thompson having to keep the jury there, making her look like the bad guy, keeping the jury there until 7:30 p.m. while courtrooms fanning themselves, just to get done with her cross-examination of a critical, the star witness. So, and SW, are you saying the Walsh trial is fire? So I've only caught a recap. I caught a recap of Brian Walsh with Justice Served TV and Misdemeanor. So that was fun to watch. A Miss Janet misdemeanor. A Janet that I like. Right? All these duplicate names. The creator, Miss Janet Demeanor, she guested on Justice Served TV yesterday for a run-through on day 1 of the Brian Walsh trial. I don't think it looks so good for him. I think the jury is going to end up convicting him, but who knows? Who knows what the defense is going to present? But just based on what's being presented so far, I think it's tough to get around some of those Google searches, but we'll see. We'll see. Juries are unpredictable, and I think they've got a lot to work with here if they're inclined to convict for Brian Walsh. Oh yeah, Guarino was on the stand today, wasn't he? Trooper Guarino. So if you guys have been watching here and are waiting to watch Brian Walsh and catch up on that, I forgot Guarino was going to take the stand. So can't wait to see the recap for day 2 here. Also, before we close out, I did have this linked at the top here of the chat. So one of our own, and I don't know how much he wants me to say, but we do have a fundraiser going to help KP, who engine in your truck, which he uses for work, seized up. And that is not a fun fix. And that is directly impacting his livelihood. If you guys know, you've seen KP drop in between running his routes, between his drives. Sometimes he listens to us in the background while he's doing his shipments. And yeah, that's really not a great position to be in. So this is pinned at the top. We'll have it pinned tomorrow throughout the stream as well. And I'm going to update it and add this fundraiser to the description as soon as I end the stream. But we are working together as a community to help keep KP going. So if you want to share, if you want to chip in, that would be great. Obviously, don't give anything that you don't have and never feel obligated. But yeah, our resident, our favorite truck driver here in the building, KP. So there is that. We'll keep that linked tomorrow as well. And we're redirecting. I don't know much about the case we're redirecting to other than that it's going to be Dolly Talk, breaking it down. It's I don't know if it's a prison or jail. It's a correction officer, so I think it's prison, gets bit, and now the guy who allegedly did the biting is on trial for the assault. So Dolly's going to be covering that trial. He just started up 30 minutes ago with day 1, so we should all be able to get caught up. I always like cases like that, usually nice and short. And that's what we're going to do today. We're going to hang out with Dolly. So show some love. This redirect should carry you over if you're watching on YouTube. And we'll be back probably like 9:30 a.m. Eastern in the morning, starting with the Terry Dicus post-conviction hearing interview. So thank you guys. See you tomorrow. Everybody have a good one. Take It to Trial is about to come here. If you do it quickly, we can do like a carpool. So did you already redirect here? Hey. So we can re-carpool. We're all going to get on the bus together and then go over to Dolly Talk. So shout out to Take It to Trial. I feel like I summoned you by mentioning we were having a discussion about people taking it to trial versus taking plea deals. Good to see you, though. We are going to, let's see, loop this over. Let's make sure the carpool gets over here. Did you already redirect Take It to Trial? We're going on a super trip. And Take It to Trial's link is in the description of this video already, but also just dropped her link in the chat. So that being said, you know what, guys? We haven't done it in a while. While we give them time to come over, we'll wrap up with... Do you guys want ABCs of Steel or... Can't Rule It Out from the Wolfenbarger trial? I'll make the quick decision. We'll do the ABCs of Steel.
A as in Alicia, and B, Your Honor, as in Barry. C as in Colette. G as in Goldfetter. K as in Kittens. M as in Magic. P as in Perfect. C as in Colette. U as in Unbelievable. V as in Victory. W as in Wonderful. O for objection. S for sustain. E for buffering.
gonna let me down. G for gavel slams down P, T for telling me anything, R for rights we stand, I for infinity. Life's a courtroom dance, keep your stances strong, with ABCs of steel, you can never go wrong. Oh, the ABCs of steel, makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. Of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. Oh, the ABCs of steel